brother. How are you?
Go on that path or whatever, and I'll start money on someone and or whatever. Alright, see you soon.
The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. After a 5-year hiatus, the world's elite return to the legendary Gold Coast, a spiritual home of surfing's most high-performance waves. The festival energy will ignite the beach, and in the water, history will be written. At the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
It is a glorious Saturday morning here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Italo Ferreira in the morning light, checking out conditions with his coach Renos Hayes. World number 1, Gabrielle O'Brien's going to put on that yellow jersey for the first time, and Leonardo Fioravanti has been nice and warmed up, surfing Burleigh every day, and Jack still ringing that bell to wake up in the morning. Katie Simmers loving life. Jordy Smith looking for a 2nd major win this season. And Lulu coming off her first ever final at Bells. Hauschman getting loose, and Jake Marshall had the heat of his life at Bells Beach. Looking at a glorious sunrise here on opening day. The beach is going to get filled up quickly because it looks really fun out there as we welcome the championship tour back to the Gold Coast of Australia. So much history going back to the early 70s, and really great to be at a right-hander called Burleigh. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and Richie Lovett here for Dawn Patrol. Flick, the Gold Coast looks great on you. You probably have some great memories coming here through your childhood and still loving this wave.
Oh, I love it here. I lived actually behind the hill here for 6 years, and it's a world-class wave. It's so beautiful here. You've got the national park, you've got these crystal clear blue waters, and really fun waves, so I'm stoked we're here.
Richie Lovett, surfing in over 100 events. I say that a lot because I forget the actual number, but a lot of surfing at the highest level, and that definitely included this wave here. For viewers out there that's seen a lot of snapper, how would you really compare the 2-point breaks on the Goldie?
They do have their differences, primarily sand bottom, right-hand point breaks, where snapper tends to be a little softer and perfect, run down the line. It's got the barrel behind the rock. Burleigh's a more down the line wave. It's stretched out a little bit more, and it tends to have a little bit more punch down the line as well. So there's more power in it for me, and you know, it holds a bigger swell as well. So if we get like really big conditions, it'll hold it. The bank's looking really good.
And Flick, as you know, it's like, what a place, the Gold Coast. If one place loses sand, you look around the corner here at Burleigh Heads, which would probably be about a 20-minute drive from Snapper Rocks to get to where we're sitting today.
Yeah, it's super close. I guess you've got so many options as well. The Gold Coast is full of right-hand point breaks, but I think Burleigh's a great option. Obviously, you've got the rock, you know, the rock bottom here, and sand is affected, and the sand is quite good, right? We were speaking about that earlier. It actually looks quite nice, so if that swell does continue to pick up throughout the week, which it looks like it's going to, I think we're going to have great fun waves. I mean, already this morning, conditions are beautiful, it's nice and glassy, and we've seen a few good waves go down.
Coming off a pretty crazy day in the trials, congrats to Sophie McCulloch, also Julian Wilson getting spots into the main event. That's a lot to unpack there, Rick.
Oh, it's huge. It's unreal. It almost feels like it's destiny. And, you know, the fairy tales there. You know, Julian, we already know he's secured his spot as a wild card for the Challenger Series coming up. But he's gone through the trials and he finds his way back into the Championship Tour. And you could see yesterday he was clearly emotional and affected by, you know, this opportunity. So I think this is all in the storyline for Jules. He can write the script. It's really exciting.
As we flash back in history, 1977 was a very important event for pro surfing history. Peter Druin introduced one-on-one heats, and it's been the foundation of professional surfing ever since. So it seems really fitting to make a breakthrough news announcement for the Championship Tour in 2026.
For 50 years, the world's best have battled for greatness. Now, a new era begins.
It's so exciting that it does come down to this event, this wave, to decide who's going to be the champion.
Beginning in 2026, the Championship Tour finale returns to Pipeline. And once again, it will be the Pipe Masters. The 12-stop CT schedule will run from April to December, starting in Australia and concluding in Hawaii. There will be 9 regular season events. The best 24 men and 16 women advance to the postseason. And then there are 2 more events to establish seeding and 1 shot at surfing's ultimate proving ground, with world titles on the line and 15,000 points. The full 2026 CT field will rejoin at Pipeline, the most consequential event on tour. And the stakes have been raised with the removal of the non-elimination rounds for all CT events. From Bells to Brazil, Jeffreys Bay to Fiji to Portugal, it all leads to Pipeline. Every turn matters. Every heat counts. This is surfing's biggest stage. History will be written. The 2026 Championship Tour. A new era begins.
What an announcement for next season. A lot to look forward to, and just starting off at the banger there. We're returning to the Pipe Masters. How good is that?
Holy, what news. It's pretty exciting. It's just, I don't think there's one, surf fan out there that's going to be disappointed with that. It's pretty exciting news. There's so many stops. It's finishing at Pipeline.
And it was always thrilling starting in Australia as well. So we'll be kicking off the tour next year at Bells Beach.
Yeah, this is super exciting news. I got chicken skin just thinking about it. It's we'll kick it off in Australia and then we'll finish it off with the crescendo at Pipeline. The proving ground, which has always been for surfers, it's the real deal. Pipeline, and if you can secure and win a world title there, I think you're really known as an amazing world champion. So we're going back to the tour that I knew. I competed on this style tour for 10 years, and we kicked it off in Oz, and it was an exciting start. And then we ended, and you built your rating, and you tried to get a shot at a title. So I'm actually really thrilled. It's shaping up to be an amazing tour.
As we look at what the postseason is, you're going to have the tour whittled down into top 10 and 11, but the whole tour rejoins for the Pipe Masters. And it's rated at 15,000 points for a win. So talk about coming down to the final event with a chance to fulfill your dreams, like we've seen for many years with Pipe Masters being the finale. Now, rated heavier, that's going to be big, Flip.
Oh, it's big. I think you really can't, unless you get someone who has this crazy breakaway season, right, which would be pretty remarkable. It kind of means that the world title is definitely going to be decided there, just with those 15,000 points on offer, which is pretty epic. And then also to save your spot on tour, you're kind of fighting as well right to the end. So I think it's going to make it super exciting. And you know what? I also realized it will be the first time that we crown a women's world champion at Pipeline, potentially, if it goes all the way to the end. So that is cool.
Wow, so much there as well. I mean, we're going to have a long time to unpack all this in this big announcement. What about the elimination round being eliminated? Now, as soon as you start an event, people are packing up. That's a big one, Rick.
Yeah, it is. It's a big one, but, you know, I just think back to, well, I think to all other sports that we watch and invest in, and there's not many of them, if any, that actually have like a repechage round. So it's been unique to surfing that's happened. And again, I kind of go back to my experience on tour. It was pretty cutthroat. We didn't have an elimination round, for a lot of it. So, you know, you got to turn up and you got to be ready to blow up. And if you don't, you pack your bags and you go to the next one. So it's, you know, it's a fair playing field for everyone. We're on with the show.
And just the legacy of the Pipe Masters. You know, how it always was and how it always should be. Having that naming title on the event is so important for our surfing culture, for our surfers on tour, competing in that proving ground type spot on the North Shore of Oahu. That's a big announcement as well.
It's massive, Rich. You touched on it. And look, not taking away from world titles at other locations, but there's something special about pipe. We all know it. It's one of the, if not the most dangerous wave on the planet. It's consequential. You've really got to put everything on the line, and it kind of really tests you as a surfer as well. And like, I personally love sort of watching those waves and watching titles go down there, and it feels like there's so much emotion involved and so much passion and dedication. And yeah, I think it's a great move.
Big, exciting news. That's getting everyone buzzing around this contest site. Let's send it to Vaughn Blakey and Jesse Miley-Dyer for their reactions.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, we climb out of bed this morning, psyched to see pro surfing back at the spiritual birthplace here at Burleigh. But wow, the whole place has just been set on fire by this incredibly exciting news for 2026, Jesse.
Yeah, it'll be sick. I mean, we've been down here at up here on the hill, at Burleigh, talking to people about it, and I mean, it's cool to be finishing a pipe again's awesome. For the women to be crowning world champs at pipe for the first time, I mean, it's going to be an incredible year next year.
There's a lot of people like clenching fists and claiming it. It's really cool. And Flick actually just mentioned that, you know, we're going to see a woman crowned at Pipeline for the first time ever.
Yeah, you know, for the Pipe Masters as well, to be on the Women's Championship Tour for the first time ever. You know, obviously it's been there with Vans. I think that's a really big moment. And for women to be, you know, there at Pipe winning world titles, we all, you know, we'll show our age, but we all watched, you know, people like, you know, Kelly and Andy, that, you know, those battles for the title at Pipe. So it's going to be awesome to see, you know, people like Katie, Molly going for it the same way. And yeah, it's going to be a sick year.
It's going to be unreal. And, you know, right now, though, the focus is on Burleigh Heads. So great to be here. I know, we've got to remember, we got to comp on.
Yeah.
But it is, you know, so thrilling to be back here, you know, right where the one-on-one surfing started. And, you know, in light of the fact that we had to move, this is about as good as it gets. What are we in store for today?
Yeah, it's cool to be back at Burleigh. You know, a few of us are a bit older. You know, there was a lot of contests here back in the day, so great to be here. You know, having said that, with everything that's going on, we're going to be running today. We're having opening rounds of both men and women, so it's a big day, and we've been pretty lucky this morning. There's some pretty fun ones, and it's, you know, just coming on a dead low tide, so I reckon it's going to be a pretty good day for us in all.
I think it's going to be a great day. Thanks for chatting with us. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. Thrilling announcement for the tour moving forward, and a great announcement here on opening day that we are kicking off with the men's opening round, women's opening round on deck. Should be a massive Saturday here at Burleigh Heads. Start working on your fantasy surf teams. A lot to come here on Dawn Patrol. Be right back. It's warming up quickly here at Burleigh Heads. Probably about 64 degrees Fahrenheit, about 18 degrees Celsius, and heating up throughout the day today. It's glorious here on Saturday. Beautiful lines coming around the point. By more surfers in the ocean this morning than we've seen the last few days since we got up here from Bells Beach. Contest is on, still buzzing around here about the new news for 2026 as the tour will be finishing at Pipeline once again. As we dive into the waves, though, it looks really fun this morning. Surfline has been giving us the reports a few days out, and today they're right on with their call. That little southeast looking really fun, Rich.
Yeah, it is. It's looking great. We've had this energy moving up the east coast of Australia the last few days. I was back in Sydney 2 days ago, and it was really big. So this southern flow has moved right up the coast, and it's starting to make its way around the corner right down at Tweed Heads and starting to make its way into Burleigh Heads. So it's been small down here the last couple of days for the warm-ups, which is generally a good sign because it means the swell's coming. And it's looking really fun today, like classic Gold Coast conditions. We're looking at today's conditions right now, 4 to 6 foot faces throughout the day, and offshore winds this morning, and then a little side shore as the wind trends around to the southeast, but that's still good news for Burleigh Heads because it's still relatively offshore and protected. And then as we look further into the week, you can see here consistent sizing around that shoulder to head high, maybe a little bit bigger, and the winds really variable, offshore to side shore. But the cove here is protected, and even when the wind trends around to the east southeast, it's still super fun at Burleigh. And yeah, like I said, it's kind of classic Gold Coast morning.
The secret to success here on this type of a wave, Flick, I've heard a lot of responses from the locals saying how it can be very fast. If your timing's off, you can't get left behind. What's your take?
I couldn't agree more. I think it's super fast. I think it's got more power too than, snapper, and it can be quite sectiony, and there's different takeoff spots. So I think what you got to remember is a lot of these guys and women probably have never surfed here as well. So they're all really quickly trying to figure it out. And with it being small the last few days, that's really tricky to do. So I'm really interested to see how they kind of, how they figure it out. And yeah, it's a fast wave, so you want to get moving down the line.
Also, the rock jump. Is that a rite of passage for surfers that aren't from here? Are you allowed to paddle out from the beach? I mean, there's been some wipeouts on the rocks there for people who've never done it before.
Yeah, so, if you haven't been to Burleigh Heads before, there's kind of 2 entry points. You go from the beach and you paddle up the point, or you go right around the cove and you come in from behind. But that rock jump off the cove is super tricky. It's like, you're kind of scrambling over these boulders that are super slippery. And even when you think you've got a good entry and you can jump on, like a rock will pop up in front of you. So even just getting out is going to be a little challenging. The surfers will need to actually adjust their preheat prep, and factor in that time to get up around the point, get into the water, get back to the takeoff zone. So a bit to think about.
We'll have a camera on it.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, yeah, we will.
We should have one permanently on the jump off, actually.
Let's check out the top 10 heading into stop number 6 of the season. Big movers, especially for Jack Robinson. First win of the year, first bell, moves up to number 3, Flick.
Yeah, it's massive, right? I think that win for him, he started off good this year and then sort of trended down a little bit, but I think he's going to take a lot of confidence from that. That's an event he's wanted to win since he was a little kid. He spoke about that and how special that means to him. And then he's come here, he's on the Gold Coast, he lives here now for the last few years, so he's sleeping in his own bed, competing here at Burleigh. He's going to be feeling really nice about that. And then you just think about the next event, Margaret River, home break, where he's had so much success. Things are looking good for Jack right now.
When you look at the top 5 specifically, Rick, who's standing out to you as the favorite on a wave like Burleigh Heads?
I look at Ethan Ewing and just go, wow, he is just so suited to this style of wave down the line. Natural footer, obviously, so facing the wave, and he's just got some incredible turns to fall into. I also like seeing the big fella, Jordy Smith, holding his position at number 5 as well. It's we're buying into Jordy's tour this year. He's had the win. He did okay down at Bells. He seems to be keeping up with his results. So let's see what he can do here at Burleigh.
Big one for Jordy Smith. 18th year on the championship tour. Always has had great success at the Gold Coast in the past. Let's get more insight on this break here at Burleigh Heads with a local boy, Liam O'Brien.
It's a great little town. There's plenty of restaurants, plenty of bars, lots going on, lots to do. We're down here at Burleigh Heads, which is one of my favourite waves in the world. It's my home break. I'm going to be breaking down the setup here. At Burleigh, there's pretty much 3 main sections. You got the Cove, which is pretty much from here up, and Sharkies, which is beyond that. And then you come down into the Point, which is where everyone's sitting right there. And it's kind of all one section. I mean, the waves break right through the whole thing when it's good. The Cove and Sharkies is kind of where you're like getting barreled most of the time. That's kind of why I like sitting up there, because you're just hunting barrels. It's a sand bottom wave. The sand moves around a lot. You can have a lot of different faces out here. You can get a little bit of everything, which makes it pretty interesting and pretty fun. Everyone will be probably taking off just here, which is on the Point. You can see there's like pretty dense group of rocks here, and then there's like a little keyhole, and there tends to be just like a bit of a kink in the bank just there. And maybe if it gets big, we might get a few up the top here, but most of the surfing's going to kind of go down right in front of us just here. One really cool thing about Burleigh is that they've been able to preserve the headland. It's still all natural, it's a nature reserve up there. It's quite nice to, you know, when you come surf here, to be able to see it the way it has been all these years. I think it's a good little spot to host the event, and hope everyone gets to see what it's all about and has a good time here.
Big thanks to Liam O'Brien to share all the details of his local lineup, and he celebrated his birthday yesterday. Happy belated to Liam O'Brien. It'll be fun to watch him in the opening round representing the local crew here at Burleigh Heads. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol, it's all about Isabella Nichols having the time of her life on tour. That bell is still ringing loud as she comes into this event as one of the favorites. We'll be right back. What a win it was for Isabella Nichols at Bells Beach. First time making a final of this event. First time taking the big bell. And what a road she had to that final over Gabriella Bryan, over two-time Bells champ and world champ Tyler Wright to meet Lulu in the final at stop 5.
Oh, she had no easy road for sure. I think it was just, to me, it seemed like she had made clear changes in her approach from her board and like redefining sort of the outline of the board, an inch bigger, I think she said, and then also just her wave selection and choosing bigger waves. It was impeccable, that whole event, right? She didn't put a foot wrong in every heat. She was on those 2 best waves, and yeah, she absolutely nailed it. Jumped up into 4th position now on the rankings.
Oh, such a big jump, as we know, Rich. She's fallen off at the cut now in 2 previous seasons in a row. Now to have not just that Bells win, but a final before at Punta Roca, this is the best we've seen of Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, for sure. She's in career best form, definitely. And, you know, consistency. We talk about it all the time, and this is the thing that's been lacking from Isabella's repertoire. And now it seems to like she's trying to fix that. And, you know, I think it was a real realization moment down at Bells. She's just made history. You know, you get your name on that bell. That is huge. So I think she really needs to like believe in her sense of belonging on the women's tour and back her surfing. We know she's got the talent, and I feel like she'll become a permanent fixture, and then the next step is, okay, now how do I start challenging? So, you know, she's in good form, and, you know, she feels totally at home here.
And then going to a first for Gabby Bryan, putting on the yellow jersey for the first time, Flick. How are you anticipating her handling that responsibility?
I think she's going to do great. I think also she is so confident this year. She has really rapidly improved in the last couple of years. Obviously, she got that first win in Margaret River, and she's going from strength to strength. She's becoming one of my favourite surfers on tour. Just the power that she has. It seems like she's just sort of knitted, like, I guess, like tied it up a few things that were happening in heats, and she's just becoming consistent like Isabella and just sort of unstoppable in those sort of heats, you know. Excellent scores every heat.
Yeah, it doesn't ever look overwhelmed with what's on the line, and that goes to show for Gabby Bryan dealing with the cut in the past and proving that she can surf under pressure. But now to lead the tour at this early, that's going to be something she's going to get used to.
That's massive, and I get the feeling like it's not going to overwhelm her. She's learned how to win. You know, she's learned how to put heats together. She's learned how to use her weapons perfectly, you know, and that's that real power, engagement of the wave and displacement of water, and she literally blows her competitors out of the water.
And we're looking at a new dad there. Connor O'Leary, just had a baby girl. Congrats, Steph. You guys are amazing. We're going to see some dad strength in that first round of competition today. Congrats to the entire O'Leary family. Let's dive into who's in and who's out. We talked at the top about the trials winners from yesterday. Julian Wilson is back in the CT jersey. He has Callum Robson giving him backup with the wildcard crew as a Bonsoy team rider. Remember, Caltex had one of the most successful rookie starts, a runner-up finish at Bells Beach. Sophie McCulloch's been on tour before as well and has had some really tough injuries, including one that she had at the box in West Oz last year, Flick.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see her back on the CT competing in this format, because she's obviously been there before, but she's no stranger to right-hand point breaks. I feel like that is her strength. I think when I think about her surfing, she's got those beautiful arcs, but then she can go really acute and tight in the pocket. And point break surfing is a different kind of surfing, and you can really tell people who have grown up on the points, they just figure it out. So I think, yeah, it's going to be great to watch her compete here.
So Gabby still hurt from his pectoral injury from the start of the season. Ramsey Bookiam hurt himself at Bells. We're wishing you the best, Rams. Joanne DeFay expecting her first child, and Tatiana taking the rest of the year off. Gentile's back. Jordy Lawler gets the call up representing North Narrabeen. Nadia Arostarbe replacing Joanne DeFay, and oh my goodness gracious.
Holy
Christmas morning.
Wow!
Stephanie Gilmore, yeah, here we go. Into the main event again. That's our GOAT. 8-time world champ, representing the Gold Coast. She gets to surf with Luana Silva and Katie Simmers. So many highlights, Flick.
Oh, it's just so cool to see. I mean, you think the Gold Coast, you think Steph. I mean, she's won out, you know, Gold Coast Pro 6 times. And her surfing is so suited to these waves. It's just so beautiful. You know, you talk about those romances in surfing, and Steph has one with right-hand point breaks. Her read on it is impeccable. It's the best, in my opinion. Like, men or women, just the read she has, the style, the flow, the pace, everything. So it's going to be cool because we're all been saying, is she going to come back? What's she doing? Is she riding off into the sunset? But it's cool to see her as a wild card here and in the event. So we get to see the GOAT.
8-time world champ, that's a record. 33 CT wins, that's number 1 on the all-time win list. 2007, a rookie that won it all. That's never been done since. Now to take this wild card, what does that mean? You know, what's the purpose in it? Her legacy is defined, and I mean, how great is it that she's entering a big event like this again?
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome for us sitting here, the spectators, and everyone. You know, that they're the stats of a Stephanie Gilmore under pressure, focused in. What about a pressure-free Stephanie Gilmore coming in with nothing to lose, and total autonomy to just do what she wants on the wave? So this is going to be super exciting. You know, I'm sure the field is petrified right now just looking at her name in the draw.
Those early visions we got to see in that highlight tape, one of them was a wild card performance when she was still in high school, when the tour would come to her home break and then she beat everybody. She gets thrilled when she's back by her home court. She loves being in her own bed. And you go, okay, she's not committing full time to competition. She doesn't have to. The fact that this event's coming to her town again, she put her hand up.
I'm not surprised because Steph's competitive. You know, even though she's very cool and calm and collected, she wants to win. Like, if she's putting her hand up to be in this draw, I mean, how are you not going to? It's in your backyard. You roll out of your bed in the morning. You check the waves. This is her bread and butter behind us. Like, you're not going to try and take a bite of the cherry, right? Like,
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, but she's been on the 20s. She's been focus has been off competition. So let's see if, she can sharpen the pencil and really get into gear again.
Maybe she could win a heat on a 20, though.
Hey,
well, she probably could.
Take the 20 out, Steph.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Looking forward to it. Well, she's going to upset the world title race. She might even upset the GWM Aussie Treble, because we're going to dive into all those rankings coming up next, because this is Stop 2. We'll be right back. belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie Treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Already been enjoying the GWM Aussie Treble. This is stop number 2, and the winner will take home a GWM Tank 300 after the dust settles at Margaret River, which is the final stop. Really cool to see this enter halfway in the part of the championship tour where we got this mini series all about being in this wonderful country, your favorite country in the world. It's up there for me as well. It's beautiful. Unbelievable surf. We get to show variety as well. Bells Beach to Burleigh's already a big difference. Then finishing at Margaret River. Who's ever the best at those 3 stops deserves that Tank 300.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're 3 really different waves. You got, we just came from Bells, and it was quite cold down there. You got the full suit on, and we had the bowl, and we went down to Winky, and then you're here on the Goldie, and it's beautiful turquoise waters, and you got this long, fast running right-hander, and then to Margaret River.
That's right. Speaking of Margaret River, this is something that you grew up with, Flick. It was a magic run. He had some huge heats, including one with Felipe Toledo all the way to that final. That was brilliant to watch.
He was so good, right? It's like he couldn't put a foot wrong, and he was almost beating people just with his positioning out the back. It wasn't even the surfing itself, just so commanding. We always talk about him sort of, being a bit of a Jedi and being sort of, a bit of a wizard in the ocean. He was definitely demonstrating that. So, yeah, he's sitting at the #1 position now on the rankings.
Checking out those rankings, Kanoa making his first final at Bells. Sits #2 heading into Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, well, Kanoa's found some form, definitely. The new equipment under his feet looking really, really good. JS Industries surfboards there. And this is going to be a super entertaining little treble in between all the other ratings and storylines that we're looking at here. And you'd have to think these surfers in the back of their mind are thinking, I wouldn't mind driving away with one of these cars. They're amazing cars too. I've been in them. They're really, really cool.
Really nice. A couple of them are already showing up on site. Jack does have an early round heat with Callum Robson, who's coming back with something to prove as well. So we'll see how that shakes things up this morning.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to see. I think Jack's just looking in such good form, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hard heat for Callum, but I'm not going to put it past him because, he's obviously been on tour before. He's got the experience. It's not a new thing for him. So see how that shapes up.
Let's go focus on the women's side for this GWM Aussie Treble. Isabella Nichols winning that bell, has that #1 spot. Luana Silva, #2. And Brisa Hennessy, Tyler Wright. Those are huge names that finished in the semis or the quarterfinals over at Bells Beach, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 5 women there, it's a pretty stacked field, really. Tyler Wright, we're used to seeing her at the top of the ratings. I feel like she's got work to do and wants to find a way back up to #1. You can see the intensity in her eyes and the way she's competing. She's back in good form. Lakey there, one of the elder surfers on the women's side of the tour now. She's looking in good form too. And Gabriella Bryan, we already spoke about her. She is in just career best form, and the improvement with her has been incredible. But yeah, Isabella will just be stoked to be at the top of those ratings. Maybe one hand on the key already. Who knows?
It feels like it, especially since she's won in Margaret River in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's going to be looking pretty deadly. And then here at Burleigh, she's on her forehand, right? So, she's going to be super fast, those big calves. As long as you can figure out the speed of the wave and just keep going with that trajectory down the line, because, those big calves, you're often going right back to the power source. So it's a sort of different approach. So
what a good time to be Bella Nichols. She's a Queenslander, so she's at home. She's won a QS here in the past. Oh, my goodness. Maybe we are handing her the keys.
Yeah, we definitely got good feels around Isabella and how she's performing. And again, she feels at home. This is where she lives. So, but I think you're right. You've touched on something. It's a different wave to surf when Burleigh Heads is on. Snapper's a different beast.
Yep.
It's more predictable snapper.
Yeah.
The formula's a little bit easy. Burleigh Heads can it's a bit of a rattle, And I was talking to Luke Egan yesterday, actually, on the SAM. We were just watching the form, all the surfers warming up, and he goes, it's so important to get your pace right and then to slow down at the right moment so that you can fit your 2 or 3 turns in and then get to your finish. So, you know, we'll see who really adapts quickly to this wave.
Loving the breakdown, you guys. Remember, contest is starting at 8 o'clock local time. We'll take a quick break. More to come on Dawn Patrol. We'll be right back. Good morning. Welcome back to Burleigh Heads. Isabella Nichols and Nadia Starve and joining the morning surf before they pack it up and prepare for their heats later on today. We'll be kicking off with the men this morning. Kanoa Igarashi, Marco Mignot, and Ryan Callanan on deck for the first heat of the day. There's Jack. Enjoying the sunrise. Residing just down the road these days here on the Gold Coast. So he's happy to be at home, fresh off that win at Bells Beach. And really happy to get started on day one of the waiting period. And we got to thank Hugh McDowell for that, representing Surfline. Thanks for joining us, Hugh. Thanks for the waves. It's looking really fun out there.
Yeah, good to be here. And it does look fun, doesn't it? I'm glad the swells turned up on time and we're looking at some head-high waves out there on the point at the moment.
Yeah, well, we've got all the maps. We love talking over it. But since we've got you here, do you mind running us through all the maps that you sent us this morning?
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to.
Here we go. Courtesy of Surfline and Hugh. What are you seeing here for
Well,
this
we've
map
got
specifically. What's going on with that?
Well, this is the satellite image there, and we've sort of highlighted an area of high pressure. So we've got high pressure building over southeast Australia, and that's driving a southeast fetch up the Tasman Sea. And we see all that swell starting to move into the Gold Coast at the moment. We've got southeast swell there now. The high moves out over New Zealand, and we start seeing the trades firing up, and we should see that swell angle turn more around to the east as we go through the contest window. So today, 4 to 6 foot faces. It's offshore this morning. It's going to go a little bit side shore this afternoon, but hold a similar size, and it should be pretty clean on the face. You know, there'll be fun waves out there this afternoon as well. And then it's quite similar for the upcoming days as well. We should see another couple of days of similar size surf as that kind of east swell holds and keeps it in this sort of range around the head high range. Goes a bit side shore in the afternoons, and then we see a little bit of a downtime, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, it eases off a little bit.
Wow, what a great looking report. Seeing all that green in the morning, meaning it's clean and offshore, scoring on opening day. We love that. It seems like we've had a lot of events where it fires right before the waiting period starts. This one was waiting for us, Hugh. Really happy about that.
Well, I know. Well, it's happened so many times, hasn't it? We've had the good swell a couple of days before the event, but this time it's been small up until the event, and now it's just starting to fill in. And we should see waves all the way through the event.
As we see Kanoa and Seth on the beach. Kanoa will be in the first heat with Marco and Ryan Cowden.
Yeah, Hugh, I noticed a little difference in the direction of the swell from yesterday to today. Looks like it's tracked a little bit more round to the east, and we know that, you know, anything direct south, it kind of doesn't come around the corner up at the Tweed, but we've got the east now, and that's perfect for Burleigh, yeah?
That's exactly right. Yeah, it was quite south the last few days, so the waves down at D-bar, but it wasn't really getting into the points that well, whereas today it's just gone that little bit more round to the east, and it's going to continue doing that, so improving swell direction for Burleigh over the next couple of days.
The other thing I did notice too is, like, on the waves that we've seen this morning, there's almost this double up happening, and just historically, I've always associated that with a kind of new swell coming on top of an old swell. Is that the case?
Yeah, we do have mixed swells out there, so there's kind of a south, and then there's a southeast as well, and there's maybe a little bit of east starting to fill in as well. So yeah, a couple of swells in the water.
Looking super fun, in my opinion.
Well, it's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's just constant waves, so yeah, lots of opportunity out there.
That's the key word there. You want a lot of waves for everyone in the lineup. These first round heats have 3 surfers out there. They want more than just 2 looks to try to get their scores to move on to the next round. So a glorious looking opening day with that southeast direction. And seeing that sand that's piled up, it's looking like it's in a really good spot, Hugh. What's your job from here on out? Are you just going to continue to watch the maps and give us updates day by day?
Yeah, exactly that. So I'll continue watching the maps. I'll give you updates day by day, and we're tracking a possible increase in the swell towards the end of the window. So hopefully we might see a little bit more.
What are you seeing there so far? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been coming and going, and we've seen a couple of days where it's looked like there might be a big swell towards the end of the window, but actually it's maybe come back a little bit. It should be at least similar to this, and maybe we'll see a little bit more. So we're just tracking that at the moment.
Pretty exciting. A lot to digest.
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're keeping pretty guarded about that next swell.
Well, I don't want to.
Hedge your bets.
I don't want to overpromise at this stage.
Yeah,
you know
good call. Hugh, thanks so much for your time. We'll be checking in with him throughout this event window. Big thanks to Surfline. Remember, contest about to start with heat number 1 of the opening round. We'll be right back.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
History will be written here at Burleigh Heads once again. So much great surfing history going back to the big events at the Stubbies Pro in the late 70s into the 80s, where this beach was absolutely packed. The crowd was buzzing on that little grassy knoll under all those trees. So many beautiful memories. Great to be back here at Burleigh Heads, and what a great time to be a rookie on tour for Marco Mignot. You look at this wave, you think about what Marco could do to it. Oh my goodness, he'd be marking this as an event where he needs to make it into finals day.
Yeah, definitely. I actually was getting a coffee this morning and he was standing next to me. I was like, hey, have you ever surfed out here before? And he's like, you know what, I've actually only surfed out here once and it was really small and I've just only had the warm-up, the last couple of days and it's still been small. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys adapt with just such little experience. But he's kind of surfing, he's fast, he's got that progression. I feel like this could be a good event for him.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with that end section, which it basically closes out when you get to the end of the wave here. So we know he's got some big airs in his game, so he could really draw on that.
So many great clashes to watch today, but let's focus in on the Hydrolite heat to watch. Jack Robinson happy to be now in his new home of the Gold Coast and headlining this matchup with Al Cleland Jr. and not an ordinary wild card in Callum Robson.
No, well, we know that Callum is, he's had success on the Gold Coast. He won the Challenger Series event when it was on at Snapper Rocks. I mean, he's so comfortable here, so he could be a real threat in this heat. Al, well, he hasn't really competed on the Gold Coast from my knowledge, and this is all new to him. So again, we'll see how he can adapt, and well, Jack's not a heater.
Oh, I like it because it's kind of a rematch. Jack and Al, you rewind to Pipe at the beginning of the year and Al pipped Jack right at the end, even though Jack had that 10-point ride. So I think, Jack's probably got some unfinished business there. I mean, that would have been a tough pill to swallow, you're going down with a 10 to a rookie. So I think this is going to be a really fun heat. And, Jack's, he lives here, so he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable. Al has had some really close heats this year too. Even think back to Bell's, that one with Leo. It feels like he's like grinding away, but he's figuring it out. So yeah, it's going to be a really good heat to watch.
On the women's side, a big one to watch. The Hydrolite heat to watch will feature world number 2, Katie Simmers, world champ from last year, taking on the greatest of all time, Steph Gilmore, and Luana Silva, fresh off her best result of her career.
This is a cool heat. I think, obviously, Lulu, she's got all that confidence from Bells, like no doubt, right? We'll see where that takes her here. But when I look at Katie and Steph matching up, I feel Katie probably draws a lot of inspiration from Steph's surfing, right? You can see it. There's no doubt about it. So it's going to be really cool to see this because, there's years between them. But I know that Steph is competitive and she's not going to want to go down to these 2 Groms, basically. But then Katie, she's just, I think after that loss at Bell, she's kind of been like, hang on a sec, maybe I got a little bit complacent. So she is going to want to get the win here too. It's really good heat.
Such an awesome comparison and an opportunity to see them in the same heat together with Katie Simmers basically being Steph all those years ago.
Yeah.
When she had the ability to win a world title in her first try, Katie came close to that, but still became the youngest world champ ever. And now Steph gets to enter the arena and just check in on the new guard that's owning the tour.
Yeah, it really is kind of old school versus new school, really. And we know that Katie is bringing an exciting way of surfing to the tour. She's approaching the wave in a different way, different lines. And as you said, Flick, that would have been inspired by what Steph did throughout her career. So, there will be a little mini battle going on between those two. And poor Lulu, she's just, charged away through grittily, at Bells and and overcame these massive heats, and then she finds herself in the heat of the round against two giant killers.
That's going to be a fun one to watch. We just saw a fun little warm-up wave for Kanoa Garashi, and we know Kaipo Guerrero's already ready to go in the water. Kaipo, what a beautiful morning. What are you seeing?
Joey, ain't no party like a Gold Coast party. It is absolutely stunning out here. The waves look super fun. They're green. They're a couple wide ones every once in a while. The Burleigh headland in the background. It is an exceptional morning out here on the water.
Kaipo, we're doing a lot of comparisons in the morning show about snapper versus Burleigh, and the one topic is like knowing where to sit at the right time at Burleigh Heads. Is that becoming a little bit more clear as the sun's come up?
Yeah. You're 100% right with that, Joe, in that there's sections. I see the primary section, but every once in a while there's a wide one over here, further down the point that we kind of get caught inside on, potentially. So there are sections to identify, but I also feel that's going to give some opportunity for surfers under priority.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Joe.
Big heat about to get started and kicking off opening day here of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Kanoa Garashi off the final appearance at Bells is just owning his career at the moment. He's got Marco Mignot and Ryan Callanan to deal with in this first heat of the day. Kanoa has spent a ton of time on the Goldie in his lifetime. And the way he can transition with that beautiful tail slide off the top, he looked great with it at Bells, but I think it's going to be even more reliable here at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup. I think Kanoa's a fast surfer. It's sort of like electricity comes to mind when I think of his surfing, and you know, I'd say he's probably spent a little bit of time out here with all the time that's, you know, he's been coming to the Gold Coast, like you mentioned, Joe, since he was about 10 years old. So I'd say he's probably surfed out here before.
As we see the clock just get started, Kanoa taking on Marco and Ryan Callanan. We'll have a first paddle here, and it looks like we've got Marco Mignot setting up a nice opening blast. Picking up some speed on this little 2-foot runner. Little snap to slide and hitting it off the top again. We will let Richie Lovett take a break and rejoin us for the call later. Thank you, Rick.
Great, guys. Enjoy.
Beautiful morning conditions, and Marco getting a start here, moving so fast down the line. He's one of the quickest on tour, and you know he wants to release a gigantic air at some point, especially in a heat like this.
Yeah, you can see as soon as he takes off that he's kind of already like excited by that. He's looking for that section. I think that the first wave ridden in this event, it's already a good demonstration of just how fast Burleigh is. You could see that it was demonstrated beautifully. Let's break it down. So, okay, off the bat here, he can go up into the lip, release the fins, go back into the source, right? But then he does a little check turn here because this bank gets shallow and he has to keep going and moving down the line. He gets that fin release, but you can see just how quick this wave is running off.
So real fast-paced opening ride for Marco Mignot. And like you mentioned, still getting his feet wet here at Burleigh Heads, trying to figure out everything on the fly. Driving down the line a little bit further is Marco finding a new spot in the lineup, and an air section early to throw down a perfect full rotation. We knew he wanted one, Flick.
Yeah.
It didn't take long, did it?
No, not at all. I think you called it, Joe. As soon as he stands up, you can see he's eyeing it, right? And that also speaks to just the different takeoff points at Burleigh, right? It's different to snapper. You've got different takeoff points. You can find space in the lineup. I mean, he just caught that first wave, was pushed down further down the line, and then found this other section. So there's a lot of opportunity out there.
Yeah, definitely finding a major moment. And what a cool way to surf you into a different spot in the lineup. For Marco, had a little racetrack, found a nuggety ramp to go full road. That was impressive. Knows he has to get going quickly against a guy like Kanoa. What'd you see?
Yeah, so let's see here. Just getting that speed. This wave grows a bit as it goes down the line and absolutely launches so fast too, so whippy. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see this slow-mo. So he launches here, perfect timing, really gets that tail super high. And I mean, he's off to a great start in this heat. It's gonna feel so good. I love this angle here. You can see Surfers Paradise in the background there. Just classic Gold Coast. And, I mean, this is going to feel really good. He's about to drop 2 great scores. Good start to the heat control. And I just love that he's utilising this whole wave, you know. He took off on that first wave and got pushed down the line and found space and was able to manufacture a score from just one big manoeuvre.
Scores coming in, and big news coming in as well for the Callinan family. Congratulations to Ryan and Nina becoming parents last night. So Ryan Callinan with his wife and new baby girl. We couldn't be more happy for you guys. Ryan Callinan said he will be making it for the elimination round. So at the moment, it's Kanoa and Marco in the lineup as we just celebrate the family growing for the Callinan household. How good is that?
So cool, right? Like, congrats, Ryan. Congrats to the household. Let's have a look here. It looks like Marco.
Marco, nice carve on the glassy wall. Snap to slide. He's feeling like he's in a great rhythm after the big punt. Nice controlled pace on that one. Didn't have to go into F1 mode. And the score in, Flick, from the punt, a 6.17. Off to a great start.
It's cool, right? It's already just showing, to me anyway, that you can get big scores on just the one manoeuvre, right? Yes, this is a point break, and typically you're going to want to be linking manoeuvres, and it's going to be, you know, a long wave, right, with a series of manoeuvres. But that's showing that you can break it down in a different way, and you can find space out there. You can manufacture scores from just a one big punt. So that's really cool to see, and I know, probably telling for the rest of the day, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like everyone's going to be taking notes, see what the judges are rewarding, identifying the takeoff spots. Marco's doing a lot of homework for the rest of the crew today. Last score is going to improve on his lead out front as Kanoa is still being patient. This is what Marco did on wave number 3.
Yeah, so let's see if he can improve on that first wave with this. Oh, wait, sorry. This was the 617. So this is this highest score of the heat so far. Just big tail high, full rotation there. No problems. So sure-footed. Rides out of that one. No problems.
And now numbers in for the wave that followed, a 4.33. Yeah, joining the rookie class, there's a couple of guys that he's with in his rookie group that provide similar type of excitement and consistency above the lip. You think Joel Vaughn, who's could be headlining the Rookie of the Year race at this stage. But to show up at different venues and show you can land that when you want to is really a statement to your ability above the lip, and it's not a risky maneuver anymore. For other surfers it might be, hey, don't risk that type of move yet, maybe build a house first. For Marco, he can actually plan his heats around landing a full road.
It's pretty cool when you're that confident in those sort of maneuvers that if you know you need a score and there's a closeout section, you only got the one opportunity, you just have so much confidence in your ability and that you're going to make and stick that turn, or maneuver or big punt. It's pretty crazy, right? I mean, there's only a few surfers on tour that really sort of have that confidence, and to see it from rookies is a pretty cool thing.
Marco's crew, like Jason Aparicio, his coach, have just been trying to let him open up. The key words they're telling him is go big. You know, he's finding that those type of verbals to him are really taking the pressure off. Instead of trying to have an overthought championship tour heat strategy of plan A, plan B, and C, and get really distracted by it, they're like, just go big. And that simple line to him frees him up, and he really just goes surfing.
I think this is such a big jump from the Challenger Series to the Championship Tour, and you can get pretty confused with, I think the best thing to do is just try and simplify it, right? And it's so easy to say, all you need is 2 waves and just go out there and have fun, because I guess that's what everyone's trying to do. But you can easily complicate it. And then, you know, there's a lot of head noise, there's a lot of new events, new locations you've never been to, and, you know, surfing against guys that you've looked up to your whole life. You know, I'm sure Marco's, you know, watched Kanoa on tour for years and looked up to him. And, I mean, I think just having that simple little mantra like that, obviously it's helping. And, I mean, even we saw him go to those sort of big manoeuvres down at Bells, and he stuck them. Oh, Winky, I think it was that day. We were down at Winky Pop, and he went to that real easily. That big one, full rotation. Joel Vaughn also went to that down there too, which was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. I love it. The rookie's bringing some big airs. Maybe that'll inspire Kanoa on his opening ride. Look at this wave at Burleigh Heads. Total racetrack section for Kanoa Igarashi. He's got the speed, floats it, gains some more ground, clean wrapping turn. Flawless offshores, and he enjoyed the ride on that rooftop float. And that was just a classy look at Burleigh Heads with that little light offshore, the way it's running away from the rock point. Kanoa still in form from that Bell's final, looking clean on that opener.
Yeah, that JS board is looking really good under his feet. Really good read on that wave. It was really fast. Just another great demonstration of how fast this wave does run off. And good read by Kanoa to just really generate all that speed and then, you know, manage to get 3 really good turns and 4, I think, with that float. But the float at the end to me was really cool. I'm interested to see if it gets rewarded because I personally loved it, had a lot of style to it. So he just generates speed here, right? He does well to get around this section, just transitions through that first turn, was able to really carve back here. But this is the moment, this finishing float, just so relaxed and lazy, really steezy. And yeah, I'm interested to see if it gets rewarded or not, you know? Sometimes the floater doesn't really get rewarded, but it's quite a hard maneuver to get right and to really nail it. I feel like for it to look really good too and to be done well, it's quite hard. And I think also, I mean, you got to think this is probably the biggest wave of the heat so far too. Big set wave, comes with more energy, more speed throughout the turns. So just so cool. I just love it. It's real steezy. A lot of style there, you know. Personally, I loved it.
I'm with you, Flick. It just looked good. It probably felt good. And when you're going that fast to get that weightlessness on a float over a hollow section, it can feel like you're flying. Kanoa Igarashi managing speed so well on that one. You could see how he had to really get going to hunt down that first kind of projection off the top. Then he knew he could have a wrap, and then they just see it build on the sandbank, and he really had to get going to get that finishing move, that stylish float. 5.83 on the reaction from the panel.
It's interesting, right? So that's 3 turns, bigger wave, more energy, but they're still rewarding Marco's one big punt higher. So it's just cool. You can start to break down, you know, what the judges are looking for today. That obviously love the progression in Marco surfing that one big air. And I mean the commitment too. And it's sort of that, something like that, you blow it, it's all over. But it's still a healthy score for Kanoa right now, the 5.83. And he's not looking for much, really, to jump up into that lead. But it's just interesting. For me, maybe they're not quite rewarding it as highly as what I thought they would. You know, it's just sort of one of those ones that looks good, but maybe the degree of difficulty isn't as high.
And I think that's what they're reading right there, the degree of difficulty on a full road and how big it was. They definitely want to keep that as the best score of the heat. But I like the feeling that you're getting off that finish because it was stylish, it was controlled. He covered so much ground on a float. And that's always like when you break down floaters or snaps or airs, there's always a version that's better than the rest, you know? And so you take a look at all of them very closely. If it's hollow, if you're going fast and you land with control to beat a section, judges setting their scale here for us in the first heat of the day. And just a glorious day. Look all the way down to Surfer's Paradise. On those series of replays from the water and the drone, you can see the classic bluff. It's just impossible not to think of major moments in surfing history. Going back to the great Michael Peterson and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, who, by the way, is here with us on the call. He's had some big moments here with guys like Peter Townend. And Peter Druin had a vision for pro surfing. At the time, back in the early 70s, it was all about 5-man, 6-man heats. You know, it was crazy. He's like, no way. It's going to be one-on-one. It's going to happen at Burleigh, and it's going to go down here at the Stubbies. And the waves absolutely fired. Every moment after the quarterfinals was like a thriller, where Phil Jarrett, who was a great surf journalist, I think he was in Tracks magazine, wrote, Peter Druin must have a direct line to the creator, just because everything went so well. The crowd was just bustling on the cliff. You know, sponsors were happy. It was an introduction of one-on-one heats, and it's still the foundation of pro surfing today.
Yeah, isn't it cool? Like, I mean, however many years on now, we're looking at it right. I mean, obviously, Ryan not in the heat because little baby's been born, but right now 2 guys out there in the lineup and so much opportunity. It eliminates so much too, you know. 5, 6 guys in the water is, it's almost crazy to think about now that that's how it all went down. Just, you know, I just can feel the, I guess, tension and the aggression that would have been going down and just trying to fight for waves, and it eliminates a lot of that, right? And you let the surfing do the talking more so.
It's so true. And then you really couldn't dive into rivalries yet because there's 6 other guys out, you know, that could affect an outcome of a matchup. You really want to dive into rivalries when it's one-on-one. Enjoying a peaceful lineup out front is Marco Mignot, the rookie from Sayulita, Mexico, representing France on tour. A little clean with his snap there, a little punch out of the fins. He's got that rotation on demand. And now Kanoa moving quickly. So right now with Ryan Cownan celebrating his baby girl, he'll be back in the elimination round. It's just working out seeding possibilities for Kanoa and Marco. Kanoa, top seed, is in a different bracket than Marco, so there is incentive by winning this heat, even though they will both be into the round of 32. It's always hard when you're surfing against the high seeds that have all the momentum in the world. If you get a big jump on your bracket and get a heat win, potentially you could find a different rhythm in the round of 32.
Let's have a look here. So Marco, just real beautiful carving tail slide, and then just streaking down the line, finds a snap here, and then this last maneuver, I mean, so fast and so whippy. He's just got it on lock. Just so much control behind him too. Kanoa, I wanted to see if he got anything done out the back behind the 2 turns, and he does. So he gets 3 in a really short space on that wave. Really acute sort of surfing on that one. But I'm really loving Marco's approach here. Here we go. Looks like Kanoa might be taking off.
Look at that view from the sky. Marco just feeling his way up and out. We've been loving the stats on Marco, how he loves to stay very active, even more than Italo Ferreira, believe it or not, averaging more waves ridden in a heat. And it's paying off for these conditions this morning at Burleigh Heads. Had 1 single maneuver at a 617. Now with multiple turns and an aggressive punt in the flats, a 717 for Mignot, putting his lead way out front over Kanoa Igarashi.
Wow, this is big right now for the rookie. I think he's going to be feeling amazing after hearing that score, 717. To me, it's just showing that the judges are loving that progression on that last section. They're absolutely thriving for it. That last wave that he got was really beautifully surfed, just so dynamic the way that he finished that wave. I mean, there was a couple of nice moments before that too, so showing variety as well.
I think if you got an air game, you got to bring it today. Marco's brought it here to the first tee to Burleigh Heads. Maybe his second surf out on this classic right-hand point break. He's out in front, Kanoa in second. Take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
Still in the first heat of the contest, it's all about Marco Mignot and Kanoe Igarashi enjoying a little warm-up into the round of 32, and the celebrations continue for the Callanan family. Ryan and Nina inviting their first baby girl into the world last night, and Ryan said he will make sure that he's here for the elimination round. Big congrats to the O'Leary family as well. Steph and Connor bringing in a baby girl as well. I think a day before they were laughing, you know, months ago when they realized their due dates were back-to-back. They're both in the Richard Dog Marsh camp. They're best of friends, and now their baby girls will be growing up together, surfing against each other in the junior series and beyond. Marco just getting sticky and stepping off. It's a great opportunity for Marco to get more familiar with this lineup, knowing that there isn't really any consequence on the line.
For sure, and you know, I think I've mentioned it before in the morning show, but I spoke to him when I was getting my coffee, and I just out of curiosity, have you surfed out here before? And he was like, once, years ago, and it was tiny. So right now, with only 2 people in the water, one other guy, you're really going to be making the most of it. You want to feel out the lineup. I mean, he's got a good lead right now, and I mean, you may as well sniff around, get to know it. And you know, you think back to even the last couple of days when we've had eyes on the lineup, and it's been a bit smaller, but how crowded has it been? And you know, trying to get waves and trying to figure out the lineup when there's so many athletes out there that are all trying to do the same thing, it's a hard thing. So right now, make the most of it.
Next heat coming up, we've got Imai Kalani DeVault taking on Jordy Smith.
Morning, boys. You
And
good?
George Pitar.
Good. It's kind of weird to suit you, huh? That's why I want to watch you surf, bro. Thank you.
That's Jompa there. JP dials everyone in with the Apple Watch. Make sure that they're ready to go so they can get their scores just by looking at their wrist. Priority, timing, everything they need. JP, a great surfer from Brazil, has been on tour for many years. Been working with that Apple Watch technology over the last few seasons on tour. Jordy Smith, currently ranked number 5 in the world, coming off a huge win in El Salvador. One of the most popular surfers on the planet since day one, it feels like. His profile was just enormous, coming off a World Junior title win in Australia. And now get ready to do his job. 9 minutes to go in this first heat. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just really, you guys talked about in the booth, it's a relaxed atmosphere right now in this heat. No, both surfers knowing that they're moving on, no problem. But what I've been impressed with is the quickness of Marco Mignot, and those airs. I'm telling you something, they're way above the lip, full rotations. The guy's just quick. I mean, I'm so impressed with this rookie, especially in high performance waves like today.
Yeah, it's a good point, Kaipo. The difference in a full rotation with the height, the amplitude, how smooth that he's landing them. He gave us 2 different versions in this heat, and he landed both of them perfectly.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's going to be, if it stays this way as far as the waves, it's going to be a huge advantage to surfers like Marco Mignot that have that air game and fresh knees, fresh ankles, ready for landing.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we talk about all the rights on tour, Kaipo, but this one offering a little bit of differences. It's not always going to be a 5-turn wave. It could be a 1-maneuver moment. It could be a 2-turn combo. They all got to be able to adapt on the fly.
And I love that. I love that you can turn a heat with 1 or 2 big maneuvers. So I think that's something to watch throughout this entire competition, and I think it's actually refreshing.
I'm right there with you. Kanoe Igarashi at the moment holding priority. Kaipo breaking down the speed management that is required here at Burleigh Heads. We start trying to think of the fastest surfers on tour, and one that keeps springing into my mind is Italo Ferreira, just with a right-hander that he grew up on at home, how fast he can do a full rote on a closeout section. It seems like all these elements are setting up the stage for Italo to go big in this event.
Totally. I think my brain goes back to one event at Snapper where he did that big full rotation on his backhand right. Did it end up being a 10?
It was a 10.
It was a 10. And my brain just goes there, and just his performance, how fired up he is. I mean, he's always looking like an energized bunny, but I think here will be hard for the Goofy Foots because I just think Burleigh is tricky, and it's tricky on your forehand, and it's super fast. We spoke to that, right? You need to be energized, and I think Italo, out of all of them, is, you know, he's probably one of the fastest, got the most energy. And, I mean, he's got that in his arsenal, is that big full rotation on his backhand. He's got that confidence there. He knows he's landed them before. So it's going to be interesting to watch it go down.
Rolling in now. Nice, clean right for Kanoa Garashi. Big blast. There's the big tail slide that we're waiting for. And then lays into it. How about that combination of turns? That was like for a surf movie. Both these guys on boards from JS Industries. That's kind of been the big theme of this year, the resurgence of JS with multiple players on his equipment. Even Julian Wilson adding to his stable coming out of the trials yesterday. Let's see him make a dent on the Shaper rankings after stop 6. But Kanoa looking great on his equipment change to JS as we look at this beautiful combination of turns.
This was really awesome. 3 big major maneuvers and different maneuvers too. To that snap was basically like a grind across the lip and then the layback hack underneath the lip. I really love this. I love the variety. And then this turn here, that's my favorite maneuver. He literally tail slided and turned it into a grind, like skate-like, I guess you could say, across the lip. That moment, he just really sort of accentuated that maneuver. And then to have the awareness to be like, nah, I'm bringing some different. He could have just like lip lined that really easily, but was like, no way, let's have some variety here. Let's throw the layback in.
I love how he can do that on demand. That one was pretty rad. Most of his board was actually teetering on the lip line. Almost like that dark slide kind of feeling that skateboarders feel all the time in the ramps. Kanoa brings it to the ocean almost every time he competes. And with such a reliable coping, expect him to do that throughout this event. Here's Marco staying in rhythm. Looks like he's ready to speed around this section. Throws down a nice clean arc. And he'll hop out. So he's got a series of throwaways, which might just be a little bit of research for Marco to find out where he might be taken off in the next heat. This could even be an opportunity where they'd want to try a different board to see if it works. First and second moving into the round of 32. Ryan Callanan will have to start from the elimination round. But good news for Ryan, he's got a lot of experience here. I saw an old photo of Ryan's grommet face in a World Junior Championships at Burleigh years ago, maybe back to 2012-ish. So he's had a lot of memories on this venue as we break this one down on the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
I mean, that was so beautiful to watch. That last wave, it turned the heat. So he's dropped to 7, right? And for good reason. Judges really rewarding that variety. That's what I'm seeing there. They're loving that sort of, for me, my favorite part was that sort of tail slide grind. It was really innovative. It was really cool. And the board's looking amazing. It's looking so good underneath his feet. It looks like wherever he wants it to go, it's just like an extension of him. And yeah, I mean, pretty tight heat this one if you really look at the heat totals. Sort of splitting hairs at the moment and 2 very different approaches.
Kanoa getting a 7 back to first. Marco down to second. And like you said, big heat totals for a nice little warm-up session for these guys. Just the feeling of confidence for your psychology moving to the next round, just to finish this one off with a win would just be great for momentum heading into the round of 32. Sometimes it just adds a little spark knowing that you haven't lost a heat yet.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see how crazy this gets in the last couple of minutes as far as fireworks are concerned, or if they're thinking, hey, I don't need to go too crazy. I could save it for when an elimination heat's on the line.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think they'll probably be doing what you said, Joe, is just feeling out the lineup and making the most of it. There's only one other guy out. I mean, they're probably just going to want to ride waves, I'd say. I mean, Marco's obviously going to want to get the win here. But Kanoa, I don't think he's just going to give him space. I mean, we can see it right now. He's going to sit on him because it does mean something to get that first place. Like we've said, it's best for your seeding. So he's not going to give him too much room.
Just passing the IC 2-minute warning. Kanoa out in front. Marco second priority, second position, but has the single high score of a 7.17. Kanoa's letting Marco take this wave. Here comes the rookie, the French-Mexican, winding up. Setup work, is finding more pace, and now he's absolutely flying. He's got the ramp and decides just to throw it away. But a fun heat to see the morning conditions. Big day planned today for the opening round for men and women. Jordy Smith, George Pitar, Imai Kalani-Devault got a little taste of the scoring from the panel. Got to see where these boys were sitting. And just seeing Kanoa just play out his heat strategy. Smart move with priority to shut it down.
Yeah, you know, this isn't his first rodeo. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to hang quite close to you. I know what you're capable of. I heard the scores drop for what you did earlier in the heat. I'm sure Kanoa might have spun around and saw what he did. So he's not silly. You know, he wants the win. He's going to just stick to him here. But I just love this heat because it was just a demonstration of two different ways to do it. You know, Marco going more progressive above the lip, 617 for basically that one big progressive maneuver. Kanoa going to your more traditional, you know, rail surfing, carve surfing, that point break surfing, you know. So there's two ways to do it.
Exactly. It's a really fun scale that we have this morning. If you got airs, release them. If you got combos, even better. Jordy's got quite a few of those. And so does George Bitar and Imai Kalani coming up next. So many big heats that Kanoa is going to be looking forward to watching throughout the day. His job's done, and he will kick off with a nice win and throw a classic little layback. He'll let go of that. But still surfing incredibly well coming off that final at Bells Beach. Marco Mignot getting another practice day in here at Burleigh Heads. And he'll be fired up for the round of 32. And a big congrats once again to the Callanan family, bringing in their baby girl last night. Can't wait to see you surf, Ryan, in the elimination round. Here's the GWM recap, little air show.
Yeah, it was all Marco in the beginning, right? I mean, he just came straight out of the gates with this, and he backed it up beautifully. He had the heat lead at the beginning of this, at the beginning here. And just really demonstrating that you can do it. There's two ways to do it, right? Marco went to the air, Kanoa went more traditional with this sort of, this was the wave that he's six, I think it was his 6, right? And then he had his second wave after this, 7, which was the one that turned the heat. Just really demonstrating, you know, traditional point break surfing down the line, but just such a good read. That board's looking really good underneath his feet, and just awareness on the wave to really throw that variety in there.
Well done for both these athletes. Kanoa getting the jump on Marco Mignot, both advancing to the round of 32. And we will see Ryan in the elimination round. Coming up next, it will be Jordy Smith taking on George Pitar and Imai Kalani-Devault in the second heat of the morning here on opening day. Looking forward to seeing how these guys kick things off for us. Top two going straight into the round of 32. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey for the call. Be right back.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Everyone loves their time here on the Gold Coast. It's great to be back here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Heat 2 of the day. It's a good one. Jordy Smith up there in that top 5, the big South African, up against George Pittar, an exciting young rookie from Manly. He will be out there in the blue. And Imai Kalani de Volt, who finds himself below that cut line with a lot of work to do. He is going to be out there in the white. Imai style, though, it'll suit these long-running right-handers, and he has had some success here on the Gold Coast, competing on the Challenger Series in the past, so looking forward to it. But Flick, you've been in here, holding it down.
Oh, have I ever?
There for the big announcement, and obviously calling that first heat, but the contest site is buzzing. Socials are buzzing. The big news breaking today, big changes coming our way next year.
Whew, the tour is, I mean, I don't think there's going to be anyone or any surf fan that's going to be disappointed with that news. I mean, we've got 12 events on the tour. You know, we're finishing at Pipe again. Potentially and likely world champions will be crowned there. It's pretty amazing news.
It's huge. Just some tweaks too to, I think, just evolve things. The big thing for me, and it's something that I bring up with people a lot, is surfing is a relatively young sport. It really is. When you compare it to other codes, you compare it to some of the more established sporting organisations, you know, it's going to be natural, the evolution of the sport. There's going to be changes, and we've seen some big ones over the last few years, but it feels like these new changes, very considered, the surfers very involved in this process, and it's going to be exciting to see. The schedule for next year looks incredible. The schedule for this year looks fantastic. And we know the quest for competitors like George Pittar. First, you want to get above that cut line. Second, give yourself a shot at the Final 5 and a world title in Fiji at the end of the year. Here's George from the opening exchange. 4.67 for this one.
Yeah, it's smaller wave, but really well surfed. I think for me, the first and last turn, so explosive, so dynamic. And then this is George's first wave. So just beautiful, glistening, typical Gold Coast wave there, and really typical George hack. Just any moment you can really bring that first manoeuvre all the way back around and still keep it paced with the wave, I think you're going to drop a great score. So nice opening wave for George.
He's back, Jordy. He's a guy that's going to be super inspired by the changes for next year, but right where he needs to be at the moment. Kaipo, 6.17 on the first wave and well situated on the rankings.
I love that from the Big Brew. And I mean, again, the smoothness, the power that he's at, and still, you know, oldest guy on the tour right now, but still has got the magic out here. Another thing to note, Ronnie, is there's some wide ones out here still. So Burleigh is really showing its sections. We just had to outrun a wide set out here. So there's going to be some options for the surfers as far as takeoff spots. They're all clustered up there in the same zone right now. But I expect as a competition day continues that we're going to see a more spread out lineup, because there's a wide option right out here.
We love it. We know we're getting to the Gold Coast a little later than we have in the past. We're seeing the coastal property agents replay here from Kaipo's perspective of Jordy. His forehand, Kaipes, is so on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what, like, surfing's physical, clearly, and he's already got that, you know, muscle memory. But the other thing I feel with Jordy is just being lighthearted and not putting a lot of pressure upon himself has been equaling success for Jordy Smith this year.
We love that. We've got some movement in the lineup here. This is George Pittar. Found a nice little bowl. Really explodes through the first turn, but gets a little hung up there. Kaipes, water temp out there at the moment. I noticed you're not in the 5.4 that you were sporting down at Bells.
Oh, yeah. The water, but you know what? There is a little nip in the air with the south breeze. But yeah, the water's just beautiful.
We love being back here on the Gold Coast, mate, but the announcement, huge for the surfers, massive for the sport, but for the North Shore community as well. Very exciting to have the final event in 2026 going down at Pipe again.
Yeah, get ready, Pupukea Grill, because everyone's going to be coming back. Primetime season. We're talking December 2026, and that is going to be all time. And I mean, look we have an epic final this year at Cloudbreak. That's going to be epic. But then to follow up with it coming out at the Ultimate Proving Grounds pipeline, that is just tremendous news.
You know what else I love, Kipes? Pipe Master. That title reserved for the champion at that final event, obviously, and you know, it's just great to reignite that moniker for the greats.
Yeah, I mean, that is a title that you carry for your life, right? There's a sign at Pipeline with all the pipe masters there. You are a legend when you become a pipe master.
You're an immortal. We love it. We've got movement in the lineup here. Thank you, Kaipo. 617 for Jordy Smith on his opening ride, just tapping into the form that's seen him chase a victory down in El Salvador, a quarterfinal finish down at Bells, where, you know, I think Jordy certainly had designs on getting back-to-back victories. He would have been disappointed to fall out of the mix down there in the quarters, but he's right where he needs to be and will still get to flex this incredible forehand approach through these next two contests.
Completely. I think, you know, when we were down at Bells, we were just, you know, reflecting on his El Sal win and what that meant, and then, you know, the stats came up on the screen of his success at the tour events upcoming, right? And, you know, he's won a bunch, he's got second at a bunch. It's basically, I mean, it speaks to the experience, the years on tour, but what I'm seeing right now is he's still in that form. He just looks so good, and, you know, we're obviously on a point break here. You know, he's done so well on point breaks in the past. I think he's going to have a good read for this.
Jordy's best finishes on the championship tour came in the earlier stages of his career, but, you know, it's just very interesting to think about Jordy and how reinvigorated he'll be by the changes, but he does have a fantastic opportunity this year with a lot of experience competing in Fiji. Well situated on the rankings at the moment. Wants to really continue the form that's got him situated in 5th on the rankings. And I like what I'm seeing from him. The rail turns, he's lost none of that brilliance over the years. In fact, he's leaning into that a lot more than maybe what he has over the last decade, say. But at Bells, we saw him start taking to the air. So obviously, confidence levels are soaring at the moment.
For sure. I think for me, it's the best start we've seen to a season in probably, 10 years, I'd say almost, maybe 8 years. So I think just with that confidence, you know, and we saw how emotional he got in El Sal after that win, and I have a good feeling about him this year. I think Joe was speaking to it, or maybe it was Rich, but just how sort of light-hearted he's also. Maybe it was you actually this morning. I'm getting confused. I've been in here for a while. But it was one of you guys. But you were basically saying that, you know, he's feeling, just the demeanour's a bit different, you know, a bit more relaxed.
Very relaxed, and I think he's, you know, one of those competitors in this field that you kind of hope that you hear from after a heat, because he's a classic. He takes that same approach to his post-heat interviews, and he always drops a couple of clangers.
Yeah, he's funny, hey?
Bring it on. He's awesome. So, you know, the move to Burleigh Heads, such an interesting one. I love it. Burleigh, obviously, the birthplace of head-to-head competition in surfing. And it's fantastic to have a major championship tour event back here on the Gold Coast. And the move, you know, just looking at the sand and the condition of the bank here at the moment has been a really smart one. There is, on low tide, sometimes a wave at Snapper Rocks at the moment, but it doesn't go through the high. It makes it pretty hard, and there'd be a lot of slow heats if we were down that way.
Yeah, if you think opportunity, you want to be here. You don't want to be in a heat waiting around for, you know, potentially only one set to come through. And yeah, you know, there's just so much rock exposed. I think that's going to take a long time to sort of reset itself. So I think this is a great move to come to Burleigh.
Well, Imai's yet to get a score on the board just yet, and he is in 33rd position in the rankings. His best result this year, a 9th place finish. That was in Portugal. Other than that, a 17th and 3 33rds. Here he is now. Mention that style and unpredictability that he can absolutely flare at different stages. I love that about Imai. You know, it all just seems so pretty and beautiful, and then just blammo. He'll just unleash something that you didn't see coming.
Yeah, I love that. I love the approach. It kind of just keeps you guessing, right? And I think that's what makes it exciting. And you touched on it before, Ron, but he's had success here in the past, you know, on the Challenger Series up, you know, when Snapper, what was it, 2 years ago now, I think? So he obviously has got a knack for surfing point breaks, you know, and you can really tell people who do and people who don't. It was quite good that year, I remember, too. And so he's going to feel confident knowing that he's already had a win here on the Gold Coast. Not going to feel totally foreign, this point break situation. Warm waters of the Goldie. He's had it figured out before.
Yeah, 27 years of age and chasing a really big result here to give himself a shot at getting above the cut line over at Margaret River. But I love that. That was a real statement turn. You know, on the point break, sometimes you'll see surfers trying to piece it together. And Imai on that occasion had limited room, but really blitzed it as we go to the Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, so just a nice little transition flow, but that's the moment we're talking about. Really, really exciting. Just places this turn perfectly. Could have easily just lip-lined it, but thought, no way, I'm going to push so hard here. It's basically the only section he really had. The first turn was just a bit of a transition, right? But this was like, may as well go big, because it's the only opportunity, and he's basically going to, all the points are basically going to come from this one manoeuvre.
5.5 for Imai there. Not too bad, as Felicity pointed out. Probably all the points in that final manoeuvre. High impact, great control. You know, it's the willingness to get out of control, to risk it, to risk the ride that helps you save the wave. And really, when you think about it, you know, he's gone half the heat. That's the first number he's had. He really did need to make that count, because he would have fallen to the bottom of the priority order. So he's right in this heat now.
For sure. Smart surfing to put it all on the line now. And, you know, you kind of look at the scores of everyone else. He's going to be hearing it. You know, George has got the 6. Jordy's got the 6. George has got a 4.67. So he's sort of keeping it pace here. So it's smart surfing. He's back in it now with just over 15 on the clock.
Oh, I think we're going to see some bigger turns laid down throughout the day, for sure. But it's going to be fun to see what unfolds. There is an award for the biggest power turn of the event, courtesy of Mofi. This is an early contender. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get back into the opening round in just a moment. World Surf League acknowledges the Kummamberi families of the Yugambeh language group, the traditional custodians of the land and waterways we're on today. We pay our ultimate respects to their elders past, present and future, and recognise their continuing connections to this beautiful part of the world, southeast Queensland, the lands, the waterways. We also extend this acknowledgement to other First Nations people who are joining us here at the event site and via the broadcast. This is a special part of the world, and we're extremely happy to be visitors in this region. Just under 12 minutes to go here, and we've got George Pittar out in front. His last ride came through at a 2. He holds a narrow lead over Jordy Smith and Imai Kalani DeVault. Let's get caught up with the winner of the first heat of the day. Kanoa Igarashi is with Vaughan.
Kanoa, welcome back to Burleigh Heads, mate. I know you've surfed a few heats here in the past, but probably none as relaxing as that one.
I mean, there's never a CT heat that's relaxing.
True.
I mean, we want to win so bad. I've actually never surfed a round 1 heat with only 2 people in it. So, but still, we're trying to win the heat. There's a difference in seating and stuff. Yeah. So there was and we were both out there like trying to rip our heads off. So it was pretty fun. Yeah,
you still brought plenty of mongrel. Marco got away to a good start with a couple of air revs, but you just stuck to the rail and really just out-muscled him in the end. Yeah,
I mean, I hadn't been really free surfing here that much, so I didn't really know what I was looking for. And then he was catching a lot of medium ones, and I think my expectations were too high on the wave I was looking for. So, I don't know, I was just trying to figure it out. It was actually a good heat just to, spend 30 minutes out there with no one out, because you're kind of able to read the lineup a little bit better. But, yeah, I mean, I have a really good board, and this wave, I feel like it suits me a lot, so I kind of just trusted my instincts, and the waves that came up to me, it was like, I don't know, it was that cliche thing that like Kelly said at Treble. It was like the wave was just like hit me, and it's just like such a nice pace and such a nice little wall to it. So I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, and I think you bang on there. The one thing I noticed about your surfing just then is you're able to just really lay into it as hard as you could.
Yeah, I mean, I got really good boards, like I said before. JS, he's been making me some amazing boards, and I'm having a hard time picking one. To be honest, this morning, I literally just went into my garage, and I picked the first board that I saw, and that's what I rode. I just told myself I have so many good boards that, I can kind of grab anything, and it was literally the first board that was on top of my the board bag, and I grabbed it, and I caught a few waves on it, and it felt super good. So I'm just gonna ride it for the rest of the event.
Good tools and a great performance. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaughan. Kanoa Igarashi looking extremely switched on. Super sharp there. Saw Jordy Smith momentarily.
All right, so just saw Jordy take off. We had a flurry of waves during that interview, so we're going to get caught up on all that action. But still George right now with that lead, so he's got the 4.67, he's got that 2, but we're waiting for scores to drop in for Jordy and Imai, so let's get caught up. This is George, so up and riding. Smaller wave here, but nice pace to it. Snaps it up into the lip for the first one and really pushing hard on that second turn. And then behind him, let's see what Jordy's got. He's trying to back up that 6.17. Nice wrap, nice pace, beautiful float. All that wave had to offer, but nice surfing there for him. And then we got Imai. So Imai trying to back up his opening ride. So big flurry of waves there.
Yeah, nice little exchange. There's just so much authority in the way Jordy's going about his business at the moment. You can just tell he's supremely confident. He's not running away with it, but there's just something in the placement of his turns, the depth of the rail in the water when he rips through those calves that's sticking out to me.
There's a maturity to his surfing, and I'm not just saying that because he's the oldest guy on tour. It really...
Because he's a dinosaur.
No, I really think...
With respect.
With respect.
Yeah, T-Rex.
No offence.
Yeah.
No, but I really see it, right? It just speaks to the experience. Just looks so polished and so, just mature.
Yeah, he looks all the bit one of the top 5 surfers in the world at the moment. As we get back to live action, here comes George Pittar. Finds himself in 3rd place at the moment, chasing a 5.53 out of this one. Couple of nice rips in the pocket. This wave perfectly suited to the compact pocket attacking approach of the surfer from Manly, who's after that 5.53. Thoughts?
I mean, I kind of go back to Jordy's last wave, right? I mean, there were 2 explosive turns that George got. When I compare it to Jordy's, he had that variety, you know, he had the wrap into the float. George, 2 very similar turns, but they were great, well-timed turns. Let's have a look. So, flying down the line, super acute surfing, just snaps up in the pocket. And so he actually does get, I just didn't see the start of that one. So, wow, okay, this is a great wave. I think it's going to...
Yeah, it's going to be one of the better ones for sure. Really rapid fire work from Pittar as he takes this one right through that final section, gets the hit in, looks to the beach. He likes the feel of it, waiting on the numbers to come through. We'll see if he ascends to that number 1 position. 6 minutes to go here. The judges going back and having a look at it. You've got some comparisons to make there. George just jabbing at the lip, punching through the pocket of that wave. They'll be looking at Imai Kalani de Volt's 5.5. That one big explosive turn on the finish, and also thinking about the power that Jordy's displaced on a couple of his turns as well. So just over 5.5 minutes to go here. George, another surfer who's hovering dangerously around that cut line at the moment. Down 4 spots after bells with a 17th finish there to 20th position. So he was looking peachy heading into stop number 5. Coming into stop 6, you know, the stress levels are starting to come up a little bit.
Yeah, they would be. When we watched that replay, I originally thought it was only those couple of turns, but wow, I mean, it was a really well-surfed wave. It had the length to it, had a variety of manoeuvres. I mean, he's only searching for that 5.33. I mean, you've got to be thinking it's there, right? It has to be. I think it was great surfing, so those numbers starting to drop in now.
He gets a 6.13. So I think the judges were in replay mode, watching some of the previous rides, because it's a pretty close heat from what we've seen so far. Mentioned it before, Imai had that one big individual turn, probably one of the most high quality move. Jordy's been threading his turns together with, like we said, a bit of authority, but George just blasted the lip repetitively then, and he has turned in that number he so desperately needed. Pressure on Imai again.
Yeah, I think this heat as well was just that demonstration, like the first one.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. It's less is kind of can be more out here, but if you're provided the opportunity to really thread one turn into the next and you know, get a nice rhythm happening with your hits on the pocket, you'll get the numbers you need too. There's a couple of ways to go about it. We know that. The criteria offers that to the competitors. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, Jordy Smith got us started with a 6.17. Beautiful swoop off the top. Classic stuff from the veteran. And mixing things up nicely, showing some good variety. Nice kick on the tail. And he gets himself the highest score of the heat so far. Backed it up nicely with a 5.23.
Yeah, Jordy's looking so strong. He's looking so powerful. And then George came fighting back. Dropped a 6.13 for this last wave. Just beautiful surfing. Nice variety. Really tight and whip.
Yeah, he's got that whip in his approach. And that was a strong finishing turn. Second highest score of the heat, 6.13. Imai, he's got a 5.5. He's not out of it. This is still a very close heat. He's after a 5.31. But thinking about these competitors, we talk about Jordy's best shot at getting a crack at a world title this year is really making hay on the right-handers. And there's a run of them here. He's already done very well. Extracted a win and a quarterfinal finish from the last 2 stops. He'll want to get this forehand back in that winning form here at Burleigh Heads. George Pittar too, you know, we've seen him with some great performances, chunkier waves on the schedule too. Margaret River main break in particular, but you think about this location and you think, wow, this could really suit George. That fast twitch approach, his explosiveness in the pocket. So his opportunity to move. And Imai Kalani, like we mentioned him, way below the cut line at the moment. And he'll be in a similar position to George. You'll be thinking, wow, this wave actually suits my style, my approach. I can really tee off to the different elements of this criteria and get myself some good numbers. But at the moment, Imai's out there. He's third in line for the priority too, which is going to make life really hard in this final minute and a half.
Yeah, and you know, all the guys right now, you can see they're sitting so close to each other, not really giving anyone that much space. You've got to be thinking, George, I mean, for George right now, it's pretty important too. You mentioned it, Ron. He's kind of hovering around that cut. This is an important heat for him. You want to avoid that elimination round. So I don't think they're going to give too much space to Imai right now. You've got to be thinking if a set comes through, they're going to be taking it.
Talk to me about just the psychology of being a competitor that's either above that cut line coming into this event or below it. You've got Imai. He's got to really make up a lot of ground. But you've got George. He dropped 4 places on the rankings after Bells. So, you know, you don't want to end up in the elimination round and feel like your momentum is tracking that way.
Yeah, definitely not. I just think for a headspace thing, right, coming into this event, you want to be advanced. Obviously, it's a no-brainer as we see Jordy.
Well, Jordy, he's going to build some speed down the line here. And may take to the air for us. Widens that stance. Spins just so quickly through the rotation, but just loses the wave. Was still on his feet, but the whitewater rolled on without him. But I like it. I like where Jordy's at, just mentally. You know, the rail turns are looking strong. He's not looking to save himself with the airs, which we sometimes see people having to do when certain elements of their performance aren't coming together. Here goes George trying to put some more pressure on Imai coming into the final stages here. Nice little sequence of turns, mixing it up, getting that board vertical a couple of times, trying to drop a 4.67. And not seeing Imai on the outside, so the feeling is that Imai's going to have to try and survive the elimination round again. He's been there plenty of times this year, so you know, we'll see if he can rebound in this one. But a tough start to the event for him.
Yeah, it'll be tough, and you can kind of see the disappointment on his face there, but on the opposite to that, I mean, Jordy just going from strength to strength. He's looking solid.
He sure is. Making his way in. Heat 2 is a wrap. Jordy Smith gets the victory. George Pittar holds on to that second position. Imai is relegated to the elimination round. We are gearing up for yet another fantastic clash with a couple of classy goofy footers, Iago Dora and Jackson Bunch in the mix. And the rookie from Brazil, Edgar Grosjean. They're coming up next as we see Jordy going to work in that last heat.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Great to have your company on the opening day of competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. What a heat we have for you here. Yago Dora in fine touch in 2025 at the top end of the ratings. And the Brazilian looking to hold off the attack, the push from Jackson Bunch from Hawaii, surfing in his rookie campaign, along with Edgar Grosjean of Brazil. One of the friendliest blokes you'll ever meet. And this should be a fantastic heat. We know the pressure's starting to build. That cut is looming. It's going to go down after the Margaret River contest. Looking forward to this clash, and happy and honoured to be sitting alongside an Australian Sporting Hall of Famer, the architect of the Dream Tour, the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thank you for having us, mate, on the Gold Coast. So fantastic to have your company. And we'll get the Bugs in a moment because we got live action about to unfold here, and it's Jackson Bunch, who had some great performances at the last event at Bells. Didn't get the big result, but really tapped into the kind of form that saw him crack the code and get himself onto this championship tour. Love his surfing, super fast, very stylish. See shades of Kalani Rob in there, one of my favourites from back of the day. Super quick. This should be a fun one, but yeah, I got to say, once again, thank you, Bugs, for having us at your home, the Gold Coast. It's a beautiful part of the world.
Great to have you here, Ronnie, and here we are back on the Gold Coast with the championship tour. It's very exciting.
It is, mate, and great to be back here at Burleigh, the birthplace of head-to-head competition. You were part of that, the Stubbies. What a fantastic format to tap into.
Yeah, it was, you know, just standing here reminiscing about that first Stubbies, and I was just trying to think of some of the legends who came. We've got a bit of action here, Ronnie.
Yeah, we sure do. Yago Dora mentioned his touch through the opening stages of this season, even the back half of last year. It's been very strong, final 5 strong, sitting in 4th place at the moment. This is a positive start to the heat for Yago, driving up into the lip a number of times.
Yago, you know, he came in number 4 now, but you've got to remember last year he was right on the cut at Margaret River. He just barely squeaked in. He was the last man in. Started the year at Pipeline with a poor result. That's his throwaway result there, and then has just gone on with it. I mean, he's won a tournament. He's got a couple of 5ths and 9ths, and he's sitting at number 4 with the lowest throwaway result of anyone in the top 16.
Yeah, amazing that he's been able to maintain his position there. As we see the Bonsoy replay here of Jackson. Was talking about this guy, Bugs. You know, really impressive performance down at Bells. I think it came in the elimination round, actually, but such a talent.
Yeah, Jackson's, he's right on the cusp now, and he's surfing great, and here we see Yago. It's a battle of the goofy footers so far. And Yago Dora, number 4 in the world, and looking super sharp at Burleigh as he goes through his backhand rotation. He's got an incredible backhand repertoire.
Yeah, well, the Goofies need to rebound after Bells Beach on both the men's and the women's championship tour. Not a single Goofy went up the rankings after stop number 5. They either maintained their position or dropped a couple of spots. But what do you think about Burleigh Heads for the backhand surfers?
Yeah, look, it's tricky as well, but we are seeing, like, we're not seeing barrels, so that's one thing in the backhand favour. But once they get that, in any Gold Coast point break on that backhand, when you get that bottom turn, top turn pivot going, as we saw Yago on that wave, they're scorers.
Definitely. Well, you can't have a conversation about goofy footers without getting Kaipo in on the mix. Kipes, what have you enjoyed of Yago Dora's performances so far this year?
Well, I like the skinny goat, right? Yago Dora. I like just his surfing just in general. But being a part of the Goofy Foot Union, I did want to point out that when you're on your backhand on a long wave like this, I feel like you can fit in more maneuvers. Once you get that pendulum going, once you get that tempo and that pace, you can go heel to toe a lot, and fit in a lot of short radius maneuvers off the top in a relatively short area. So I think I like that point of difference. Of course, I'm a fan of great backhand surfing on rights because I'm a goofy foot, and I think Iago's looking sharp.
He sure is, yeah. We're just seeing the replay of that opening ride, Kaipo. Just a rapid fire, machine gun-like, just hits, just firing bullets all over the place for a 6.67 to kick things off.
Yeah, and, you know, and well-deserved, right? So that's just, Iago's in great form, I feel, this year, and he's in a great place, and he's off to a nice start.
I want to get your thoughts on, I mentioned the poor runner results for the goofy footers down there at Bells Beach. They want to rebound here, but would you say that there's been a massive evolution in the goofy footers and their backhand performances with so many right-handers being on the CT schedule?
Well, I mean, if you're on the CT and you're a goofy footer and you don't have a good backhand, you're not going to last very long. This because there's so many rights, right? So, yeah, it's a necessity to be great on the backhand. Everyone's going right in this entire Aussie treble. It's all about the rights.
That's right. Well, here we go. Jackson Bunch ditches the fins on the first turn, up into the pocket. The whip back down into the trough is just lightning fast. And it really captures your attention, and no doubt the attention of the judges too, Bugs. He had a 5.17 on his first ride. That first turn had a bit more in it.
Yeah, he's come out firing in this one, Jackson. And now we see Edgard.
Edgard with a nice swoop off the top. He'll use the rails on his opening ride here. Has some great airs he can call on. He's going to go to the sky. The board flickers under his feet. Manages to get away from the equipment as he comes down, luckily. So the board had flipped over, and Edgard, he's going to have to make up some ground in the next 20 minutes because the Goofies have run away with it in the opening stages here.
Well, Edgard's got a big air game, and you know we've seen it basically through the Challenger Series mostly. He's had a pretty tough go in the Championship Tour so far.
Yeah, he hasn't really got that big keeper result as we go to that Bonsoy replay, Bugs, on these long-running rides. A couple of ways you can make the criteria work in your favour. Edgard in the opening stages there, choosing rail.
Yeah, and like this is a dangerous finish. Wow, he came so close to the fins.
And then we're seeing Iago up on the Bonsoy replay as well here.
Yeah, the Goofies are absolutely dominating. I like the point that Kaipo made.
Oh,
what a great rotation right there.
So quick. You know, Iago's sort of separated himself from a lot of the other great aerialists in the mix with his just willingness to try different variations of grabs. But he's kind of really refined the art of aerial surfing. Just that, you know, a backside rotation is not just a typical one with Iago. That was super extreme, how fast he flew through the rotation there.
Well, Kaipo made a great point about the backhand attack out here, and on any point break, they're either looking for those corners where they can just get that bottom turn, top turn pivot going, whipping it back down the face and straight off the bottom, or down the line, and Iago's got in the repertoire in his arsenal, the big backhand rotation.
Yeah, and a pretty good chance here at not just turning in the best single ride, but maybe the best two rides so far in this heat. We've got a number on the way for Iago. 19 minutes to go. And, you know, I think Iago's hunger for the final five is probably peaking at the moment, knowing Fiji is the destination that it's all going to go down, a place where you could just see his barrel riding and variation coming to the fore. Here's the super slow-mo courtesy of Stone and Wood. So clean, the finish.
Yeah, so clean, and he was looking down the line. You knew it was coming, and Iago Dura, he's got that patented.
Oh, doesn't he? Not 5.93. Two best numbers of the heat belong to the man on screen at the moment. Just over 18 minutes to go. Jackson Bunch with priority, holding second spot. Edgard, a bit of work to do just to get into second position at the moment. But just a very kind of typical display that we've become accustomed to for Yago this year. Just looking so comfortable, making great decisions with his priority, but it's the performance that's delivering the solid scores.
Well, there's nothing like a tournament win to get the confidence up, and Yago is just driving forward. As you know, he started on a really poor result at 33rd at Pipeline, and was looking, going, okay, I've got to lift myself up by my own bootstraps, and he has done this. He's only had 1/9, 2/5 and a first since then.
Yeah, solid stuff. And Bugs, you serve plenty of campaigns on the tour yourself, but the difference between trying to catch up to the field that's run away without you and starting, you know, as strong as Yago has through, I guess, like you said, rebounding after a 33rd at the first event of the year. Does it put you in that sort of world title mindset as opposed to trying to save your place on the tour?
Well, you've got this belief, you know, you belong in that top 5, and the belief is that you are a contender. That's a strong thing.
Yeah, Yago breaking through for his second championship tour win, but you get the feeling there's more in his future, just how well-rounded he is.
Well, as you said, I mean, there's tournaments coming up, and then the final 5, Cloudbreak, he would be absolutely frothing to get there.
We've got a bit of an opportunity here with no set waves approaching. Let's have a look at the men's rankings. Plenty of movement after stop number 5 down there at Bells Beach. And you'll see Yago just sitting pretty just within the 5 at the moment. Did drop a spot. Jack Robinson made a massive climb, 6 spots up in a 3rd position. But it's a good illustration of where the form is at the moment. It really is. The 5 surfers holding down those positions have looked lethal at different stages.
They sure have, and you know, there's Kanoe Igarashi has just got himself right on that, on the cusp of the 5. That runner-up at Bells. Barron sort of dropped down a little bit there. Leonardo's had a solid year. But, you know, look at that. Italo, Ethan, Jack, Yago, and Jordy.
It's a fantastic looking top 10. It really is. And just outside of that, there's a lot of worthy campaigners trying to bust that door down and get themselves in the mix. Bugs, there was an image that popped in my head of a Gold Coast great when we found out we were moving here. I can't remember if I showed it to you yesterday, but you know, I'll try and get it out to the crew via the broadcast. But it's an image of Munga Barry.
Oh yeah,
Michael Munga Barry pulling into a barrel here at Burleigh. It was a massive pull-out poster in the magazines back in the day, and it just sort of established Burleigh as just a world-class wave. It's one of the prettiest pictures you've ever seen. But talk to me about the potential of this location, and just, I guess, speak to some of the Burleigh legends.
Gosh, I mean, you know, when I first came up here to Burleigh in 1972, I had to go past Burleigh to get to the school at Miami High School.
Wow. Well, we're going to be talking a lot about the greats here at Burleigh and the potential of this wave. It really is one of the best on the east coast of Oz. As we see Edgard there, just trying to force it a bit. Jackson Bunch, he's going hard too. Loses his footing. He's trying to improve on a 5.17, and left out the back is Yago. And at this point, with a strong lead and his rivals falling, he's happy to have a shot at this one too. Not too concerned about maintaining control on the outside. Won't juice a number out of this ride. That'll factor into the heat. But we're just on 13.5 minutes to go. We'll get back to the memories in a moment, Bugs. But right now, we're going to hear from Jordy Smith with Vaughan.
Jordy, welcome back to Burleigh, mate. A really lovely scene down here. Lots of energy around and pretty fun little waves.
Yeah, they are. It's a little slow, but I think when they come, they're so fun. It's just that typical kind of shape, you know, 3-foot Gold Coast perfection.
Ronnie made a call before that you're just looking so in the zone at the moment. Do you lock straight back into this wave?
I feel like it. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a good relationship with the Gold Coast throughout my life. I was telling you earlier, coming here for the first time, I think I was 11, 12 years old. And then this morning, kind of going for a surf with Munga, stayed with him my first time. So he was just kind of breaking it down, giving me some tips on where to sit when the swell's like this in this direction. So yeah, like I said, just a great relationship with the place.
Couple of J-base shamans sharing a bit of point knowledge. I like that. Mate, how was it different for you sort of coming up here from Bells? Like it feels like we're playing a video game. It's just swap the location and here we are in a completely different setting, but equally fun. You know, there's, as I say, lots of good stuff going on the hill this morning.
100%. Yeah, look, they're quick turnarounds, but it's the same for everyone. And I think it's just really just about walking slowly and enjoying every day for what it is, not kind of looking too far ahead. And yeah, we're in Australia, a beautiful country, and yeah, there's not much more we could ask for.
Unreal, mate. Love watching you surf these points. Let's keep it rolling.
Thanks, bro.
Jordy Smith powering on through past that elimination round, which is the big goal for all the competitors here today, the opening day of competition, but giving a tip of the cap there to Munga.
Yeah, the great Munga Barry, and we'll talk a bit more about that. One thing I wanted to about Jordy was that today it actually looks a little bit like El Salvador. Just the way this bank is at the moment, the way it's sort of half a bank and half a rock break.
Yeah, Jordy be loving that. That is for sure. Yago Dora's loving it at the moment, controlling this heat at this stage. Just over 11 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Here at the event site.
Welcome back to the show. We've got the opening round unfolding. Yago Dora's got the lead over Jackson Bunch and Edgard Grosjean at the moment. But we've got Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here in the booth for the call, and buzzing around the event site is Laura Annova.
Well, guys, it is absolutely popping off down here at the event site. The Oakberry truck, oh, there we go, right on time. The line is popping off. I just cut in line, sorry guys, but look, 9:15, it is packed down here. And what better way to start the day with an Oakberry? It's just beautiful. I've been waiting for this event all year, and I can't wait to be back. It's so good. It's going to be the best day. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. And yeah, Bugs and I are ready for our Oakberry too. You don't mind sending up a couple of buckets. We've got 9 minutes remaining here in this third heat of the opening round. We've already seen Jordy Smith perform well, getting the victory in the second heat of the day. Heat 1 was Kanoa Igarashi's. Yago Dora has been holding down the #1 position since the opening exchange here. Jackson Bunch in second with priority, chasing a 7.33 to get to the lead. And Edgard Grosjean trying to avoid the elimination round. He's after a 6.61. Here he goes now. Beautiful little wall standing up. Clean hit in the pocket. Edgard, the rookie, he's on a good one here. Wants to finish it off nicely, get himself back in the mix with 8.5 minutes to go. Good variation. Nice little kick on the tail there. Bit of foam and just extracting every little point on offer. But I love the opening couple of approaches to the bowl, Bugs.
Yeah, that was by far Edgard's best wave, and he had to really pull something out there because the goofy footers, the attack is on, and Yago and Jackson way out in front.
The Goofs are on the comeback. They're looking to rebound after a pretty poor performance collectively down there at Bells Beach. They're looking sharp at the moment, but this is really going to help the rookies' chances.
As you said, those first 2 opening turns, the first 3 turns, super crisp, just surfing it to perfection. And yeah, just kind of winds it down.
And even in a winning performance, here's a great angle. I love this. Looking across those famous Burleigh rocks out to that sandbar as Edgard just really goes to town on this one. Love the flare just through those finishing turns. Great small wave surfing. But it was the strength of the opening 3 moves. This is, an interesting sort of case study in using your priority correctly. Because that was Yago's ride. If he was a bit more patient, he took a wave when he didn't need to. And even though he's got a couple of healthy numbers at the moment, you just don't know what can happen in a 7-minute period. And in hindsight, he really could have just controlled the takeoff zone, been a bit more patient, and shut the heat out with that ride. And Edgar's going to bank a 5.3 there. You just know that Yago, with the form that he's carrying, probably could have converted it into more points.
Well, in actual fact, Yago letting that wave go has put Jackson in a more vulnerable position because Edgard, that 5.3, just slightly eclipses both of Jackson's scores.
So now the requirement for Edgard is just a 5.14. But the lead's not out of reach for any of for Jackson or Edgard at the moment. So let's just see what unfolds here in these final 6 minutes. Been touching on, the return to Burleigh Heads, how fantastic this is. The wave has amazing potential. The sandbar is looking incredible at the moment. We're really keeping our fingers crossed for a good show of swell at some point during the event window, Bugs, but also on the outside, looks like we've got some movement here. Edgard taking off again, smaller wave, blast through the first section, but that one just a little cupped out and hard to get the combinations happening. But a big announcement this morning, mate. Some huge changes coming our way next season, and obviously yourself having been such a trailblazer in introducing new formats, introducing different schedules, you would have been digesting all the news this morning.
Lots to unpack there, Ronnie. Super stoked about a bunch of elements within that announcement this morning. Europe going back to autumn in that classic time of year, that was kind of dream tour area, obviously finishing at Pipe. There's that whole little bunch there. We've got J-Bay, Cloudbreak, Chopu. Wow, that's so dynamic.
You walk down the headland here at Burleigh this morning, and you got strangers coming up to you throwing you high fives. Everyone's so jacked up on the huge announcement, but obviously we've still got a big campaign that's going to unfold this year with the ultimate carrot dangling. The WSL finals taking place in Fiji this year. A worthy champion will be crowned.
Look, this year the tour is dynamic in its own right. It's stepped up. I mean, having 7 events before the cut and then finishing in Cloudbreak is just awesome.
It sure is. Yeah, a lot to look forward to. The schedule taking shape beautifully. The tour will start at Bells Beach in April next year. And then obviously the run will unfold. Every heat just counting for so much towards a world title. And extra points on offer at that final event. I've always felt that would be a great addition to the CT because, we do have our majors and Pipe is the pinnacle.
It really is a pinnacle. It's the ultimate proving grounds, and not only that, it's the world's most challenging wave. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I know Chopu will sort of hold that mantle in some respects, but I still say Pipeline's king.
And, well, a lot of people would agree with you. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, great heat. Fantastic lineup for this one. A couple of goofy footers getting started early. Yago Dora, current world number 4. Just tapping into the form that's seen him ascend the rankings in 2025.
Yeah, Yago is on fire and he's brought scintillating form to Burleigh Heads. This young surfer is really proving himself. He needs a big result here. Ronnie needs to keep that forward momentum going. Jackson Bunch. Yago is just, this is the sharpest I've seen him look on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's bringing a lot of confidence to Burleigh Heads as he takes to the sky, plants that air with what looks like ease, but there's a lot that goes into that. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining here. Let's see if Edgard can save himself. He's got his work cut out. Not so much the requirement. The 5.14 for Edgard, super achievable, but priority is going to be working against him.
That's what's working against him. We saw him try to pick up a small, wider one earlier, and we see him now roving down. He probably needs to get away from these guys a little bit, and hopefully one of the wider ones come.
Here's a guy that's supremely confident with his strike rate in the air. He'll take off on a closeout and back himself to potentially turn this number in these final 2 minutes. But Edgard's got to remember that, you know, there's a lot of power missing from those smaller ones. That little cupped out face that he got before, you know, it's not just, you know, the size of the wave that's going to sort of inhibit your ability to get height and speed down the line, but you're also going to find those smaller ones on the inside bank are going to be super cupped out, making it hard to find the transition to land.
Well, here he goes, as you said, Ronnie, a smaller wave, and it's a wide one.
Great punch out of the pocket, loads up down the line, does get great loft, and there is that hard, impactful landing that we were talking about, but he does hang on. He gets the completion, gets out in front of that whitewater, lets the judges know he's in control, and really puts a big flex on to let the audience, to let the panel know that he's happy with that ride, and he is selling it. He's after a 5.14.
Well, I've seen him do that so many times on the Challenger Series and been successful. He has in the non-elimination round and the elimination round. He's yet to get it going on the championship tour in his rookie year.
Well, that's right. He's searching for his first heat win here. Edgard on the replay, smaller wave, but look at the punch in the pocket there.
Yeah, he really threw a big bucket there, and this, I thought he was all gone here. I did not see him making this, Ronnie. And he's had to battle with that whitewater, but that's a complete.
Well, we call this, you know, patting the kittens as he's riding out of the whitewater, and that does detract from the air in some ways because you've got a bit of recovery time there that you've got to consider. I love the flare, but still on a smaller wave, unsure whether he's going to turn in the 5.14 required, but you've got to love the fight.
Yeah, well, I think you nailed it there. There's going to be a real deliberation on how he pulled that off.
You've got to go back and make some comparisons to the 5.93 we saw from Yago Dora. Completely greased the landing, great rotation. And I think that's going to be a factor in deciding the outcome of the heat for Edgard. So the heat's come to a close and the judges are deliberating, probably making some of those comparisons. But Jackson is going to be waiting nervously to find out what that last ride, the previous ride, came through for Gragia. But clutch, whatever the result here, it was a clutch effort.
Well, he got that wave under priority.
Yeah, there's a few of those aerialists in this field that, you know, will make competitors, their rivals, pretty nervous in the final stages when they're hunting for scores under priority, and Edgard is certainly one of them. So we know it's going to be very close. We're just not sure what side of the requirement this is going to fall on.
That's right, Ronnie, and you know they'll take into account also that first turn. That was solid.
I think if he gets it, you know, they're paying attention to the clout in the first hit and the loft and how high he got that tail on the final move. If he doesn't get it, I think they're really going to be considering this section, the recovery required to get back out in front of that whitewater. You can see what it means to him. Big flex there. It felt good. The numbers starting to roll through. Some positive signs, but he's going to fall just under the requirement. It is a 5. And Edgar just learning his fate now. Frustrated, but he had to know it was going to be right there or just under. And he's going to have to bounce back via the elimination round. A couple of judges gave it to him, Bugs.
Yeah, a couple of judges did give it to him. 3 judges said just below.
So Edgard's on his way to the elimination round. Jackson Bunch holding on to second position just. And Yago Dora looking every bit a top 5 competitor at the moment, getting a solid win. We got another fantastic clash just around the corner. The winner of Bells will be out there. Jack Robinson up against Al Cleland Jr. and Callum Robson, the wild card.
You always heard about this kid from WA named Jack Robinson, and at the time I think he was 11 years of age, and I remember surfing that afternoon and it was almost pitch black, and this kid came screaming past me and did the biggest backside air reverse over my head, and I just went, holy shit. Okay, that must be him.
As told by season 3, definitely worth a watch. A fantastic piece there on the amazing Jack Robinson, who's established himself already as one of the most winning surfers that we've ever had on the CT, collecting records. 8 wins now after the amazing performance down there at Bells Beach, the last stop. He finds himself in the Hydrolite heat to watch in this round. What a lineup. Al Cleland Jr., I mean, he's sitting 22nd at the moment on the rankings, but his performances suggest that he's got a big, bright future ahead of him. One of my favourite new additions to the tour. And Callum Robson makes a CT return as a wild card here. And Callum's a beast. Big, powerful unit. Had a win on the Challenger Series over at Snapper Rocks. He's right at home here on the Gold Coast. So let's see how he fares against these full-time campaigners. Al Cleland's going to get started here, Bugs. Just great power, unpredictability, and just a confidence in his approach that is rarely seen in rookies.
Yeah, Alan's really impressed this year. There's no doubt about it. He's growing as the year goes on, feeling more at home on the tour, feeling like he belongs, and he's right on the cusp, just inside the 22 right now, and there's some dragons breathing behind him.
Oh, yeah, dragon breath. Bonsoy replay here of Al Cleland's first ride. Nice little hit there. That might be the second. And we had a couple of waves during the break. Jack Robinson also getting in on the mix, Bugs.
Yeah, Jack gets a 4.83 on this wave, an opening score. Still looking sharp. So, yeah, it's kind of got caught up on that last manoeuvre. Held his score back a little bit there, I'd say. Looked like he was heading towards a 6-point ride. And Callum Robson. Callum is super dangerous on any point break.
Right, he's just dangerous no matter where you go. He's so well-rounded, absolutely charges. We've seen massive highlight moments from him before. The CTs, 10-point rides, just an animal, and he is well and truly ready to go at this venue. He's won the opening exchange, the wildcard 6.83. Jack Robinson a 4.83. Al Cleland's had a couple of rides, 3.174. That's got him out in front at the moment, but a really solid start here for the wildcard, Bugs. And, you know, much like we saw down there at Bells Beach with Morgan Siblick, there's just some wild cards. You know, the rest of the field is super aware of how dangerous they could be. Callum is that guy in this event. He could go a long way in this draw.
Look, it's that mindset of, one, you've got nothing to lose, you're a wild card, but secondly, hey, I got one shot to really make a mark.
Make a mark, but also with all the tactical know-how, the strategies that have been formulated after campaigning full-time on the Championship Tour and reaching CT finals.
Yeah, well, Callum's been in finals. He's won a Challenger Series event. He's been in the final at Bells. So he knows his way around.
But Jack Robinson, what did you make of the performance down at Bells, Bugs?
It was all time. You know, it was just, you saw him coming through the draw, and that's the thing about Jack when he stands aloft and with the trophy in hand, you can just see him coming through the draw, and there's a certain point around about that quarterfinal, semi-final mark where he just looks unstoppable.
Yeah, amazing. Just the wins for Jack, incredible. In a short period of time, came on 2021 and has just been racking up the titles. Where he's won is, I think, what's most impressive. As we see him up now, he's going to try and swing into a reverse on that first section, goes down.
Yeah, the tournaments, the actual venues that Jack has won is amazing.
Yeah, and 8 wins now. He joins a esteemed company on the all-time event winners list. Rob Machado, Gary Elkton, and world champs Derek Ho, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, how's it feel to have Jack part of the club?
Oh, well, Jack's just passing through.
We love that, mate. But it's a steam company, you know, that's a massive milestone, and it's kind of fun to watch people join different company as they go through their careers, and Jack's going to win more events, isn't he?
Oh my gosh, he sure is. You know, he's one of some of the most iconic venues already on the tour, and he's a young guy that's just on the charge.
Yeah, 22 minutes remaining here. Let's get Kaipo in on the conversation. Jack did so well down there at Bells. Kaipo really did give it his all on some big sections.
Yeah, and he's bringing that same kind of passion and aggression out here, Ron. Just watching it from the water, every turn that Jack does, you see fins flaring out the back, the tail flying. And it's just so impressive, his connectivity, but then also, you know, just what he's bringing to surfing. I mean, he's leveling up, and you said, you know, very short career so far, with a very successful career already with 8 Championship Tour wins. And Jack's the one to watch. Here he goes again.
Yeah, looking deadly. Let's have a look at him. Just on 21 minutes to go. He had a look at one, but Kaipo, I just want to get your thoughts really quickly. Jack, he's improved so much with his rail surfing, but a great little point of difference for him is Richie Lovett said it. You know, he's not afraid to kind of dirty things up. He'll kind of bury himself in a wave while unleashing that power. We're seeing some of that displaced on a replay at the moment.
Yeah, I like just the rawness, right? Sometimes you don't have to be super polished. If you bring the power and the aggression, and that's what I think Jack does. And we've seen in the recent years how he's also improved really with his performance surfing. We all know he's a charges and is a great barrel rider. Here goes Jack right now. Let's see what he's got, Ron.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed too as he hammers down the line here. This wave just sort of reeling off on that inside sandbar. Jack at the low end of the priority order at the moment. So just taking a chance on some insiders. We'll need to be careful and mindful that, you know, your style's a little cramped on those smaller ones. It's so cupped out.
Yeah, it really is cupped out. And on that first wave of Jack's, it looked unbelievable. He wouldn't have been happy with the end of it because Callum got the edge. He got the 6.83. Jack sort of held himself back with that 4.83 by just getting caught on that last manoeuvre. And he was definitely on his way to the 6+ range.
Bit of a break here in the Action Bugs gives us the opportunity to talk about the destinations that Jack has collected, those 8 CT wins. Mexico, he got his first win. That was as a rookie. G-Land, it wasn't pumping speedies, and I think as a result of that, we wondered how Jack would fare, but he still managed to get the victory.
He sure did. I mean, and those two venues, they're not on the tour, but, you know, they were nearly one-offs.
Exactly. And then Margaret River, he's had a couple of victories there, but these are the ones that are most impressive to me. Pipe, 2023. Tahiti, 2023. Sunset Beach, 2024. And then, of course, just added the most iconic trophy in the sport to his pool room at Bell. So, you know, he's already ticked off some of the biggest ones.
He sure has. And, I mean, and they're huge ones. I mean, the 3 in Hawaii. Plus, you've got to remember, like, when he was on the QS for a while, you know, before the 3-tiered system, and that breakthrough result at Sunset Beach got him into the championship tour, and he has not looked back.
Maybe competitively the best Sunset Beach performance we've ever seen, too.
It was phenomenal.
And, you know, that venue, you know, was a CT spot for a few years there. Jack capitalised. So he's ticked off the events that you'd predict he would win. We'll see what else he can add to this incredible career as we see Al Cleland here. Just dig the way this guy goes about his tour life. He's just out here having a good time. He's, you know, really leans into the experiences. Reminds me of Katie Simmers. When he puts the jersey on, he's ready to work, but away from the event site, he's just lapping up everything tour life can give you.
No, that's so awesome. And Alan, he looks at home. You know, you put him on the right wave out here, he's going to get a big score. He's got some stuff.
Bugsy, he would have been right at home just travelling with your crew back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, getting away from the event site, heading inland for a couple of days when there's no surf, leather jackets.
Not too far inland, but I mean, I actually used to tour with Hans Ederman and Buzzy Kerbox. We'd all hook up and we'd tour together and have a really fun time.
What a crew. Yeah, 17 minutes to go here. And moving into position, Callum Robson, after dropping the best number so far, is going looking for a backup score here. Always working every day. He's trying to get himself back onto that CT. Finds his opportunity here at Burleigh Heads. And he's trying to make it count. Can't finish that final move. Jack Robinson, though, he'll get a finish here. Oh, didn't quite get back out in front of that whitewater. Jack's been busy in the lineup so far. That was his 5th ride.
Yeah, and he used priority for that one too. Callum's been, I'd say, selective. You get that 6.83 start, and then you can really work the priority well. We've got a paddle battle going on here.
Oh, this will be a good one because Jack is a beast when it comes to paddling. But, you know, Callum Robson, he grew up playing footy. He still looks like a rugby league half.
Yeah, well, he's got the legs going as well. He's got, like, he's making up a bit of ground on Jack here, and Jack is a phenomenal paddler. Callum is just going, no, it is on.
Head down. Massive gut full of Bonsoy for Callum Robson. Bonsoy team rider. That's how he got his wild card into this event. Jack's going to hang on for that second priority. Cleveland Jr. on the outside, just gathering himself, looking to really capitalise on the next set that rolls through. We've got a score on the way for Callum. Feels like Jack's going to have probably another throwaway number drop through in a minute.
You would think so, and Alan he's just around that same range, the 3-4-3. Hasn't been able to break through. His wave either hasn't had a good ending or has been just a short, sharp ride.
Bugs, you know, you've travelled the world, competed all over the place. You now sit back as the ultimate surf fan, and I know you love big milestones. Huge one for Mexico, having a surfer on the CT this year.
It really is, and you know, you've got to think back to when when the Search went down to Mexico so many years ago, when we had the great Andy Irons and Kelly Slater, the big guys, right, the superstars of surfing, and young Alan would have been there just checking it all out, and that would have been so inspirational. And then of course when we went back there and Jack Robinson getting his maiden win, I mean, Alan would have been just like ogling the whole thing.
No doubt. Yeah, performance-wise, just such a worthy addition to the Championship Tour ranks. 14 minutes to go. Let's check in with our mate Laura Enever.
Yep, guys, I promise I am working. But just down here in the Red Bull, best seat in the house. And it is what it is. Right here at the bottom of the hill, the athlete zone's at the top. Red Bull best seat in the house is down the bottom, and Ethan Ewing's over there watching closely as he's about to head out for his heat. And yeah, look at this beautiful skyline here. Gold Coast is so gorgeous today, and I actually heard some little whispers that if you are watching at home and you want to get down here and try get into the best seat in the house, there's actually some Red Bull crew walking around, and they'll give a few lucky winners the chance to come in here and enjoy this seat. Come steal my seat. So get down here.
Oh.
This might be yours soon.
How good. Or just move over, Laura. And someone could slot right in there. That is the best seat in the house, courtesy of Red Bull. And if you want the opportunity to take that spot, get that incredible view of the lineup while the world's best prepare to hit the opening round, you've got to get down here to Burleigh Heads at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. We've got Al Cleland up at the moment. Swings the rotation, trying to get rid of a 3.4. Or maybe that is the 3.4 as we see the replay here.
No, we've got a score to come in.
Got a score to come in, excuse me. So he's looking to get himself up into the lead. Needs a 6.71. That might be a stretch, but if he can just push the requirement up for Jack Robinson, he'll be happy here.
Well, he's done just that, Ronnie. He's got a 5.27. That's his high mark. And now it'll be interesting. 12 and a half minutes remaining. Jack has finally got himself into first priority.
We know Ryan Callanan wasn't in that first heat, so he'll appear in the elimination round, hopefully. But so far, it's been tough for the lower seeds. Something rolling through here at the moment, and looking to scramble into position is Callum Robson, who had a 3.87 to back up a 6.83. He'll look to dispose of that here. Gets a little tangled up. There was a bit of a bump in that second section of the wave. He's cleaning it up nicely here. Big chunky section to finish. Falls out the lip. Hangs on for control. 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And we're waiting on the scores to drop. Let's have a look at the replay here, Bugs.
Well, this wave, Jack seems to have a look at this one and let it go. This wave gets stronger as it goes down the line. As you said, he gets caught up in this first manoeuvre, just right there. That'll bring his score back, but then he makes up a lot of ground. This turn is solid, and the finishing here, look at this wave, it's just gone top to bottom.
That second move kind of threw his rhythm off just a little bit, didn't it? He sort of robbed him of the opportunity to link one turn into the next, but he does have a number on the way. Likely it'll be better than his 3.87. We're going to find out what Al Cleland and Jack Robinson need to do right after this break.
bounce it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie Treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300. Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome back to day one of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've got the wild card Callum Robson out there holding down the lead at the moment with a couple of solid mid-range sixes. He's got the jump on Al Cleland, who's in second spot after a 7.99. And the surprise in this heat is to see the winner of the last event down there at Bells Beach, Jack Robinson, chasing a 4.45 to avoid the elimination round here at the moment. And we got Callum up. Got a lot of speed, not going to get a lot out of this ride though. Ronnie sitting alongside the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, world champion, Hall of Famer. And Bugs, we're just relishing the opportunity to be back here at Burleigh. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. Just stunning. Just around 10 a.m. local time. And already we've seen some great surfing, mate.
We sure have, and the tide's halfway out. I mean, we had a low tide at 7 and it's halfway in. So we've got an incoming tide, and you'll find that as the tide comes in, the wave will kind of migrate down the point a bit. It'll be a little bit of a more compressed takeoff zone. This morning on the low tide, there was probably 2 or 3 takeoff zones.
But yeah, it's been fun just sort of tapping into the history of this venue. It hosted some amazing events when you were emerging, Bugs, as a tour campaigner, and you would have no doubt been inspired by some of the greats here over the years.
Yeah, well before I was a tour campaigner. I mean, the 2 big superstars from Burleigh and this end of the coast, you know, when I was growing up, were Peter Druin and Paul Nielsen. Druin was just like the Marlon Brando of surfing. You know,
I love that.
And he would hold court out here, and he really had a presence out here. But you know, I'd have to say Paul Nielsen was the man. Paul Nielsen out at Burleigh Heads. You know, we had Liam O'Brien talk about that little kink in the sandbar, and Paul Nielsen used to have this point where he'd take off and just dominate the surfing out here. So, you know, both had those silky, smooth Queensland styles. And they were massive influences on my surfing.
And the Nelson brothers.
Yeah, Paul and Rick Nielsen, brothers Nielsen.
Love it. And the kids, next generation of Nelsons, all doing really well too, which we love to hear. As we see Al Cleland up here at the moment. And he is after a big number to get the first, but right now he's just concerned about Jack Robinson chasing him down. So he's trying to get rid of a 4 here to turn the heat up on Jack, who jumped an incredible 6 places after the win down there at Bells into 3rd position. But Jack residing on the Gold Coast now, this isn't how he would have foreseen this first heat to go.
Well, he started out incredibly well. He just, at that last manoeuvre, got caught up, held him back to a 4.83. Then he kind of like just got busy on some smaller waves. And since he's got priority, there hasn't been a lot of quality waves coming through.
So waiting on numbers, but Callum Robson's done well to just to improve his situation. 6.83, 6.43. Looking pretty good for a place on the other side of the elimination round. As we have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here. Love getting this vision and just getting a close look at the technique of the world's best.
Yeah, good carve. Nice slashing turn there. You can tell he's to spend a bit of time, those southern Mexican point breaks, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah. He looked great down at Winky. Lost out early, unfortunately. Had a really close heat down there. And, you know, I think the day that he lost, that there was probably 8 heats that he could have won with his performance. But he is really putting the pressure on Jack Robinson here. His last 2 rides have improved his situation. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, Callum Robson starting strong, 6.83 for this one, Bucks.
Oh, this was a scintillating ride by Callum Robson. He opened up all guns blazing on that opening ride. And here we see This is the 5.27. The 5.27 for Alan. There's really just one manoeuvre. And it backs up nicely here as we see another ride by Callum Robson. This nails it home with a 6.43.
And we've got Jack up now. Flatter wave. He's just trying to get some momentum for a big finish down the line here. Draws up into the pocket a couple of times to finish this one off, but he's going to get tangled up in the lip and go down on the final move again. Uncharacteristic stuff from the world number 3. So, you know, you'd think Jack's probably still chasing here. 5.44 is what he needed. And on a medium-sized ride, you kind of got to get the finish.
Yeah. Starts out pretty good, and then this wave gets a little sleepy now. He sets up the inside wall. This move here, crisp, big spray flying. And again, he didn't quite finish it off. It was a real simple move, too, at the end.
You've been seeing a bit of, I know Jack's been on tour, but you see him around the Gold Coast in the off-season warming up?
Well, you know, we had that Cyclone Alfred, and Jack was here for it. And he said himself, he said it's the best East Coast he's ever had.
Wow.
You know, there were 3 days at Kira that were pretty phenomenal. And, you know, the thing about when you get a cyclone swell at Kira, you pay for it on the other side. There was a lot of erosion. Snapper got wiped out. Burleigh got wiped out, but has recovered.
Thank goodness. Now we've seen some quality waves already this morning. We'll see a lot more as we continue through this opening round. But Jack Robinson, a 4.3. You've got to be thinking if he finished that wave off, he was a chance at maybe getting up into second position there. And he'll have to make up ground. He's going to swing on this one. 2 minutes to go here. A couple of nice turns to get started. Even with the slide, maintain some speed for a big finish here, but forcing it at the moment. Matt Bemrose, Leandro Dora watching on. Looking a little concerned.
Yeah, it's just the finishing turns. I mean, his first wave, the 4.83, he was on his way to a 6. The 4.3, he was on his way to a 5. So it's definitely held his scoring potential back.
Never waves the white flag, though, does he? Look at him just checking his clock, believing that he can still turn this one. Not sure if it was just didn't get the pop that he needed off the lip. Just the wind may be working against him there, but disconnected from his equipment. There wasn't a lot of height in it. So maybe a question mark, even if he rode out of that rotation, whether he was going to get the score. But he's taking his chance, and this might be his last shot at it. Throws the reverse, does very well right out of that one, but again, just gets a little tangled up. Comes up looking at his Apple Watch there, just checking how much time's left on the clock. 45 seconds to go. First heat of the day, it was a 2-man heat. Big congratulations to Ryan Callanan. His wife, Nina, welcoming a baby overnight. But it has been the lowest seed in the heat 2 and 3, relegated to the elimination round. This is kind of the first real upset for one of the top seeds. Jack Robinson looking like he'll be going to the elimination round to try and save himself, Bugs.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that. Alan has just got that in that 5-point range, and it's been enough. Jack sort of hindered his scoring potential on a couple of his rides.
And you know, classy with priority, Al Cleland too. Not getting too concerned about what's happening on those insiders. As we see Callum Robson finishing that one off, coming through 6.83 and 6.43. That's a healthy heat score total of 13.26 for the wild card, who's already marking himself as a danger in this draw.
He is very dangerous. Callum Robson looking loose, powerful, and focused.
And Al Cleland's going to hang on for second spot. So Jack Robinson into the elimination round. We'll see how he rebounds. Just looked a little flustered and desperate through the back stages of that heat. We'll take a quick break. More unbelievable heats coming your way on the other side. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Richie Lovett for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Opening round continues here on the first day of the waiting period. We've got Ethan Ewing, Joao Chianca, and Jordy Lawler looking for a spot straight into the round of 32. Top two make their way into that round, and third place goes into the elimination round. Good to see Jordy Lawler representing North Narrabeen, getting the call up for a big CT appearance at Burleigh Heads. Joao Chianca still looking for a big result this year to avoid getting dropped to the mid-season cut, and Ethan Ewing looking for a major win this year. Still sitting number 2 in the world, coming into stop 6 of the season. Joe Turpel, Laura Enever, and Richie Lovett here for the call. Great surfers in the lineup. Jordy Lawler representing North Narrabeen, Laura. That feels good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Jordy, we all love him down at Northie. He's such an amazing surfer, incredible guy in and out of the water, and to get this call up, you know, we saw him surf at Pipeline a couple of years ago. We got the call up when I think Liam O'Brien got injured, and he jumped in there and absolutely centered out pipe, and then, you know, we got that big Challenger Series win in Narrabeen last year and just missed out on qualifying for this year, so it's just amazing to see him out there. Looks like he's running a new hairdo, but he's going to be on fire, because these are his waves. You know, he surfs every single day, and he's just out there frothing, and he's going to blow up, I reckon.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how he kicks this one off. Such a super talent that we've known about for a long time, and it's interesting, before he got that win on the Challenger Series last year, he was already starting to think about different things he could do in his life. Then a big win can change everything. He's got the momentum, he's got the inside position, and a little bit deep, but trying to force the issue is Jordy Lawler. He'll go in the back of the order for priority. But he wanted to show Joao and Ethan that he's taking this point seriously. He wanted to own that opening wave. But now he can regroup, sit wherever he wants. We'll wait to see how Ethan and Joao respond. Joao Chianca has been a big story in a few years, Rich. I mean, giving us the emotion of falling off the cut, coming back the next year, competing for a world title in the Final 5, going through a scary injury, surfing in the Olympics, and finding himself just looking for a big result this year. That's been an emotional roller coaster, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. He's given us a little bit of everything over the last couple of seasons, Joao Chianca, and you know,
a really expressive surfer, and he's had good results up on the Gold Coast, so I feel like he'll have good energy here at Burleigh, but he hasn't really clicked within an event this year yet, you know, fully. The performances are there, but that consistency that we have seen him kind of tap into, it hasn't lasted like the whole year through, so still waiting for Joao to really kick into gear in 25, and perhaps this is the event to do it. Certainly his surfing's been really good. Down at Bells he looked great, so he'll be coming up here and ready to really take it all the way, at least to the finals, and then perhaps a win.
And then on the other side of that, ultra consistent Ethan Ewing this year, and it's weird how quiet it feels. He's world number 2, but without a major victory, he's just avoided that spotlight, and really for the last 2 seasons, when you think about it, Laura, just needing to get a major win. It's pretty wild that he only has 2 to his name in his whole career.
It's so wild. I mean, I feel like every event we see these Ethan Ewing highlights. You know, he had those highlights at Bells, and I just feel like he's always, at the end of the day, post-show, Ethan Ewing turns up there. But he hasn't won an event since 2023 at Bells, and that seems wild. But he's obviously so many finals appearances, so many semi-finals, and he just would be chasing that win. So I feel like everyone out here in this heat is really going to be chasing something. You know, Joao wants to crack that quarterfinal again. He hasn't cracked it since El Salvador last year when he returned from his injury. And, you know, Ethan got a lot to prove. He's on home soil up here. And then Jordy Lawler as well. You know, he would want to be just, showing the world that he, can be on this world stage and go up against the best.
Waves on the way, just the up and down from Jordy Lawler. Burleigh Heads providing a clean canvas for Jordy, the wild card. Second turn, nice blast there. Quickly to the end section right away. Small wave surfing, quick on the back end. Jordy Lawler jumping on Timmy Patterson's surfboards in the last few seasons. He's been loving them. And we did have a wild card, Callum Robson, win the heat before. All these wild cards with so much experience, including Julian Wilson coming up in the next heat, former runner-up in the world in 2018. Talk about favorable seeding going into the next round. When you got a list of wild cards that have made a dent on the championship tour, like Julian, like Callum being in a final in the past, it's a pretty scary list of names.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy heats at this level, and especially with this caliber of the wild cards that have been gifted a spot and then also earned their spot, which Julian did. Down the line here, Jordy Lawler.
Jordy just doing some surfing up and out. Tried to really own that first wave, which just put him in rhythm to just catch more waves now with third priority. He got a 4 for the wave previous, where he got some turns off. Known to get radical above the lip.
Yeah, if anything, it was almost a defensive move for the start of the heat. Jordy holding the other 2 guys off. This is the 4-pointer. Quick tap down the line, that second turn really gave it some, and then the third one hung up a little bit, so no surprise the judges have kept a bit of a lid on that score. But I like Jordy that he's starting to get into rhythm. He's just getting to his feet, down in third priority. Sit just down the point a bit too, and give yourself the opportunity to maybe grab a wide wave and build a score while these guys are up the point waiting for something bigger.
A bit earlier, Von Blakely did catch up with Iago Dora.
Iago, your first trip to Burleigh Heads, your first surf yesterday afternoon. It looks like you've clicked in well with this wave.
Yeah, it's a super fun wave. I love the spot too, it's super nice. I've been to Snapper a couple of times, but I've never been down here to Burleigh, and yeah, super cool spot.
Did you notice any difference in the wave face and the way that it sort of runs down the line?
Yeah, it's a little different for sure. A little more similar to a beach break, I would say, than Snapper, but super nice wave, like has a really good shape to it.
Mate, started off the year with probably your worst result, but since then it's been really good stuff from you, and you're in a strong position inside that top 5.
Yeah, it's good to start well. You know, last year I started pretty bad until the cut, and then after the cut I had some good results, but it felt really good to start good this year. Of course, with the bad result at Pipe, but I knew that didn't define me. I knew that was just a heat and I couldn't find nice waves, but I knew the form I was in and the results were going to come. So yeah, I'm stoked to be in the spot I am right now and looking forward to each heat.
And mate, some pretty exciting news this morning. I know that you don't like to get too far ahead of yourself, but next year, the world title wrapping up at Pipeline, that's a huge and exciting change.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's the tour I used to watch when I was a kid. That was like the dream growing up, and just finishing a pipe, the Pipe Masters, such a prestigious event. So yeah, it'll be amazing to be back to finishing up there, and yeah, I can't wait.
But plenty to look forward to this year as well, with Cloudbreak still there right at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Iago. Great surfing from Iago Dora. All season long, his best start in the first half that he's ever had, as he's planning on being at Cloudbreak at the end of the year to compete for his first world title. Let's get caught up here with what's been happening. Joao Chianca opening up really well, Rick.
Yeah, winding up down the line. A great slice off the top to start it. And a second. You can see these maneuvers just projecting down the line onto the next one so that he makes the sections. Slow-mo replay from Bonsoy. You can see just cutting through the lip of that wave. Compressors, now pumping for speed down the line. Just cuts that one on the lip as well. Just keeping that momentum forward to get to that final finishing turn. Busts the fins free slightly, manages to ride out of it. Great three-turn combination.
Also, Ethan Ewing getting his opening ride, Laura.
Yeah, small wave, but wow, that first turn, absolute fireworks through, spray to the heavens, and yeah, just weaving through here, and didn't have that same punch that the wave had of Joao's, but wow, for a small wave, he just two massive, critical blowtail to start, and just the way that he's able to, you know, put that weight back on his board and make sure he's not nosediving. Anyone else would be like down on the rocks right now, but Ethan, just his weight distribution and the way that he picks these sections, blows the tail, and then yeah, absolutely incredible crisp surfing by Ethan.
More rotation off the top compared to what Joao did on his wave. So we'll see where the judges place this, but that direction change of the board is always something that they identify, and it was evident on the first turn for Ethan, and then the variety there with that finishing manoeuvre, got the layback hack to finish off, and it looks like a decent score is about to drop.
The best of the heat so far, 7.33 for Ethan Ewing, and look at him go, rolling in to back it up quickly. Nice pace, hits that first section well, right into a float. Setting up a big finish. You can see him change gears on his bottom turn when he wanted to really light up that end section, but he lets go of it. The evolution of Ethan Ewing. Wow, what a story that's been. Joao Chianca with an opportunity. The speed snap, and it's going to stop short. So he'll hop back out, more concerned with second prio over Ethan Ewing than trying to dry dock that last wave. Jordy Lawler has priority with the 4. Just a short 2.67 for Ewing. Puts him out in front. Let's see what happened here, Rick.
Yeah, driving down the line. Love the compression and extension from Ethan. Just placement of maneuvers, just always in the right spot.
Yeah.
You know, his choice of maneuvers for what the wave presents is just one of the real you know, differences that he brings, one of the real things that he highlights in the way he approaches the wave.
Yeah, just his placement, like you said, it's just he's just draws his own lines, and it's what makes his surfing so special and so exciting to watch.
What a surfer, what an athlete. He's been runner-up in the world in the past, almost got that big win over Felipe Toledo after the back injury. People just thought he was automatically going to withdraw from the rest of the season, but Ethan had better plans and didn't just come back. He came back with the best rail game maybe we've ever witnessed at lower trestles. This year, that's a regular season event, and next year as well. But Ethan, yeah, looking for a major win. Went winless last year. And this year, he's come close. He was the favorite at Bell's. That three-turn combo, maybe some of the best we've ever seen on the bowl. Here comes Ewing. Nice climbing, little punch in the pocket. It's getting hollow in there. He's able to drip the fins, airdrop. You can see how dumpy that end section got which took away his finish on his wave previous. This time he cleaned it up, got there nice and early.
Yeah, there's so much sand on that shallow bank.
Joao speeding. Throwing a lot into that wrap into the pocket there on the CI. He's trying to work on a better backup. So yeah, you get a little bit of mix of everything, don't you, on this wave? You can see a classic read of a point break. You can see short, little dumpy kind of beach break type sections as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of sand there at the moment, just, yeah, out there. But I think as this swell, you know, swings around more east, it's going to, you know, line up a bit better and hopefully run down the point a bit more. But, you know, Yago's saying it's got that really nice shape to it. So you can put power to power and you know, you can get that speed and really go down the line and choose your section. So it's got that point break element, but then you get the good finishes like Joao got in that first one.
Yeah, I've actually got two swells and you'll notice as you keep an eye on the ocean here, see how there's like two swell lines really close together?
Yeah.
So we've got this southeast swell and then this more east swell that's starting to fill in behind it. And our surfers typically just taking off right at the tip of the point at the moment. The sandbar's right on the rock. So as the tide keeps filling in as we get closer to midday, I think those waves will slow up a touch and that final finishing maneuver will open up. And, you know, that 3- and 4-turn combination is when I think we'll see those excellent scores start to drop.
Well, the sun is hot, waves are fun, and they're just peeling down the line right in front of our face. It's Jordy Lawler, the wild card from Narrabeen, timing that backhand snap well, closeout finish in the flats. Well done. Chasing a 4.61 to take Joao down to third. Got off to a busy start. Once he got to catch his breath with priority, he settled down and knew how to identify this wave here, Laura.
Yeah, this was nice by Jordy. Had a bit of a lump in it to start, so we had to sort of wait for it to hit that sand, and then just these two combo was absolutely nice, and just compression at the end there. He's got a really fiery backside, and I think that's just why, you know, if he can connect on a wave and actually sort of get that, on his first wave, he got that 4 for that one big turn and tag it. He just needs to connect a little bit more on a few more turns, I think, and he'll be right in this.
Big opportunity for the wild card from North Narrabeen, chasing a 4.61 as Italo got bigger. He's stretching that yellow jersey out. He's coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. What a gorgeous way to start this weekend here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Great time to head on down here if you live in the local area. Get some special merchandise for this great event, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. You can also go do some shopping on WSLstore.com. If you can't make it down here to Australia for this big event, one-of-a-kind merchandise that you can purchase to always remember the return of Burleigh Heads. Richie Lovett knows what it's like to surf here at the CT level. I think he had a nice opening round win out here against Paul Canning and Kieran Perot just yesterday. Back in the early 2000s, Rich. Gosh, so many great memories. And this event's always gone a bit mobile over the years.
Yeah.
What are the highlights of your competition days at Burleigh Heads over the, you know, several events you've had out here?
Yeah, I actually forgot about that heat. Thanks for reminding me, Joe. That was a fun day. And then I think I had another heat out here. Well, the last heat I ever surfed out here was against Pedersen Rosa when we moved from Snapper down here for one day of competition, and luckily got the win there too. So, you know, my parents actually lived here on the Gold Coast for over 35 years. So this was a second home for me. I spent a lot of time up here on the points and just love it. I mean, what's not to love about it? It's called Surfers Paradise for a reason. And even winding the clock back even further, Australian Championship Tour days, we had so many events out here, and, you know, competing with Jake and Noodles and, you know, Shane Powell and all these guys was just epic. It was so fun.
So fun. And Laura, you live up here these days, don't you?
Yes, got a spot up here in Rainbow Bay. So I was hoping to be able to, you know, just roll down the hill to work. But no, it's so good to be up here in Burleigh, and I love it. You know, there's so much to do. There's amazing bars and restaurants, and really cool to sort of, you know, live between here, you know, Sydney and here, and you know, Narrabeen, where I live, all lefts, and then up here, all right. So it's good to get the mix of them in. But yeah, it's always buzzing and something happening on the Goldie.
Ethan Ewing's a proud Queenslander. So if we were going to go to North Stradbroke Island, you'd have to get on a ferry, right? So from here, probably about 2 hours of jumping on the ferry and getting to Stratty.
Yeah, I actually haven't done that one yet.
Have you done that one, Rick?
Yeah, I've done it.
Done it.
Yeah, it's about that. You know, it's a cool little ferry ride over, and then
yeah.
North Stratty's a different vibe to the Goldie, definitely. It's quieter, there's you know, less people. It's a bit mellower, but the surf just as good, but we won't give away too many secrets.
As we look at the Goofy Foot setting off a couple of nice little backhand turns, Jordy Lawler representing North Narrabeen. Chasing the lead now. Lawler into the second spot. His wave previous a 5.0 before we went to break. And now giving us another ride. So he's been the most active in the heat number 5. Joao Chianca trying to avoid the elimination round, as we have to think about the cut seriously now. It's stop 6, stop 7's where the cut's happening. That's at Margaret River main break.
Yeah, I was looking at Joao's, you know, spot number 23 on the rankings, and, you know, how much pressure that could feel. But then just after his Bells performance, you know, he cracked his first excellent scores, I think, all year. So we can hear some, Liam O'Brien,
yeah,
that's what's happening. You can hear the Burleigh Groms. Oh, wow, there's little, well, I'm sure we'll cut to it soon, but there's cutouts of Liam's head all over the rocks right now. But yeah, I think Joao would be feeling so confident coming off those big scores, excellent scores at Bells, and here he goes.
Joao Chianca representing Saquarema is moving with a nice pace down the line. So much movement, so much rhythm and dance. He likes to use every bit of his body through every turn. Starting to really drive. He's got the speed on this 1 foot section. Grew a little bit for him for an attacking finish. That's wave number 4, open with the 6.5. So Joao is only chasing a 2.5 to get second place back, Richie.
Yeah, we know he's got that for sure. Good wave, stood up well on the outside section, and then he did well to stitch it together and get that finishing turn. So he just jumps on, or calls for the Red Bull ski. Catches a ride back up to the point. So still 6 minutes on the clock, and this is going to get Joao right back into this heat. These ski drivers so competent at navigating this this shallow bank. Have to wait for their moment, and they'll hit the gas. It's quite well, you can talk about it, Laura, you know, just getting up and down off the ski. It takes a bit of effort and some fitness.
Oh yeah, everyone's had their horror ski stories. I love Molly's one in Brazil, and I think also Joel had a good one, just flew off the back. But no, these ski drivers are the best in the world. I know Glendon Ringrose out there, and I mean, nothing better than saving your arms from becoming jelly and getting out here on the points. That was always my favourite thing competing at Snap, you know, just you'd ride all the way down, you're like, yes, I don't have to paddle for once, thank gosh.
So good.
So this is coming to a play. Yeah, the morning update, I first saw there wouldn't be the assistance from the Water Patrol. They must have made a little game time decision. So Joao taking advantage of it as we take another look here, Laura.
Yeah, so he got a 4.37 for this, so he's jumped up into second place. We knew that was going to be the case, but yeah, the judges kind of, pulling back on that score. I think, he connected with that first turn, but wasn't much here on the end. He's going to be feeling good, but Jordy Lawler only needs a 5.88 now, so...
Yeah, that was a really cool angle where you could actually see down the line. We were looking at exactly what Joao was looking at.
Totally.
He could see that end section starting to loom up, and he just went, okay, there's another point and a half in this wave. If I can just keep that momentum going. You could see him just so much body and board movement to get over that flat section and get to that final turn. He did well.
Yeah, and it's so hard, after you get over that flat section to actually go into the speed and be able to throw spray and do, yeah. Oh, look at that. That's the way to do it.
Perfect dismount.
We're glad.
You can see those buoys placed there where the Water Patrol will go around to make sure there's no wake into the face of the lineup. So if you're asking for it, you're going to get a nice ride way out the back there, and you can launch yourself with some speed to start paddling back into the takeoff spot. Joao Chianco, 4.37. You can see that on his Apple Watch. Now he's in second. And Jordy Lawler would need a 5.88. His best has been a 5.0. And Ethan Ewing kind of playing a nice little Ethan heat. Very selective, very efficient, like he always is. You never see him just chasing all kinds of waves. Like when it just comes down to efficiency with identifying a good wave, Ethan's got to be the best on tour.
Yeah, I feel like, you see Ethan in some of those heats where he's just so, in a way, stubborn about his wave selection. He's like, I'd rather just sit here and just, go out without... and even at Bells, when he just did those 3 massive turns, he didn't even want to grovel to the inside. He's like, that's it, I'm done. He's simple. He's like, he knows what he wants. And, yeah, right now he's sitting with priorities in the lead. And, Jordy's going to be the one trying to, beg and steal a wave off him under priority.
What's the process like, Richie, to get that extra sense that Ethan has of identifying the right waves at the right time? How can you get there? How do you make improvements?
It actually takes a lot of control, because as surfers, you really want to keep surfing and you want to keep building scores, and you think, oh, if I just get this one and get a 6, but he knows that on the right wave, with his style of surfing that is so dependable, if he gets the right waves, he'll lock a heat out completely. So, it's just a proven theory that if you are on the 2 best waves and you surf them well, you're no doubt going to get through the heat. So he identified that earlier. It caught him out a little bit at times. Like he actually has been caught out where he's sat too long.
Yeah.
But he's kind of found the perfect balance of it now.
I think he has such, immense confidence in his own surfing. And think of that 733. It wasn't the biggest wave of the heat. It wasn't the, the most punchy one, but he just knew that it had a really nice section that he could just push and over surf in a way. And so he, you would have looked at that wave maybe a 5, and he surfed it into a 733 just because of that immense confidence.
Yeah, it's about learning how to compete too. And we do see him pivot though. Like if he needs a score, he will pivot and do what he needs to do to clean it up. But it's just really smart competition surfing.
Yeah, just great time management, controls the clock, momentum pacing. And like you said, knows how to adjust with that situational awareness. Minute 10 on the clock. Jordy Lawler has priority over Joao Chianca, and that's the spot he's gunning for. Top 2 reseeded into the round of 32. Third place is in the elimination round, which already has a big name in it, named Jack Robinson. Jack got 3rd in the previous heat under Al Cleland Jr. in a big wild card victory for Caltex. Here we go, Joao with a little bit of room. Ethan's actually going to take it off. I'm incomplete on the punt. Would have counted if he landed it. Nice healthy wrap, punches the fins out into reverse. He'll lose the landing. But you see how important first place is for Ethan to play some defense on Joao, who is only chasing a 5.17 for the lead. And now it would be up to Jordy Lawler. If he can get in the mix, he will have time. The wild card from North Narrabeen hits it off the top. Needs a 5.88. Belts it with the fins out. Third turn, a big vertical slap on the end section. Small, fast-paced wave. A couple of hammers in the mix for Jordy Lawler. Certainly shown up as a wild card. He's been coming up to the Gold Coast since he was about 11 years of age. Feeling like a second home today. So we'll wrap up the scores. Ethan's first. And then also Jordy Lawler, the important wave to see if it turned the heat, Rich.
Yeah.
Forgetting about one guy out there, the favourite of the crowd.
We'll hear it when he takes off. We're going to hear it.
It's going to be massive. Everyone's going to lose their mind. They actually have a true local Burleigh Heads Board Riders Club member, Liam O'Brien, waiting now with priority. And before we see his first wave, let's hear from a wild card named Callum Robson. Von Blakey caught up with him earlier.
Yep. Cal Robbo coming up against the freshly minted Bells champion and absolutely teeing off. True grit performance, Cal. You look like you had something to prove out there, mate.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to be back on the CT, back at the highest level, and yeah, with the Rashi on, and just rubbing shoulders with the world's best again. I think it's like 7 months off competing, so to be coming straight back in, to be going up against people like Jack Robbo, who just come off a fresh Bells win, yeah, definitely keeps you on your toes. I was like nervous, had all those normal comp emotions starting to roll back through the body, and it's just like feels good, makes you feel alive, and this is what we do it for.
Mate, we caught up a few times during the off-season and you were so settled. You were ready to go, and this opportunity, when it popped up, it just seemed like perfect timing.
Yeah, we're making those matcha cookies all that time in the kitchen, cooking up with Bonsoy. So I think just like those matcha cookies just put me right in the sweet spot, and we've been just going good ever since. But no, I'm stoked to be back here competing, especially right here on the Gold Coast. It's like an amazing event, especially to kickstart my competitive year. Obviously the tour's been going for a while, but watching Morgan down in Bells was super inspiring, and I just love the group of Aussies that we have, and just to feed off each other, and I just want to see as many of us back there, Jacob, Morgs, myself, all of us. I just want us all back there, so it'll be sick. Mate,
you've been a bit of a team leader in terms of like knowing how to sort of take on the disappointment of falling off tour, getting onto the Challenger Series, having near misses for requalification, but it just seems like the whole crew feels really settled with that and are coming on strong, like finding their best form again.
Yeah, well, I just think it's the reality of the situation, whether you're on or off tour. It's just like, at the end of the day, we love to do this, we love to compete, and I think if you fall in love with the process of competing and surfing, and that you're going to realise that you're going to do it no matter what, then you can take some comfort in that. Is that whether I'm on or off tour, I'm going to still compete and try and be my best surfer. So I think you take comfort in that, and I think all the boys have realised that we live a pretty good life. We live here on the Gold Coast in Australia. It's like the weather's amazing. We're fortunate enough to live in this beautiful country, so I think there's a lot to be grateful for. So I'm stoked to be able to, just be living this life and have the opportunity to surf against these amazing surfers.
Oh, mate, you're bringing a tear to my eye. I tell you, congratulations. You just ripped in that heat. Good to see you. Absolutely firing at your best. Looking forward to the next round as well.
Cheers. Let's go. Thank you.
Great catch-up with Callum Robson, and great explosive reaction from this local crowd backing Liam O'Brien on his first wave. Wow, our booth started rumbling, the windows were shaking. That's what it's all about. The board riders culture here. When they've got someone in the event, they go all out. As we continue on with Italo Ferreira. Nice snap to slide. Driving into that tailhook reverse. He is just unstoppable. Already has 15 points, and he still has 20 minutes for more.
Wow, he can do no wrong. But yeah, how was that wave from Liam O'Brien? You know, just local knowledge playing right into it, just the wave of the heat. He's waited 10 minutes and, you know, wondering whether that pressure of hearing these scores drop would just, you know, sort of unsettle him. But yeah, he looked right at home when he stood up in that wave. And I'm pretty sure some of those local guys just broke the microphones. It's just like, they were screaming.
You love it. Let's get caught up here. Richie, Liam O'Brien lighting this up.
Lobby picked a gem, slicing off the top there. Little layback hack, and then this beautiful finishing turn. And then the point just erupted at this stage of the game. Liam, great opening ride. Really, really good settler, and he's going to be right in the hunt here. Oh, they're backing him. They're backing him big time. And then this was Jules out the back. Smaller little wave, tags it nicely the first turn. Beautiful wrap for the second, and then gets to that third finishing turn as well. So Jules really starting to build the foundations of his heat score.
And then Italo, Laura.
Wow, this is an absolute heat. He almost lost it there, but then he's like, nah, not today. Got it back. And that was amazing. Just out. And now Liam back up again.
Nice first turn. Liam O'Brien is going to have to step out of that wave after the first hammer. He's a pretty mellow cat. I think that's why he's so good at surfing big waves as well. It doesn't ever seem like he's spiking with his adrenaline. He stays so calm, but how would he be reacting after that celebration from his friends and family?
I mean, oh, he's looking on the inside here.
He can't sit still now. Liam throwing down a little wrap. Flowing with that beautiful style that was raised on this wave right here at Burleigh. His opening score is going to get this crowd so psyched. An 8.07.
Wow.
Just a touch better than Italo's 8-point ride.
Yeah, and it's smart surfing, just picking up that wide wave down the end of the point, identifying that he's got the best score of the heat so far. He knows Italo's got 2 bombs as well, so why not tidy it up, really set that foundation and put Julian on notice here at this stage in the heat. Really put pressure on Jules.
Scores in for last of Wilson, his best so far, 6.67. As just watching his surfing so far, he hasn't missed a beat. Still just so polished and groomed. Looks like Wilson's up now. A Pipe Masters champ throws down a carve. Tries to find more pace and smoothness to this one. He's found it now out in front. Big carve into the pocket again on that board from JS, and that was just going to run off without him. Tricky little sections. You could see him just trying to really work himself into a smoother gear.
Yeah, you could see his rhythm was just off a millisecond, wasn't it, on that wave?
From the get-go, you know, he got that nice carve in the middle there, but, you know, just wild how good this heat is. You know, you forget... You know, you forget how good Julian Wilson is on these right-hand points. You know, he grew up surfing right-hand points. He's just looks right at home. But just a note that I think that score from Liam O'Brien, you know, looking back throughout his year so far, you know, he hasn't been able to crack into, like, you know, even a high 7 or anything. So to just come back here to home soil, you know, to be in 24th on the rankings and then to drop that 8 would have felt so good.
Yeah, for sure. Nice wrap here. You can see Jules just stumbled a little bit on that first turn. I think it just set the rhythm off. I mean, the surfing's great. He's looking so good. I love that turn there. Plenty of power, and unfortunately the wave just rifles off in front of him. He doesn't get that final turn. Telegraph for a big air at the finish there, and Jules is right back in this, and he'll drop an excellent score, but he doesn't look like he's been away from competition for a number of years. He looks like he's right in it.
No, it felt like that was going to go excellent if he had the opportunity to do something at the end. But I know just even looking at his interview yesterday that he did after he won the trials, you know, the emotions were flowing. He was just, you know, he's back.
He's invested, isn't he?
4 years off, and you know, it's just, he's surfing, you know, better than ever, and it's just so cool.
Well, we know he's got the wild card into the Challenger Series. He's going to have a shot at making it back on the tour, and we love to see him back here.
What an exciting heat, you guys. Italo has 2 scores into the excellent range, an 8 and an 8.03. Let's talk about the components of the criteria, Richie. What's really popping out to you with those big scores?
Yeah, okay, so the combinations, variety, committed approach, the innovative and progressive airs. I mean, Italo's just really locked down that component of the judging criteria, and then style and flow is a super important element as well. So stitch those all together and you're going to get up into the excellent range, but certainly this heat we've seen a ton of it.
As we break down the big 8s that we've already seen, that speed's just flying out to me right here.
Look, that first combo was absolutely amazing. And then to, you know, get these other 2 tags in and just the spray and the power and just the flow on that wave, that was excellent all day long.
And then to this one, bit different to get to the excellent score here, Richie.
Yeah, up and over the foamy section, and this is where the innovation really comes into it. And Italo just manufacturing that air from that section, you know, just forcing it. That's what he's so good at doing, is just, you know, forcing maneuvers, but making it not look forced.
Look, he's got 2 8s, and he's just like, nah, I'm going to go away, guys. This is my wave.
He's going to go again. Italo on wave number 4. He's thrown away a 7, by the way, and oh my goodness. He is flying. Throws down a top turn, snap there as it grows down the line. Tagged it a 3rd, now 4th time. And now starting to run after something big. He's found himself a section, big blowtail that he controls forward. Oh my goodness. He's got a wave that allows him to go as fast as he wants at all times. Look out.
There's not many people who can generate that amount of speed. You know,
Does he have a motor on the bottom of his board?
like especially on the backhand too, and being able to anticipate those sections that are happening in front, you know, and maintain pace, place the manoeuvres where they're supposed to go.
It'll be interesting to see where this wave goes because, you know, it felt like he was kind of highlining the whole entire thing. And here, you know, didn't get to the bottom and then another turn there. So all of the surfing kind of in the top part of the wave. But just so much speed to get down to this section and then to be able to obviously direction change, blow tail.
His first ride, while maybe not as fast and as exciting, it had more impact in the turns. This one was more down the line, a bit more horizontal.
Let's catch up with Ethan Ewing hanging out with Vaughn.
Ethan, and we thought you looked at home in the Bells Bowl, mate. Welcome back to the Southern Queensland Sand Bottom Points.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to be back on this, you know, super close to home and Gold Coast. It's been, a long time since I think it was my rookie year. It was the last time I competed here. So, yeah, super nice to be back in this part of the world.
Commanding performance in that heat, mate. Just doing what you had to do, but you were saying before, you know, that the shape of the wave is really exciting for you.
It is, yeah. We've been surfing it the last few days. It's been really small, but, yeah, the bank's insane. And, looks like there's a lot of swell coming. So, yeah, super exciting. We've had a lot of events where it's been slow and pretty average forecast. So this one's, exciting to get going.
Awesome, mate. Well, a great performance and good signs from you yet again. And just keep a wide berth for the Stratty boys, mate.
Yeah. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's come down and supported, all the Stratty boys and girls, and all my family. It's been huge to have them down here and supporting.
Good on you, mate. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Ethan. He is so happy. He's got all the support from Stratty that made the trip down here to Burleigh Heads to support that round 1 victory. Still 11 minutes to go here in Heat 6. Italo way out in front. We'll be right back. Let's dive into the pulse. Big opening day, first day of the waiting period. Burleigh Heads is certainly providing. We got to see Kanoa Igarashi continue his form from the runner-up finish at Bells to the fun right-handers. Here at Burleigh Heads, he had Marco Mignot pushing him in this one. Brian Callanan absent because he had a baby girl last night. So it was the two just going blow for blow, and Kanoa said he knows about seeding for the next round, took it very seriously and got the job done. And Jordy Smith always loves the Gold Coast. He's had some unbelievable starts in his career out here when it used to be the season opener. Now coming back to Burleigh, getting insights from guys like Munga Berry on where to sit. He looked polished and comfortable. Current world number 5 taking charge. Got the win over George Pitar and Imai Kalani DeVault. 18 years on tour, looking fresh. Then things got interesting with Iago Dora, looking like he was just putting on a clinic with backhand connections, hitting his targets from start to finish. He had a little goofy foot sparring partner in this one. Jackson Bunch looked light on his feet. Jackson would stay in second. And Edgar Grosjean Sent to the elimination round. Iago's best first half of the season in his career continues to shine. And he loves a punt, doesn't he? Easy rotation for Iago. The big congrats from his girlfriend on the beach. Things got really fun when you talk about wild cards. Callum Robson ready to mix it up with the best in the world again. He said he found those great comp nerves again. He loves it. Able to send Jack Robbo into the elimination round fresh off of Bell's victory. That was certainly a huge statement. Jack was ripping but couldn't get out of the fours, and it was Cal's day to upset the Bell's champ to move on.
Whew. Wow, what a morning so far.
And it's still just heat 6.
A lot of very good surfing this morning, but then this heat is where we've seen the excellent numbers into the 8s. Happened first with Italo with that first 8-point ride, and then Liam, and then Italo. Maybe Italo did 3 in a row, and then anyway. Shut up.
It's a good point.
They're all on fire.
They all push each other, and this the energy in the water too. For Liam's different. He's at home. You know, first time ever he's got a CT on his home break. That feels electric. Italo's always going to bring that type of fight and flair in a heat. And then you've got the sentimental value of Julian Wilson, who's already made it clear of his intentions of coming back to the tour full time. He put that out there. He got a wild card for the Challenger Series, but the road to qualifying again is really, it starts here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a great confidence booster for Julian as we see him up and riding now.
Julian Wilson from Coolum Beach. Beautiful carve. Nice off the top again. That smooth style is putting himself in rhythm for the tail high reverse to finish. Just classic Julian Wilson type form and flow.
Wow. Can we talk about how he had third priority there? And just, I mean, any other heat right now, Jules would be winning. But this has just been the heat of the morning, and that was under priority. One way to try and get yourself an excellent score.
Yeah, well, I think Jules has got to chip away. These other guys are looking for a bigger, better number. And Jules does well to convert here, streaking down the line, gets the speed. I love that slash. Cuts it off at the perfect moment, gets another little re-entry, and then starts to look down the line. Takes to the air, gets the spin. Nice tidy air rev.
Wow.
Gets that tail pointing towards the beach, then reconnects, and then finishes the spin and rides out.
He said he got a little emotional on the beach yesterday, realizing he'd won the trials to go into the main event. He'd be putting on a CT jersey again, and on the loudspeaker he heard the soundtrack to his part in Young Guns.
Yeah.
And he's like, what is going on? It's just the emotional value of that breakthrough performance.
That's rad.
As we see rapid fire surfing from Italo. He's got a lot of speed, and how about that?
Goodness.
Projects in the flats on purpose.
I was not expecting that.
Wow, he's a magician, but that was just, that looked sore.
It's like the position of where he can push off of. The wave's already breaking, and he can get there late and see where he ends up.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
95% of people wouldn't even want to go up for a late float, and he just goes up for a late full rotation into the flats.
So that's his first true throwaway, because, I mean, saying he's thrown away a 7, 6, 6, 7, those are keepers all day long.
Wow, look at that score for Julian.
Last number for Julian Wilson, a 7.4.
Okay, that's a better number for Jules. Now, everyone's top score is right there. As we look at the recap, the GWM recap, and Italo Ferreira has just been on a heater since the siren went, and it's backhand surfing like this that we expect to see from him. It's repetitious, fast, lightning fast speed down the line, and then Lobby got involved.
Yeah, this was probably the most beautiful wave of the heat. You know, Liam waited for this one, but then Italo just manufacturing this second 8-point ride. Almost lost it here, but then went, oh, nope, air into the flats. Just so exciting to watch. You just never know what is going to happen. And Julian, I mean, he's been surfing an amazing heat right now, and big carves, and then this is his last 7.40, so it's just so good to see him back out here and throwing these big airs and just looking so progressive, fast, smooth. just, yep, all the boxes, ticking all the boxes.
And what a boost of confidence for Julian Wilson, just coming back into this arena. Obviously, he's a veteran of the tour. And just quickly to say, he actually moved out on his own terms. He had a spot on tour, and just all the travel during the Olympics and the pandemic was too much with the quarantines. As we look at Italo on fire, another big punt. Just a show off for the crowd. His girlfriend, his filmer, Bushesha, one of his best friends from his childhood at Bahia Formosa, brings him around the world everywhere to capture the big clips and moments that you can check out on Italo's Instagram. So another huge backside punt for the crowd on wave number 6. He's got a giant lead. He doesn't need to keep surfing, but this is his favorite thing to do. Up and out again for Italo Ferreira. And now Liam O'Brien. Big blast there, slowing down to get barreled. Of course the local boy finds one. He's driving, he's got the speed, he's made it out. Off the top for a big rooftop float. Liam O'Brien greases the landing.
Oh, they're calling 10s. The locals are calling 10.
Hey, why not?
That would have been 10 if, you know, if it was on single. That just was so, like, iconic Burleigh surfing, you know? Like,
yeah.
He put him on a single fin and he could have done that same surfing. It's just so amazing. And
that's what you love about the individual styles on tour,
it's
right?
Just so cool to watch.
What'd you see, Laura?
I mean, yeah, this wave just, you could tell Liam was like, this is going to have an incredible inside track. Nice little drainer here, nothing too deep, but this is where he got racing down, and we were thinking, is he going to go to the air? Is he going to, like, what is he going to do here? And just a huge, iconic Burleigh float for the crowd. They're loving it. And
yeah, beautiful bit of vision here.
yeah, it just looks like he's having so much fun here at home. What a heat for Liam, you know, after his start to the year so far, and to come out here and just, you know, do surfing that he loves and connects with, and that is just radical.
Yeah, I thought he was a little underdone at Bells. I thought some of his waves could have gone up into the excellent range. It's great to see him dropping some big numbers here. And, well, to just get a little vision, little tube time seems appropriate for the local.
It'll be interesting to see what the judges go with this one. You know, you could feel from the energy that could be, you know, when you think of Burleigh Heads and all the iconic waves you've seen here over the years. That was some iconic surfing. But, you know, not a lot of progression. He had the vision. So we'll see if it goes above his 6.9.
Impressive totals from all three athletes in heat number 6. Italo throwing away a 7.37 from his punt before. Standing by for numbers from Liam O'Brien. And Julian Wilson getting one more wave as well before we move off this heat. This was Julian's last wave, Richie.
Okay, so a clean snap for Jules, up and over that little section. Driving down the line, looking for a finish, but doesn't get it. So we're thinking that at this point, it's perhaps Italo and Liam. We just need those final scores to drop in.
That's right. A 7.7 from Liam O'Brien, getting drained, and then a gigantic floater. Just classic Burleigh Heads performance from the local boy. 15.77 total, one of his best of the season. He will, in fact, move into the round of 32 with Italo Ferreira and Julian Wilson, even with a 14-plus total, will be dealing with the elimination round. What a matchup. All three surfers competing like that was the final.
Oh, that was such a fun heat to watch, and I'm sure everyone is entertained on the rocks here and at home. So some more big heats coming up.
Oh my goodness, Italo doesn't even look phased. He's like, I could surf 8 more heats like that today. He was taking waves he didn't need. He did more rotations. What a great venue for Italo to perform at, and the local boy, Liam O'Brien. Up next, Barron, Seth, and David Silva hit heat 7. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've travelled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Welcome back to the show, gearing up for yet another great clash. Barramamea fixated in the top 10 at the moment, looking to hold on to that position up against a fellow Hawaiian in Seth Moniz, and David Silva, who's down the back end of the ratings, trying to fight to get himself above that cut line, heading over to Margaret River. Ronnie Blakey here for the call with Felicity Parmentier. Flick, so good to be back here on the Goldie. We've seen some big heats. That last one was unreal. A lot of highlights.
Oh, it's absolutely cooking out there right now. I mean, the local hero goes out and it absolutely turns on. You got the world #1 as well, and then ultimate comeback, Julian. So get back to that live action.
Straight into it, Barramamea, who's been slipping down the ladder since his win at the start of the season. He wants to turn that trend around and climb a couple of rungs here at stop 6 on the championship tour. But the crowd here so invested in that last heat, and just so invested in every heat, because it's so great to have the championship tour back here on the Gold Coast.
It's so epic. I mean, I got down in the crowd before and I was sitting on the rocks, and I mean, you know, shame that we had to move from Snapper, but Burleigh as a location right now is really doing the most. It's giving a lot.
It is, yeah, definitely the best waves on the Gold Coast at the moment, as Liam O'Brien enjoys a solid heat performance.
Sick, Lobby. That was so good, mate.
15.77, the heat score total. Still not enough to win that last heat. Italo, wow, what a way to rebound for the world #1. 16.03, impressive. Got to give Julian Wilson the tip of a cap as well. Probably didn't have the best waves in that heat, but still managed a decent heat score total of 14.07. It's going to shape up to be a very exciting elimination round. Out there in the lineup, Seth Moniz. We've got a Bonsoy replay of him.
Yeah, so a couple of nice snaps there. He whips it around into the pocket, looking for a finish as he brings it through to the inside. And what's he got? Nice tail high air reverse there. So smaller wave, but probably a semi-decent score. And then Barron behind him. So this is Barron's opening wave. Like you said, Ron, he's slowly sort of falling down those rankings, really trying to claw his way back there, but just getting a bit hung up there on that last turn. So a couple of scores dropped in now.
Yeah, 5.33 for Moniz and a 3-point ride for Barramamea. Seth, he hasn't broken into a final series yet this year, but he's managed 3 nights, and that's kept him reasonably well situated. 18th on the rankings at the moment, jumped 4 spots with that 9th place finish at Bells. And it's really been his air reverse that's helped him sort of tap back into some of his better performances. He just, as soon as he got the confidence of landing some big airs, some big rotations down there at stop 5, his rail work just seemed to clean up immediately. He just looked like he switched on. So let's see if he's going to carry a bit of that into this event.
Yeah, I definitely felt that too. It seems like that sort of just gave him all this confidence, you know, during Bells, stopped those couple of big airs, and everything was flowing a bit better, which was good to see. And I mean, he's no stranger to knowing what that cut feels like and being right there and, you know, saving himself in Margaret River. He needed a big result and got it. I mean, so he knows the feel more than anyone else, you know.
Well, he's never been cut.
No, but
despite
you
the
know
fact
what I mean?
he's hung around that bubble. That's it. I know exactly what you're saying. He's managed to save himself. So he's captain clutch when he gets to that 5th stop.
It's kind of like he needs the pressure to perform or something. It's scary for everyone watching at home and his friends and family, but
I know his sister's puts the pressure on him. She wants the performances. Don't mess with sis.
Yeah, no way. But yeah, you know, I think it's almost like, yeah, the last few years he's been right there and then leaves it to the last moment and probably, you know, giving his friends and family heart attacks at home watching, but he's pulled it off.
Exactly. Yeah, well, he did really well in his rookie event on the Gold Coast, made some big heats, and has been a fixture on the championship tour since 2019. Actually, in his rookie year, had his best ever finish. Got to 12th place. Last year, he rebounded well after surviving that cut, as you mentioned, and getting to 19th position. But always a positive presence around the event side, as is David Silva, who despite, not banking his best results to kick off the year and having his worst at Bells, a 33rd, still gets around these events with a positive attitude, ready to make up some ground. His family, his kids, his daughters, Bella and Julia, will be tuned in, watching, his wife Patrice as well. Let's see if David can turn his year around. Down in 31st position, dropping a couple of spots down there at Bells.
Yeah, it's tough right now for him, and he's going to be feeling that for sure. I think I mentioned it this morning, but I mean, the last heat was anything to go by. It's the gold standard for a goofy out here, right? I mean, Italo just absolutely tore the bag out of it, but it is tricky. It has its nuances out here on your backhand. You're not facing the wave. It's a very fast wave, but so he will have his work cut out for him. But draw inspiration from that last heat. Italo absolutely belted it.
Yeah, you can get the windscreen wipers going at a pretty rapid pace too, and really fling that board up vertically nicely. Let's have a look at the conditions out there, courtesy of Oakberry, and the update is a positive one. We've got, swell around that 4 to 5 foot height range at the moment. It's providing a nice clean canvas for the competitors, Flick.
Oh, it's so dreamy. It's like, classic Gold Coast right now. Just those, small corduroy lines wrapping around that point and just turquoise waters. It's stunning out there today, really. I'm blown away. Burleigh as a venue, even just to, look at the crowds too. It's so cool. You got that stone and wood bar right there. You can position and really check it all out.
Is it time?
Hey,
almost.
What, 45 minutes away?
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, 44 minutes now.
But just under 21 minutes to go. The cool thing is, just here at Burleigh, you're kind of tucked in nicely, close to those stones, and on that sandbar, a little further out that offshore is having a bit more effect on the texture of the water, but hugged in nice and tight here on the inside. We've got nice glassy walls. Freedom for our competitors as they flex their repertoire and look to tick the boxes on the criteria. Let's see what Mamea can do. We know him for his barrel riding, but big airs and really hard ripping calves. He's also famous for that. Nice little rotation there. Just working under priority here. This guy's just, established himself as, one of the greats. Not too many people have taken multiple wins at Pipe. To go back-to-back is huge.
Oh, and to do it and take it from John, who is arguably the best. Let's break down this. So just building speed here, sends it to the air. Lands really heavy there. That every time I watch that, my ankles hurt. But sends it to the air. Gets that tail relatively high. Tries to ride out and get another little, something here just to finish. He's trying to back up to 3.
It just didn't have the speed, did he, to place that final turn. But we'll see that all the competitors, especially your regulars, are going to have that little forehand rotation that they can pull out of the pocket. Even without the oncoming section, they're just masters of it these days. Really can project out onto the open face. And it's just a 4.17. They're heavily scrutinised, those air reverses these days. There's a few elements. There's a criteria to getting a good rotation done if you're going to turn in a huge score, and there was a few things missing from that version of the turn for Barron, but he knows that.
Yeah, he'll know that for sure. Like you said, Ron, there wasn't much speed going into that wave, into that air, and partially because that wave was so small, so hard to generate that speed, but obviously want that tail high, you want height, distance travelled, all those things. More inverted, the better. Full rotation, better. But it's not as easy to drop big scores on air reverses these days. Doesn't happen anymore.
No, you got to get that. You got to get that height. You got to have the speed through rotation and almost complete the rotation in the sky. As we see David Silva now, bit of that punch we were talking about.
Oh.
As he just forces that board out of the lip, gets a bit of release there. hangs on for the finish. Not a lot in it at the moment. Seth has got the best number, 5.33, and a couple of mediocre rides for David Silva and Baron Mamiya. And while David makes his way out, let's check in with Mr. Excellence, Italo, in that last heat, getting it done. He's with Laura.
Absolutely getting it done, Italo. You know, you haven't had much experience here at Burleigh, but coming out this morning and 2 excellent scores. Well, how fun was that? Because, wow, that was just, it was blow for blow out there.
Yeah, that was a good heat for sure. All those guys, they had like good scores on that heat, and we had like a lot of like moments on the heat, you know, like a lot of sets, and that was cool because I had a chance to like perform, you know, and I tried to take position in my first wave, and then I had like 8.2 star, and then I just tried to like surf after that, and then that was a cool heat for sure.
And how cool was it to be out there with Julian Wilson again, and obviously Liam O'Brien, the local guy, such a stacked heat.
Oh yeah, for sure. Liam is one of the local. He knows the wave. He knows how to surf this wave, and I was like kind of close out him, you know, just like to try to find the best moment to take off. And then yeah, but for sure that was one of the best heats of the day, you know. And it's nice when you have like guys like push you to the next level, you know. And I'm so stoked.
Yeah, and obviously coming from Bells, surfing Burleigh for the first time, how have you prepared the last few days?
Oh, it's way different the wave. Right here, you need to get a lot of like energy on the wave to get the speed, you know. And then because the wave is a little bit smaller than Bells, but I think it's more rippable. You know, there's more like kind of like session and space to perform, you know, during the wave, and you can do like turns and mix with some airs. And then sometimes like kind of like a little barrel. I saw like Leon the last wave, he got like nice like barrel, and I was like, oh, that was cool. And then I was looking me on that wave. Probably after that we're gonna do like a big air reverse on the last session. But yeah, it's pretty nice to analyze all the other guys and try to like mix with your surf, you know. And then I'm super stoked.
Amazing, on fire. We'll see you into the next round.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Italo, he's reignited. He had by his standards a bit of a shocker in the round of 16. Down there at Bells, losing out to the wildcard. Xavier Huxtable just looked a little flustered at different stages, but when you look at his performance in the earlier round, in the opening round of the event, he was one of only 3 surfers on the backhand to drop an excellent score, so it wasn't like he was out of form, and he's tapped back into the winning formula here in the opening round as we see a replay of Seth. This one during the interview, 4.4, so Seth, you know, finding the rhythm early, getting himself out in front. Big numbers, no, but still a way more positive start to him than what he's had in the opening round at some of the other events.
For sure, and, you know, he's got a couple of numbers here. I mean, I also feel that we haven't really seen a proper set roll through in this heat yet. You know, you kind of cast back to that heat before, and it seemed like there was quite a lot of opportunity. So it feels like maybe the ocean's kind of going through one of those periods where it's a bit sleepy. Maybe we're going to see a set come through, like, and give that more opportunity for those sort of bigger scores. They're doing the best they can with the opportunity that they have. You know, they've been sort of smaller, faster, shorter, compressed rides. So it's all very even pretty much right now.
Yeah, real advantage to Seth, just with the 5.33. Got a point and some over the next best scoring ride. So, you know, at worst, it could be a decent backup.
Yeah.
You get the feeling once he gets to the top of that priority order again, he'll settle in, he'll get a little more patient, and he'll wait for one of those sets you're talking about.
For sure. I think now, like, he's going to have to wait for a set, right? I mean, basically, that echo what you said, Ron, like the 5.33, you got to be thinking that's a backup for sure. And, I mean, right now, though, Barron's out there, he's got the priority, and yeah, Barron's got priority, so we'll see what happens. I mean, he's only got a couple of small scores on the board, so you've got to be thinking he's looking for something better too. I mean, I think we're going to see a bit of shuffle.
Yeah, right, 13 and a half minutes to go. Such a different venue to Bells, and we heard Italo talking about it. Comes with a different wave with very different characteristics. A new approach required as we see Seth locking in for some cover. Getting a bit of barrel riding in there. He'll love the feel of that. Can't ask for more on a Saturday morning. As we see David Silva now in second spot. Was chasing a 5.43 prior to Seth's last wave. He does have that serious punch in the pocket when he winds up. Let's have a look at this replay. For Seth, gets a nice little tube on the inside.
Yeah, this is cool. This is a really cupped out bowly wave, super fast, fun little bonus section there. I mean, and then behind him, I mean, David Silver right now, that first turn just so crisp, the timing straight up into that second one. For 2 really good turns there, stomps that third one. So still though, no one breaking away with it.
No, not just yet. Nice combination from Silver. Scores on the way. Seth drops a 4.67, just slightly improving his heat score total. David Silver still hanging on to second. Baron Mamiya with a bit of work to do. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break as Ian Gentile gets ready to hit the water for the opening round.
Shall we?
Get your fantasy teams locked in. You've still got a bit of time to secure your squad to help you collect points in your own leagues. But yeah, it's important to lock your fantasy lineup in before they get the third round underway for the men and the women.
Hey, that was a good ad. That really had me, that one.
Yeah.
Really good.
Solid. 9.5 minutes to go, and we've got a bit of a slow burner happening here at the moment. Things are pretty tight. We had a wave during the break. We're going to have a look at the Bonsoy replay of Burleigh Bound here.
Wow, so big first opening manoeuvre there. Sets those fins free, and things are getting a little bit sleepier here, but he's maintaining speed and gets a nice finish. So interesting to see where this one goes for Baron.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, you know, he's best finishes obviously coming on the North Shore, winning Sunset, winning Pipe a couple of times. He's had a semi-final finish in Portugal before, but other than that, kind of counting quarters as his best results in foreign waters. So Baron's got to find the winning formula when he leaves the North Shore, because he doesn't want to waste the opportunity of a fantastic start and potentially miss out on the final 5 in Fiji, because he could be a major threat if he can get himself there for Cloudbreak.
Wow, I mean, he'd be incredible out there. And you just got to look at the events coming up, and with the results he's had, like, obviously the win at the start of the year. You got your 10,000 points. I think he got a quarterfinal finish too in Portugal. So you're thinking, okay, like I'm sort of positioned relatively okay here. I got a win under my belt, a quarters. You forecast, you know, to the rest of the year, you've got to be thinking, you know, Chopes is on that schedule. I'm going to be probably doing well there. If he can keep himself in that conversation for that final 5 picture, he's going to be pretty deadly out there. And just imagine the showdowns. You know, if you think, guys like your Jack Robbos out there, your Barons, those showdowns are going to be pretty crazy.
Massive. You know, you think about Trestles and some of the people that probably the top 5 were happy didn't crack the final series there. Jordy Smith, for example, he's had some big performances out at Trestles. He never got that opportunity, never made the final 5 there. So, you know, he was a big omission from those series. Barron would be a danger man for sure if he could get himself into the final 5 anywhere. He's a guy of the swells on, the barrel riding skills that he's got. He could certainly shake things up, but that's a long way away. 7 minutes to go. The focus at the moment, surely for people like Barron, is maintaining a position at the top of the order, the top of the rankings, and for Seth, it's staying above that cut line. David Silva, he's trying to get above it.
Whoa.
A little further down the line. Nice flow to kick this right off for Silva, who's taken the lead in this heat. 5.7 on his last wave. Has him in the #1 position. Mamiya, he's after second spot at this point in time, looking for a 5.08 here. Already one rotation, loads up, brings it through to the inside, just flicks that board out and loses control. And I think sometimes, Flick, and you can speak to it, we see people who possess that weapon and find themselves on a medium-sized wave and not really flowing beautifully down the line with the variation. They instantly start thinking that that's their go-to. And we've seen it already today. We've seen great scores drop without the airs.
For sure. I think we've seen it go both ways. But I think you just got to go to where your strengths are. And you've also got to go to what the wave's asking, right? Like, I mean, Barron could have gone either way there. You know, maybe it would have been the better option, you know, hindsight. Perfect science, yeah, probably maybe turns would have been a better option there. Maybe could have improved on those couple of 4s that he's basically got sitting in the scoreline. But, yeah, it's a couple of ways to do it today. I mean, even I rewind back to that first heat and between Marco and Kanoa, you know, Marco took off just one big section, one big full rotation score. As we look to Seth here, it's this recap, the GWM recap, so a couple of nice snaps. This is 5.33, so he started off pretty strong here. And sort of very, very even this heat. No one's really running away with it. David Silva, he's got a nice score, the 5.7 on the board. Couple of nice belts on the backhand, followed by this nice little finisher here. But, sorry, this is the 5.7. Just textbook, really whippy, really acute surfing on the backhand. But, so he's in the lead at the moment. I mean, he's the danger man right now. He needs to be not in that elimination round. And with 4.5 minutes on the clock, he's got second priority, so not too badly positioned, but I still feel it's wide open.
It is. Everyone's got kind of a mid-ranger. David Silva with his punch in the pocket and the amount of water that he moves with those hits. Getting the nod from the judges with the best ride. Seth looks sharp on his opening ride. He'd be very wary of Barron Mamiya, who possesses some similar kind of weapons, of turning in a 5.08 to overtake him. So Seth needs to make a move. And the right move, a smart move with his priority. I mean, talking about the characteristics of this wave, as Italo said, a little bit more high performance here at Burleigh. It sort of lends itself more to some of those big airs, and it gives you the opportunities. It reels down the line a bit quicker to gather a whole lot of speed. You keep driving north and you've got some distractions for the competitors.
Oh.
Just a thumping nightlife here on the Gold Coast that you can tap into, and that's going to be part of the challenge too. Bell's so isolated, you know, Melbourne City, a big commitment to go into town and
oh yeah, that's a big commitment.
Lost in the fun.
Very easy to get lost in the fun up here, Rondog.
Yeah.
Very.
Well, we got live music happening down here at the event site here each and every afternoon, so come on down and be part of the fun, the festival that is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Fishers playing up north today as well. That's going to be a scene. As we see now, Seth just trying to really shore up his position here at the moment. Loading up, drives into it. There's a nice hit in the pocket. And we talked about just how much sharper his rail surfing looked after finding some magic moments down there at stop number 5. He's just trying to absolutely juice everything he can out of that ride. His coach, Doug Silver, he's probably going to be the one person I could see getting tangled up in the light life over the next couple of days.
Oh, there's a few people I can see, actually.
Travels with a spare change of clothes and a bag full of glow sticks.
Say no more, Rondon.
But let's have a look at this replay here.
So nice whippy turn. This wave's super fast. It reels off down the line, but he does a good job, like, staying with it. And then the couple of turns he bangs off here, just precision. Sends so much spray flying. Brings it through, really trying to milk it for everything. He is chasing 4.68, so...
He got a 4.33, but I'm still pretty impressed with the yak there. I mean, that was a pretty restricting kind of canvas to work with. There wasn't a whole lot of room. He still let go of some quality hits and had great timing.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it. I think he looks really good. He looks really connected and connected to the board too. He's surfing so well. I think they just really haven't had that same sort of opportunity to that last heat. You think back to, and sometimes the ocean does this, you know, it's rhythms and it works like this, and it goes through stages where it pulses and then it turns off, and it feels like this one's been a bit slower paced. Haven't really had those sort of bigger double upsets coming through like what we saw in that previous heat. You know, it just almost seems like a different day right now.
David Silver with control, got priority, got the heat lead. Really close here between Seth and Barron, but this heat could be flipped. The order could be completely mixed up with a couple of set waves in the later stages here. Mamiya needs a 5.08 still to get ahead of Seth. And Barron does have second priority, so Seth is, you know, really hoping that not too much more happens in the way of sets coming into the final stages here.
This is going to be interesting, and I mean, look, Seth looks like he's kind of gunning it actually up the point. It kind of looks like there might be a little bit of movement, potentially, maybe a small little lump coming through.
And here we go. Making his charge, Mamiya. Digs into that first section. This wave already starting to taper. Not a whole lot in it, but he's going to stick with it. It does reconnect down the line. He does well to get a little rotation out of that final section. 3, 2, 1. Just fighting with his hands to get back out in front of that whitewater.
Patting the kitty.
Patting the kitty, and 5.08's the score. Just thinking back to the work Seth did for a 4.33 in his previous wave. Yes, it didn't have the clean finish, but it's going to be a stretch.
For sure. I think just the height itself, it's hard to manufacture.
chasing, but maybe he'll get it here at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, beautiful first turn, and then was beautiful to watch. Just the transitions between the turns, the speed he's generating, and then the acceleration that he gets, just the pop. The board looks good. It looks like it's carrying itself nicely.
Ian Gentile, though, is going to open with a banger. He actually had a throwaway, a 1.67. It kind of forced him on the inside, bottom of the priority order. He went chasing, found one big section, delivered a beautiful air, 6.83. That is a keeper. And we've been talking about it. You know, there's a couple of boxes you got to tick to turn in a big score for an individual frontside rotation, and Ian had them. He had those areas covered. He had the height. He got the tail nice and
Yeah. I think it's just been the trend today. You know, there's two ways to do it. You can do the traditional surfing on the rail, the snaps in the pocket, or you can get it on one big turn, one big manoeuvre, one big air.
getting the call up to compete, with Gabriel Medina still recovering from that pec injury and banking his best result at stop 5 down at Bells Beach, doing some fantastic surfing there for a 9th. Didn't help him gain a lot of ground on the rankings. He went up one place to 29th position as we have a look at the replay once again.
Wow. It was just so good. And just he had speed going into it. The rotation had speed. The tail was high. All those things we were talking about. It's going to feel really good for him right now. And you know, he's moved up. He's into second priority now. All he really needs to do is just wait there for one more set wave. And, I mean, the calibre of surfer in the heat, they're great, but, you know...
A few of the bigger units on the championship tour meeting in this opening round. Ian Gentile, Connor O'Leary standing 6'1". Leo 5'11". As we see, Ian now looking to back up the 6'8'3", has some speed. And just bashes through the lip. But overcooks it. Goes down. But Connor O'Leary and his wife Steph, new parents, welcoming a baby girl to the family just recently. Rami Sakura O'Leary. They're absolutely buzzing from all reports. Steph's doing really well. Just down the coast, John Flynn Hospital, I believe, sending her all the best and a big congratulations.
Oh, yeah, Steph. Yeah, Condog.
Yeah, this is a crucial part of the season for Connor to bank some big results. We've seen him go all the way to a championship tour final. That was in his rookie season on his forehand over in Fiji. But for me, the backhand is the weapon. It's so strong. Thinking back to Bells, you know, no goofy footers. Really got too far in the draw on both the men's and women's side, but Connor stood out as the best goofy footer at Bells. 8.67, the single highest scoring ride of the event. And yeah, he was just unlucky. He actually came up against Ethan Ewing in what was Ethan's best ever heat at Bells.
Oh, and the most informed surfer of the comp. Like, I mean, and Connor's still putting together amazing waves. I heard, I think it was it Cale Bell Warren said, or someone from Vico around there was, you know, that was the best backhand surf wave of the whole entire event. Yeah, you mentioned it, Ron. Was it 817? He was surfing it incredible, but sometimes it's just not enough when you're coming up against Ethan Ewing.
Well, Ethan put together one of the best performances we've ever seen on the Bells Bowl. Hands down. Here we go, Gentile again, loading up, goes to the sky. Does so well to hang on for the finish there. The nose was coming, the tail was coming down. Sorry, and there was a danger of tail diving. But he managed to pull it round.
Wow, 2 big moves now. Definitely going to be putting that pressure on.
Yeah, a bit repetitive for me.
Oh, is it, Rondo?
No, I love it. Big individual turns, you never get bored. And when you've only got the one section to work with, why not have a go at it? And he's fetched both these numbers under priority. That's been the most impressive thing. And he's sort of, you know, he's setting the level, setting the benchmark now for what he's going to score in this heat.
Oh, that was just so giant. That one, he can't. Let's have a look from this angle. Beautiful water angle here. Just projects out. That one not as high, but I think he got the actual full rotation. It was kind of hard to tell there, but maybe a little bit more of a cleaner finish than the last, but not as high, not as tail high. But I don't know. We'll see where the judges go with that. But he's definitely going to apply more pressure.
Just did so well coming down and meeting that impacting whitewater that was bouncing back up at him. Managed to fly through the rotation and get the finish, waiting on the scores to come through now. He's going to be in a strong position. Fioravanti, a runner-up finish to kick off the year in a close one with Barron Mamiya. The scores were right there for Leo, who's had a couple of impressive finishes there at Pipe now. But since then, a 17th and a run of 9th place finishes has seen him just lose touch with that final 5 for the moment, the top 5 picture. He wants to get back there big time. And you know, away from his heats, people are talking about him this year. They're talking about his form, just how sharp he's looking. He's on the sharp eyes and they're looking good for him. And here he goes. 5.83 on his first wave. Chasing a big number now to get into the lead because Ian Gentile turned in a 7.17 for that second effort.
Wow. Another giant score for Ian. I think the judge is really appreciating just the full rotation. You know, the other one he kind of landed, it wasn't quite full. So judges appreciating that. Probably the whip, how quick it was.
Yeah, a lot of it too is, you know, based on the judge's perspective. They're watching that live, and those moves can look very different from the perspective of the panel. As we see Leo now on the replay, finishing off his second ride nicely.
Wow, they were really whippy, quick turns. Those were like the sharp eyes are looking great under his feet, I must say. Looks so fast. He looks connected. Sort of just looks like an extension of himself, the board. Really would love to see him sort of get a chance on a bigger, more set wave just to open up, because he's dropping good scores on smaller waves.
Yeah, 5.4. So upping the requirement now for Connor O'Leary. And the benefit for Ian Gentile in the opening stages, getting a decent number on the board. And, you know, putting more than a point on Connor on that opening exchange means that there's pressure on Connor now, so we'll see how he fares. He needs a 7.06 to get up in a second at the moment. You'd just be happy to bank a score that matches the numbers, or at least one of the numbers that Leo and Ian Gentile have dropped. 31 years of age, Connor O'Leary. Grew up, you know, just on the southern side of Sydney, Cronulla, but has been living on the north coast of New South Wales for some time now. Burst on the scene as a rookie in 2017. Finished 13th, was Rookie of the Year. And he did have a great performance on the Gold Coast in that event. I believe he had a quarterfinal finish that year. But with just under 16 minutes to go and no set waves coming our way right now, we're going to check in with David Silver and Laura Eneber.
Yes, David. What a cool heat win here at Burleigh Heads. The crowd's pumping. How is it just, you know, coming up here from Bells and getting out here and taking the win?
Yeah, I'm very happy to win for this heat, and Burleigh is amazing.
the amazing spot. And then I competed here for 2010 at the World Junior, and I'm very happy to stay there. The waves is really fun, and I'm very happy to make for this hit.
Amazing, and it's been a long leg so far. You know, a lot of time away from your family. Anything you'd like to say to them back home?
Yeah, thanks so much. Cara, muito feliz de ter passado. Amarradão de ter surfado pouco ali, ainda sei que posso mostrar pouco mais. Mas essa amarradão, queria mandar beijo para minha esposa.
Got the backhand, doesn't he? He's got the tools. Didn't even really connect with a quality set wave in that heat, but had a couple of just sections to work with and just obliterated the pocket of the wave.
Yeah, when I think about his surfing and the strengths that I've seen, you know, I saw him a lot on the Challenger Series, and especially at Irisira, that long sort of, you know, winding sort of, I guess, like right-hand point break, essentially, and he surfs so well there, and that's when I was like, wow, this guy's backhand's incredible. And we just saw shades of that there. He's really fast too, really whippy, precision, timing's good.
Yeah, has had a second at a right-hand point break too. That was to Jack Robinson back in 2021. All right, just over 13 and a half minutes to go. Connor O'Leary with priority and work to do. Needs a 7.06 to get himself up in a second place at the moment. We'll be back right after this break. It's all happening here on the Gold Coast for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Ian Gentile's having a field day out there at the moment. He's dropped two of the biggest turns of the day and fetched the two highest scores of this heat, and he's going to throw down another big air on the end section. Nice big straight air. Opting not to rotate through that one, and I like the mix-up.
So do I. It's good to see.
So we'll see where that number falls, but Gentile's just turned this heat into an air show. He got on the wrong side of the priority early in the heat, took a wave that ended up being a throwaway, and that's just had him hunting those high-impact closeout sections, and he stomped a couple of big rotations and just given us something a little different on that last ride. We're waiting on the scores to come through. Leonardo Fioravanti, meanwhile, has kept his board in the water and managed a couple of mid-range fives. And he is going to build for a rotation. Almost pulled that one round. That would have helped him up the ante a little bit here. Connor O'Leary already with work to do. Kuiper watching on. Kuiper, you're getting a look at the bottom of that board for Ian Gentile. He's going mad.
Nah, that was an obese straight air. I mean, I'm talking a big fat one, Ronnie. That thing, hey, look at it. I'm a straight air fan, you know? So we see a lot of rotations. We see a lot of air reverses, full rotations. I like the lofty straight air. Look beautiful from the water. Here comes Ian again with a backup. The Maui boy looking quick. Couple tic-tacs off the bottom. Take it away, Ron.
Yeah, well, he actually dropped a 6.97, Kipe, so the judges loving that big fat one. And that's going to help push the requirement higher for Leo, make life even harder for Connor now. Connor's just kind of dropped anchor on the outside, waiting for a bigger set wave so he can really let his powerful backhand do the work. Still capable of turning this one around. Down in the Red Bull athlete zone is our very own Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Just a quick show and tell around the Red Bull athlete zone. So behind this wall here is a big gathering space where the surfers, coaches, family, friends can all gather. But this is where the final preparation happens. So lots of exercise equipment here. Obviously the bikes where they can warm up the legs and get ready. Plenty of stuff here just to look after the athletes. We come up the stairs. This is the check-in. So they grab their singlets here. Final moments before they paddle out. Also the medical staff's on hand in case they're needed. But really, these athletes are in top condition, and we really should be looking after them well, and Red Bull does that. Just over the way, we have the ice bath and sauna as well. This is where they do their interviews on the glass. So we're at the top of the point here. So from here, they basically head down, and they have a little moment of solitude as they walk down the path through the national park onto the rocks, and then they make their way to the back of the lineup. So final prep space here. There's a little bit of tension in the air. It's not as serious next door, but certainly it's good vibes here.
Love it, Rich. Richie Lovett always times his run to the Red Bull athlete zone when lunch is being served. I've noticed. He just quickly jumps to the front of the queue and shovels it in. The good stuff.
Stealing from the athletes.
On that, unbelievable food in the Burleigh region, the Gold Coast as a whole. You know, the great mix of just options that you can tap into in the evening. It's unreal.
Oh, it's fastly becoming one of the zones to come to for a holiday, surf, but then also like nighttime, the vibe. You got the Burleigh Pavilion absolutely popping off. They've got the VIP section up there. I went and sampled a few things earlier this morning. It was really nice. And there it is in all its glory. What a zone right on the rocks there. You got the beautiful look out over the ocean. Then they got that VIP section up the top. Such a venue.
It can be a little quiet, the conversation, especially if the waves are pumping. You always like, as a surfer, you put your chair on the side of the table that looks out to the lineup, and you're sort of half listening to the conversations that you're meant to be engaging in while you enjoy a drink and a feed. But right now, we're just really loving the performance of Ian Gentile. This has been strong. Ian, much like Seth down at Bells, sort of found something that he'd been missing throughout the season. Really did have some great moments down there, even though he only finished with a ninth. It saw him jump up a bit. It was a positive change up for him, and just dropping some really great airs. And I do like that the judges gave some credit to the straight air. As Kuiper pointed out, you know, you just don't see a whole lot of that these days. The go-to is the rotation, and a lot of aerialists will tell you it's because the rotation is easier. It's like
You're going with
more
momentum.
natural.
Yeah, I think so.
I've never found the recipe for it.
No, me either.
But it makes sense, you know, you kind of just have the momentum on your side. So when someone mixes it up and gives you something different, I'm glad the judges appreciate it as much as the fans out there. 6.97 is a healthy score. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. It's really been highlights for just two competitors out there, Leonardo Fioravanti and Ian Gentile.
Yeah, for sure. Connor's kind of dropped anchor, but Leo getting to work more traditionalist style, you know, board sticking to the face of the wave. Meanwhile, Ian Gentile has just been absolutely going to the air, going crazy, just pulling big, crazy rotations. And then like you said, like Kite said, the big fat one, like that, big straighty, and judges really rewarding it. Just Ian running away with that, 717 and the 697.
5 minutes to go here. And, you know, Connor, he's been super patient. Kind of forced to be, just because he didn't get the quick start. He didn't get in on the, you know, the collection of points on the opening exchange. Kind of fell off the pace a little bit. So he's hedging all his bets on a quality set wave on the outside. He hasn't given up that priority. He's just had to let these two do their work underneath him, and as a result, the requirements are pretty hefty, 1-7. But we've seen excellent scores drop today.
Oh, we've seen quite a couple of excellent scores, I think.
Yeah, it also says a bit about how confident Connor is on his backhand. The fact that he's not scrambling, looking to just reduce the requirement. I think he really believes that if he gets the opportunity, he can turn this heat.
Oh, completely. I mean, you even just look at the couple of big backhand belts that he put together, and he drops a 4, right, for a couple of manoeuvres. He gets a bigger set wave where he can really open up. I mean, even 2 big belts. Okay, 3, I feel like you're definitely going to get the score. For me, it'll be a point of difference too, because I feel like, I don't know, it feels like it's sort of slowed up a little bit in the last couple of heats. You know, I just think back to Heat 6 with Italo and the sort of, you know, waves that were on offer, and I just don't think we've been seeing really that same energy push in. Feels like it's been a little bit on, I don't know, that's my take on it, but if Connor can manage to get a set here, I have no doubt that he could flip this.
Seen some great goofy footers break through for victories on the right-hand point breaks over the years. There was actually a long period where the event was dominated by regular footers. But Matty Wilkinson changed that. Owen Wright got a victory more recently. Italo, Gabriel Medina as well. So it's sort of evened things up, and the approach of the goofy footers, or the strength of their backhands, kind of has them right in the mix here. But when you go back through the history of the event, it's not as dominated as, say, Bell's was by the regular footers. We've had 9 goofy footed champions on the Gold Coast over the years, 32 regular footers. But it's a great honour roll for this contest, or just major events, tour events on the Gold Coast. Going way back to the Stubbies with Michael Peterson, our commentary sparring partner, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Mark Richards, obviously. Peter Harris surfed through the event as the winner of the trials and got himself a famous victory. So many of the greats victorious on the Gold Coast, and one of our competitors is going to add their name to the list here. Ian Gentile, putting his name up as potentially one of the favourites with a strong performance here in the opening round. Doesn't take to the sky this time, but let's go with some big turns. It's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, just getting the work done under priority.
It's kind of been the go in this heat, and it's worked out in his favour. Those turns that we just saw, they were so fast too. He's getting so much whip. That board looks so great under his feet, not just in the air, but you know, those sort of turns, he's just getting so much whip out of it and propulsion. It looks so good. So, yeah, he's got a stranglehold here, only 1:30 on the clock. Is there a set that will present itself for Connor? Potentially.
Yeah, maybe something out on the outside there, rolling our way. Leonardo Fioravanti. He is really looking to up that requirement. If he gets the opportunity, we'll see him swing. Has a look at one, just asking questions of Connor O'Leary. At this point, it's the battle for second spot. Ian Gentile, he's on the beach. So Leonardo even just trying to engage the interest of Connor, sell him on one of these medium-sized waves in the event that a quality set does roll through.
Yeah. He's trying to do his best job, but Connor is not moving. I think he's just eyes fixed on the horizon right now, searching for another opportunity. So,
yeah, there's been some very patient competitors over the years. Tom Whittaker, he'd just sit there and the clock would run out. If he didn't see 7 points in a ride, he just wouldn't take it. You just look out to see. So time winding down. Leonardo swings on the inside. Doesn't get anything out of this ride. We look back to Connor O'Leary, who's holding priority. 10 seconds to go. It doesn't even look like he's going to get an opportunity. Maybe something standing up here, but nothing of substance. And O'Leary, he'll be relegated to the elimination round. Fioravanti holding on. A decent performance from him. But a lot of highlights for Ian Gentile, which we'll no doubt see a little later on the post show, because they were some big, exciting airs laid down.
Oh, he just absolutely nailed that, and all under priority too. So, hats off to Ian.
Impressive stuff. A healthy heat score total. Ian Gentile marching his way past that elimination round as the crowd builds for more big heats that are coming your way. We'll bring in Joe for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
E9's in the lineup now of the opening round. Two talented Brazilian veterans, Miguel Pupo and Alejo Muniz, take on J-Bay, South Africa's own Matthew McGillivray. Top two get reseeded straight into the round of 32. Third place goes to the elimination round, and it's filling up with some big names as this glorious day continues. It's Saturday here in Australia, and the Gold Coast is just providing these beautiful southeast lines for the best in the world. Last heat was won by the aerial work from Ian Gentile. Let's see what happens in this one. We'll go to the Bonsoy replay because Miguel Pupo got this wave during the break. Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here for the call. Richie, what have you seen so far from Pupo?
I'm seeing some good work from Miguel as he comes into this closing section. Little rock and roll floater to finish off, but a series of nice, tidy backhand maneuvers. I've seen these goofy footers really adopting that vertical style approach, and that is the advantage, being on your backhand out here. You can go a little deeper on that bottom turn, square it up off the lip, but the trick is to keep all that momentum and speed running down the line and not get caught behind.
Here comes an opener from Matthew McGillivray. Raised on the right point break at Jeffreys Bay, applying a couple of moves to this one. Had a pretty emotional final with his good friend Jordy Smith, all South African final. And we were calling all of Bugs's old sparring partners from back in the day, and Sean Thompson and everyone going, when has this happened before? And Bugs, it turned out it was about 40 years in between those finals where we had 2 South Africans representing. Big moment for South Africa.
It was a great moment, and I was thinking about Sean. I know how proud he would have been. But yeah, that was a great final. And Jordy, I mean, I guess his first title win in 8 years. And Matthew, you know, Matthew always seems to, in that first part of the year, get one huge result which keeps him safe from the cut.
So true. Yeah, it's so nice to see them surf pressure-free. Once they get past the cut, then they get to just really unload and fight for a world title. But as we're here, Bugs, it's always been nice talking about the changes you made when you were running the tour, making it the Dream Tour and jet ski assist and top 2 waves and beyond. But I guess, you know, coming to Burleigh Heads, the idea of one-on-one heats, just head-to-head matchups, was that a popular move at the time, or was that still something that was breaking new ground, no one knew what to expect?
Oh, it was the greatest thing that ever happened, Joe. You know, when Peter Druin came to Hawaii at the end of the season in '76, announced the Stubbies Classic with men-on-men surfing, and it was amazing. And the superstars of the sport came. You know, I mean Jerry Lopez came, and Reno Avalira, and Barry Kanaiapuni, and it was something special. Eddie and Clyde O'Cow came, and they bought their guitars.
That is fantastic. And the photos and the vision we've seen of it, Bugs, you lived it. You know, you had a lot of big performances, huge finals days during that Stubbies era. But that was like when rock stars seemed to be born. You know, who were those biggest all-stars at the time of the Stubbies back in the late 70s there?
Well, let me think now.
Well, I'm looking at one of them.
No, it was a pretty classic time. It was just so colourful. You've got to remember, you know, there was nothing else to do on the Gold Coast. There was 10,000 people on the, we can see the foreshore there. It's a natural amphitheatre, and there were 10,000 fans there. There's only 9,000 a day. But, I mean, it was something else, you know. There was no Bonsoy area, but 10,000 people on the headland cheering. You know, I mean, the superstar from South Africa, Sean Thompson, was here. Mark Richards was a rising star in Australian surfing and soon to be, you know, the greatest of our generation. And of course, it was the swan song of Michael Peterson, who had dominated Australian surfing through the 70s. So it was pretty amazing. But, you know, like Terry Fitzgerald and amazing people.
Wow. And one of the richest prize purses at the time. Stubbies was that board short company back in the day, and I think they put up $14,400 for the entire prize purse at the time. That was the second biggest behind the surfer bout.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it really put Australia on the map. It was the beginning of the world tour, really, in 1977, and you know, there's certain parts and certain elements of that event that have survived, Rich.
Oh, absolutely. And I was just thinking about that introduction of the man-on-man format and what that did for surfing. It eliminated the race element to it, where it was just whoever could get their waves quickly, and the hassling element where people would paddle all the way up the point, and there wasn't a focus on the actual art of surfing and the skill of surfing for that time, right?
That is such a good point, Richie. As we see now, Matt McGillivray on. Will he get around this wave, Joe?
I think so. There's the blast there from the point break specialist, Matthew McGillivray. 4.67 on the opener, now a second scoring ride.
So just to your point, Rich, though, it's amazing because we were coming from 6-man heats.
Oh.
You know, 6-man. You talk about ruthless. You know, 6-man heats with no leashes. You know, it was wild. And to come to one-on-one surfing out here at Burleigh, it was such a luxury.
Such a nice addition that happened quickly. I think PT won the world title in '76, so 77 Stubbies. That's when that was released, and the game was completely changed. Big thanks to Peter Druin for having the vision. Sean Thompson, Bugs getting those world titles in the late 70s, then transitioned to the MR era. And you had a semi-final with MR out here, is that right?
Oh, with Michael Peterson.
With Michael Peterson.
Yeah,
and P, what do you remember about that one?
Well, we both got 10s. You know, and it's really rare to,
wow,
you know, that both surfers get 10s.
Well,
yeah.
That was the thriller of the day, right? That's when the waves were pumping. You guys were going barrel for barrel.
Yeah. I really felt like I deserved a 10.5 though.
Exactly. They maxed the scale too quick on you, Bucks. We're always going to talk about those heats. I always loved the surf history and the knowledge from Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. He lived it. He busted down the door to help pro surfing continue today. As we look at Miguel Pupo, he's got a smooth top turn. Belting it, throwing some water. The Brazilian vet inside the top 10. And loving this little low road to crush it. He's had some great memories on the Gold Coast. Kind of think for him and Alejo, kind of kicking off their careers at the same time. Miguel qualified halfway through 2011, so his first appearance on the Goldie would have been the start of the 2012 season. And that was the year where he beat Mick Fanning in round 3 on Mick Fanning's home break. Obviously, that already highly decorated at the time, and that was Miguel Pupo's big breakthrough heat win to kick off 2012. As we look at the Bonsoy replay, Rich.
Yeah, clicks on that first turn, and on the second, gets that tail release. So mixing it up, showing us the variety. Comes through to the inside rock break, the final moment there, and a nice little swivel to round out this wave. You can see this turn here just really connects, but keeps that momentum forward. And then this second turn, watch the fins drift out, gets the slide, all the weight on the front foot, and then he engages that back foot again and tidies it up with another snap. So really good transitions between those turns, and then gets to the finish. Miguel's looking good.
Miguel ended up losing to Ace Buchan in round 5 in that rookie debut on the Gold Coast way back when. A couple years later, he actually made the semifinals the year Felipe Toledo won the event. McGillivray looking just casual in his effort there as he steps off. Matty threw down a 5.67 wave previous. Miguel's opener was the 6.17, still the best wave of the heat so far. And Alejo is sitting out there with priority.
He actually let Miguel have that wave, so he was sitting in priority, didn't see the opportunity. So, you know, good work from Miguel to just seize that opportunity and build a 5.43. Did well.
Last heat was won by Ian Gentile. He's hanging out with Laura.
Yes, and we're just talking boards down here. You know, you got this black beauty over here that you basically said you're only riding it in heats now. You know, it goes so fun, and you're almost hoping that Bells was smaller, but you know, it looks amazing out there. Your surfing is connecting. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it really helps when you have like a magic board. It gives you so much confidence. It is a bit of a groveler, you know. So yeah, at Bells I was like, oh, I hope we go back to Winky. You know, I didn't even surf Winky, but I still rode that board, and it was a little bit oversized for it. But yeah, it's perfect conditions for it today.
Well, showing up in that first heat and bringing the momentum here, you know, talk us through Burleigh Heads and what you're loving about it, and you know, your preparation coming into this event.
It's just a dream, you know, dreamy conditions down here, and I don't know, it's kind of surreal. Everyone, it's like so close, like you're in the lineup and you're only really like, it feels like you're 20, 30 yards away from everyone, and I don't know, just like arena, you know, full arena vibe.
So cool, and obviously this is your first time even competing on the Gold Coast, being on the tour. It's so awesome being here.
Yeah, for sure. It's a dream come true in that sense. Like, it's my 3rd year on tour, but you know, the Challenger Series was the Gold Coast event. So, yeah, first time for me here, and yeah, it's pretty sick.
Amazing. Well, you know, see you in the next round. A convincing win there. You must be stoked.
Yeah, stoked.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. Ian Gentile, he is a mellow cat, loves to perform in front of this crowd, and those airs probably felt amazing. Once he got rewarded once, he knew how he could get a little more out of the panel. It's that score awareness, knowing what they're rewarding. As he moves on to the round of 32, he's got a great opportunity being a first replacement on tour this year, and he really wants to make it count. Got through some heats at Bells, trying to find his momentum. But he knows he has to be a part of finals day if he wants to get past the cut.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of work to do there, and it's starting to loom. You know, there was still a reprieve at the Bells event, but now we're, you know, on the Gold Coast, we're 2 events from the cut, and it's starting to get serious.
You know, but one big event, one big result really does change it, because you look at Alejo and Matthew McGillivray, both those guys have had 4/17 and one breakthrough result. The difference being that Matthews was a final, and he got 7,800 points, puts him on the right side of the cut.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, one big breakthrough result can make the huge difference. Alejo's start, 6.57. He's straight into the mix. When he first started on the Gold Coast, he was in the Rookie of the Year race with Julian Wilson. As we check out this number, Richie.
Yeah, Alejo, a couple little check turns. Now he starts to set up this ride, gets a beautiful tail release snap to start off. Winds up and gets to the finishing turn. Just pulls through there, so not a bad opener for Alejo Muniz.
So Alejo throwing down the 6.57. Saw him in the water just getting a warm-up the other day. And he looked comfortable, he looked happy. A lot of these surfers still have their accommodations over by Snapper Rocks. So he was like, I'll stay over there, do the drive in the morning. He said it's not too bad, took him less than 20 minutes to get here today. His younger brother absolutely rips. Santiago Muniz has actually been going through all the steps to becoming a police officer in Brazil. He was kind of thinking he was done with his competitive career. Next thing you know, he's got a big result, jumping into Jersey without feeling any pressure, thinking his career's changing. And I think now he's actually got one foot in the door of getting back in pro surfing again. So Santiago, younger brother of Alejo, has some promise ahead of him as well.
It's amazing what a little taste of the real world can do for a professional athlete. It's a new, invigorated energy once they got to do the 9-to-5 thing.
Yeah, it sure is. You look at Alejo last year on the Challenger Series. He was right up there. He was like just about dominating. He just sliced through that, but he's really struggling on the CT this year.
Very true. 13:48 on the clock here. Miguel Pupo hanging on to priority. Younger brother Sammy Pupo having a slower start to his season this year in 2025. But both came off the Challengers together to get back on the top 34. Here comes Alejo Muniz. Setting up that first turn. There's that classic Alejo little slash back and then puts a lot into the finish. I was talking to Alejo about speed management when he was in the water the other day, because I was like, wow, you're going fast on that one. And he said, maybe too fast, because I ended up going real fast and did a floater. So he kind of was already adjusting to how quick he had to go to really capitalize on major moves.
It's a real thing. You can actually outrun it. You can get so excited by these waves and what's potentially in front of you that you go so hard down the line that you miss the sections. And you know, Bugs, you can talk to this, like pace on the Gold Coast and being able to judge these waves and how and the moment where you hit the turn, it's crucial in getting a score.
Yeah, you've really got to connect the sections and the power pockets, and there's so much more to it. You know, you see the line and it looks easy, but you got to have one eye down the line.
You certainly do. Managing all that speed on a really fast-paced wave here at Burleigh Heads. We've had some heats won by sometimes single maneuver opportunities like Ian Gentile. We've had excellent scores with the great rhythm of guys like Liam O'Brien. So what a great opening day. Everyone's getting their feet wet on this wave. Some with a lot of experience like the Australians that grow up with major events right here on the Gold Coast. World Junior titles have come across here. That was when we had that sudden death surf off for a world title with Kaiwa Belly and Garrett Parks back in 2012. Now, nothing better than having a surf off for a world title, Richie.
Well, that's the ultimate showdown there, isn't it? Having a surf off for the world title, whether it's a junior title or the, you know, men's or women's world championship to a world title. You know, it's equally as important in that moment for whoever's doing it.
It was an exciting final, that one with Kaiwa Belly. I was here for it, doing the commentary, and you know, it was real. It was like when he came in, you know, it was a world title on the line, you know.
Kaiwa had actually fallen asleep in his apartment right here on one of the towers because he had lost in the event. So he's gone, I lost my world title. When they were adding up all the points, they're like, somebody wake him up, somebody wake him up. And he came running downstairs like, you could still win this world title on the line, go for it against Byron Bay's Garrett Parks. And Kaio woke up and he wasn't dreaming. He got the world title that day right here at Burleigh Heads. Hope you're doing great, Kaio. Spending many years on the championship tour after that World Junior Championship performance. 10:40 to go in this one. Alejo made his debut on the Gold Coast, and talk about the idea of still dreaming. He had a heat with Adriano de Souza and Joel Parkinson, and he found himself watching the heat. He was in the water, in the heat, surfing. I think he had a 6, and then he just started going, yeah, Adriano. Oh my God, how good is Parko surfing? Like, he was just caught up in the energy of being a surf fan, and his heroes are with him at perfect Snapper Rocks. He comes in to high-five his coach. He got 3rd. He was like, how cool is that? He's like, what are you doing? You got to go surf. He clicked into high gear and took out some huge names. He even had a heat with Parko in the round 4 matchup we used to have, and got a win there. Finished in the quarters, runner-up to Jordy Smith in that heat to kick off his season 5th in the world. But Alejo laughs about that first heat on tour. He said, I just couldn't help it. He was just such a fan of being there, and how dreamy that wave was and who he was up against. He couldn't really put himself in the heat, Bugs.
Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know that story, but he was obviously out there. You know, he would have seen footage of Parko surfing Snapper all his life.
What a time. Well, big score still coming into the screen with some fun waves. Let's break down the waves more with the Oakberry surf conditions with Kaipo.
Oakberry surf conditions, Joe. It's about 4 to 5 foot cross onshore wind, about 22 miles per hour. Comes and gusts, comes and goes. You saw the ramps for the airs. We're at the high tide mark right now. And yeah, that's our Oakberry surf conditions. Remember Oakberry, the purple power. Spread some of that Oakberry peanut butter on that acai bowl. You get the extra chomp in it. Yes, boys.
Oh yeah, making us hungry all the time. Thank you, Kaipo. What a beautiful seat he has to always know what the waves are doing, always know what the world's best are doing. A big playing field. As you can see, we've got Alejo tracking down the line, going through the white water, back to the top again. Laying into a big section, but he can't hang on. So yeah, Alejo got past Kieran Perot that event. 2012 got past Owen Wright. Had the heat with Parko where he got the jump on him in round 4. A lot of great memories. At the moment, he's trying to put himself in a place to stay on tour, really, Rich. This is stop 6 out of 7 before the cut. He's got him really moving out.
Yeah, he's got to get going, and sometimes that can work in your favor if you really embrace that pressure and then just go, I've got nothing to lose every time you hit the water, because at the moment he actually doesn't. You know, he can only go up. So while it's there looming and it's super hard as a competitor to get out of your mindset, it's kind of a necessity at this point if he wants to free up. But he's definitely surfing well in this heat. He's out in front at the moment, but it's not safe, just sort of mid-range scores. And no one really dropping the big number just yet.
Still 7:15 on the clock. Alejo out front, Pupo 2nd, McGillivray the one in 3rd, needing a score of 5.94 to avoid the elimination round. And Bugs, always love talking surfing history. 76, that was when you and your friends were kind of going, let's decide what it takes to become a world champion. Setting up events around the world. And then every year there's just growing. What did we learn? You know, I think surfing's always had that open book, even like with the big announcement this morning of what's happening next year. There's always this group effort of going, how can we make it better?
Look, I was part of the founders, but the big credit has to go to firstly Fred Hemmings and then Randy Rarick. I mean, Randy Rarick really, he rang around all the events around the world, and organised that really the proper first world tour. But there was some pretty dodgy events back then. Like there was one event in Brazil where the guy had to win bingo the night before to win the prize money.
No way.
Oh my goodness.
I'm serious. There was some pretty amazing things happening back in those days. It was primitive. But you know what? We talked it up.
Yeah.
You know, we just talked it up as though this was the greatest thing ever. We're all millionaires, and you know, we turned up for interviews, and we talked the sport up.
And you dressed well.
Yeah.
Fashion.
Yeah, we had some fashion going. We had a bit going there.
Yeah, for sure. Love the history with 5:45 on the clock. Let's find out where Vaughn Blakey's hanging out.
Well, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is heating up, and one way to stay cool is to take a little dip in the GWM carpool. Man, this brings whole new meaning to the word carpool. This thing is 100% powered by the car itself, and the car is the GWM Cannon Alpha plug-in hybrid, one of a kind. We love partnering with innovative fun brands, and GWM is #1 at the top of the list.
Wow, Vaughno, that is incredible. GWM hooking up Vaughno, and GWM hooking us up with a recap. Miguel Pupo looking smooth as he kicked off with a 617.
Yeah, some nice backhand surfing. This is what we expect to see from Miguel Pupo, just keeping all that energy down the line, getting to the finish. That little rock and roll floater to just top that one off. But Alejo Muniz a little bit more selective in his wave choice, and he has really been attacking these sections with a lot of power. That wide stance, really getting the leverage on the turn, and just attacking the lip. And winding up, just gets all that speed, slashing off the lip there, nice direction change, and just flaring on that finishing turn, getting a nice bit of tail release off that final maneuver.
Alejo Muniz leading the pace. Really crucial moment for him to try to stay out in front. This is the opening round still. The women will be out there following the completion of all these heats today. So a great one coming up. Rio Waida, Cole Hauschman, Samuel Pupo. The crowd's out there here on Saturday. And as you guys all remember, gosh, a couple of months back, maybe that long, ex-Cyclone Alfred just took all the sand away from Snapper, but gave everyone great barrel rides. And in surfing culture and the spirit of surfing, you would never take that away. You want to have everyone get absolutely barreled and get the waves of their life. And with the advantage of having world-class waves around the corner on the Gold Coast, you have so many options to choose from. And I'm loving that. We're back here at Burleigh Heads. Richie's gotten to surf out here at the CT level. Bugs, we talk about all those classics in the Stubbies events. But I'm sure for you, Rich, when you put the jersey on out here, you were so aware of what came before you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, I grew up watching videos of all these guys, even sort of Bugs and MR, and really, you know, admiring the history of the sport, and then, you know, then watching, you know, Barton and Tom Carroll and Curran and Ockie and all these guys. And it made me want to be a pro surfer. It inspired me to kind of get into the sport at the pro level. So I was very fortunate enough to be able to, you know, compete here at Burleigh, up at Snapper, at Snapper Rock. So it's yeah, and it's an amazing zone. You know, there's so many good waves around this place.
And someone always starts it, right? The people that came before you with the fashion, the rock star elements of Rabbit Bartholomew, leading to those outrageous hot tuna ads you're in, Rich, with the chains and everything. Remember those, Bugs, that
Yeah.
Dixie and Rick in?
Yeah,
Dog
sure
Marsh and the crew. Wow.
Yeah, they were fun. They took us out of our comfort zone, definitely, but you know, a real forward-thinking company for sure.
Things got more conservative after that.
Yeah, a little bit. It did for sure, but they were into pushing the envelope, no doubt about it.
You love it. Alejo still out front. These guys had a flurry of action, now passing the IC 2-minute warning. Miguel in second with first priority. Matthew has priority over Alejo if he needs it. McGillivray looked incredible at Bells. Went down early to Griff, but he had a lethal combination of turns, showing that he's in crazy form. He's got to make way for Miguel on this one. Pupo, little speed turn to go through the white water, pushing the fins out the back, ends up incomplete, so more of a defensive move, using priority over McGillivray, but now Matty's got a minute 20, Bugs, to try to turn it.
Yeah, it's really going to come down the wire. I mean, he's only got to get a 6-point ride, so everyone is in the wheelhouse of advancing in this event. not going to that elimination round. It's one to dodge. There's a few big names in there.
Gigantic names, and it's been a stellar year for event wins as well. Having different event winners at every stop so far, heading into stop 6. Creating some question marks for that final 5 picture. All roads leading to Cloudbreak this year.
Yeah, so these last 2 heats have been a little tricky for sets, and that's due to the high tide, as Kaipo mentioned. 12:30 was high tide, and things generally happen at the peak of the tide and also at the low tide. The ocean tends to do weird things, so just becoming a little inconsistent in the last few heats.
I mean, it's also become more compact because as on the lower tide this morning, there were 3 different takeoff zones.
Yeah.
Now, as it migrates down, there's really just that one takeoff zone, but we see Miguel being quickly followed by, this is more of a tactical thing as opposed to anything else.
That's right, they're gonna run out the clock. It will be Alejo Muniz picking up a very crucial opening round win to go into the round of 32, but also being in the bottom bracket for seeding. He's got an opportunity to maybe get a better matchup with a heat win here in the opening round. Pupo moves on with him in second, so the Brazilian vets own this one. And McGillivray will have the pressure of the elimination round. Got big names like Jack Robinson in that elimination round. Connor O'Leary as well. That is going to be a dogfight when we get to it. But Alejo, the veteran, trying to find his role here in Australia, where he's found it so many times in the past. After 8 years of slugging it out on the QS and Challenger Series, he wants to extend this season all the way to Cloudbreak. Coming up next, Rio Waida takes on Cole Hauschman and Sammy Pupo. We'll be right back. Check out WSLstore.com, buy the jerseys of your favorite surfers, and show your support anywhere you're watching around the world. I know a lot of people grabbing the jersey for Rio Waida, being the first ever to be full-time for Indonesia on the championship tour. Hauschie always a favorite. Cole Hauschman representing San Clemente. Had a big result at Punta Roca, but still has some work to do. Samuel Pupo having a tougher season result-wise, but we started seeing him fire a bit more over at Bells Beach. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, as we've already got things going during the break. Bonsoy replay of Cole Hauschman, Rich.
Yeah, a couple of big blasts here. Such a powerful surfer. Gets all that leverage. Working with Luke Egan, and I was sitting with Luke yesterday watching the warm-up, and Cole Hauschman just destroyed that first wave. What did you think of this one, Bugs? The second one?
Oh, he looks so good out here on his backhand. certainly no disadvantage. Shades of Luke Egan for sure.
Definitely.
And great finishing. He gets that board at 12 o'clock on so many occasions.
The support crews have been such a huge topic for several years now, and that was really thoughtful in organizing the relationship with Luke Egan, with Cole's management team, and Frankie D'Andrea. They're going, okay, he's getting on tour. What does he need now to go the level that needs to be risen on the championship tour? Bugs, when did you start seeing that start to happen, of when people were actually thoughtfully going, you're coming with me, I need you to do this, start setting up my accommodation so I can focus on my heats?
Well, that started happening when we actually had accommodation.
Right. Before, you're just camping on the beach, which is probably a true story.
Well,
Under the scaffolding, of course.
Yeah, it was pretty raw, and there wasn't much of not much of an entourage back then, Joe.
Gosh, more on that in a moment, because we've got Kaipo frothing out there. How about this guy Cole kicking things off in a solid way?
What? That was sparkly surfing right there by Cole Hauschman. Like, it was like a iced out 8mm Cuban link from Jackson's type of sparkly surfing from Cole Hauschman. I love what the big guy's bringing. Here's the answer back here, winding off the bottom. Rio Waida looking quick, Joe.
Really fast. There's the blast there, well timed. Set up turn for Waida, and then hits it up over the double up, rides away, no problem. What a read from Rio. We always figured his speed would make a lot of sense on this wave at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, really suited to this style of wave down the line. The warm water, obviously, relatable for Rio coming from Bali. And Rio had such a little spike of good results there. Let's have a look at the replay here. It's a very functional, compact style. Projection floater, gets around this section. Nice clean snap off the top. And again, gets to that finish and just nice little placement re-entry to finish off.
Wow, he looks like a magic board under his feet, Rich.
Yeah, doesn't it? Nice and loose. You can see there, gets a bit of tail release. I love this angle. You can really see where they pop the back of the board out from the wave. And just look how close they are. They're right on the rock break at the moment.
Yeah, it's high tide. This is actually the heat. I picked this heat as one of the best of the day. I've been really interested to see how Sammy Pupo goes. I figured he's just going to blow up out there, but he's going to have already got work to do, and he needs a result.
Often called a Felipe Toledo 2.0 in Sammy Pupo. You see a bit of that, Bugs?
Yeah, I sure do.
Just a little bit bigger, maybe. Similar types of moves that he can go to. Obviously trying to find the experience that the two-time world champ has. Toledo is coming up in the next heat. Miguel was giving us that reference when Sammy Pupo was coming. He sees a lot of Felipe and his younger brother. Right now, 32nd in the world. It's feeling a bit tough. As we know, he was cut last year at Margaret River. Very emotional day for the Pupo family. The year before, it was totally different, where he was consoling his friends that were getting sent to the Challenger Series, as we see Rio just fishing down the line. Big start for Cole Hauschman, 6.83 and a 4.83. The back end of that last heat on the high tide just looked really slow, and Cole just still ripping right now. Finding a lot of fun inside waves and about 1 foot in height, but he could crush it. That's all that T Street practice coming into play today, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, they would have mapped this heat out, right? Cole and Louis, they would have gone, okay, what can we bring to set ourselves aside from Rio and Sammy? Sammy are going to bring, and Rio are going to bring this fast energy approach, a lighter approach. They'll be skipping over the sections, kind of flaring. So let's just bring power and energy and really tear these waves to shred. It's almost like every time Cole hits the lip, it's like a thud, you know, just tearing the top of the wave to pieces and throwing a lot of spray. So it's working out for him so far. This is a replay of Sammy Pupo, Bugs.
Yeah, look, Sammy, we're hot to see him here. Streaking down the line, snaps off the top there, keeps the speed alive, and finishes just flush with that last turn, and 3 world-class turns.
I'm liking what you're seeing there, Bugs, in this whole heat. Everyone bringing it.
Yeah.
He's got the size, he's got power, he's got flair, and I want to see him get a little bit more emotionally involved with the reactions of the crowd. And maybe that's sometimes hard to do when you're not on your home court. But remember that final he made in Brazil where we saw the bravado come out, where he would just entertain the crowd, feed off them, and he'd just do another big full rotation. Haven't seen that type of emotional kind of winning response from Sammy Pupo in a long time.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a reaction to the results maybe and where he's currently sitting.
Rio now playing with the open face. A little tap there to get down the line. I guess it just speaks to rhythm, right?
Yeah.
You could try to force it, like in the ocean, and sometimes you just have to let it happen. And Sammy certainly found that to that final last year, or 2 years ago in that rookie season. But then also to a huge win on the Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks. So the waves on the Gold Coast really suit Sammy Pupo, Bugs.
Yeah, he surfed super, just super sharp at Snapper that year. And I think he was coming off the CT, and then bang, he just won that Challenger Series, and he was back on. And he never looked back after that one that year. I mean, I thought, when I saw him serving a Snapper that time, I said he could win a CT.
As we see the last of Rio Waida, Rich.
Yeah, beautiful snap. Connects with that second section. Nice tidy little wrap, so just Rio staying right with this energy pocket all the way down the wave. Trips up a little bit on the final turn, and he's just taking off on a couple of smaller waves, and I think that's going to restrict that scoring potential. Perhaps now's the time to just settle into this. He's already got that 5-3-3. Maybe work your way back up into the priority order and maybe try and look for a better score to try and lock this one down.
I think that's a good call, Rich, because the smaller waves now with their high tide, if they've got a bit of a crumble on the end, they're just not offering that, that last section to blast off.
Yeah, well, the smaller the wave, it just takes away the intensity of the turn that you can do. And his opponents have both got sixes in their scoreline now as their best ride, whereas Rio's only got that sort of 5.6, so he's already a bit behind the 8 ball. Here we go, Samuel.
Snap to slide for Sammy Pupo, number 27 in the world. Into stop number 6. Is now finding flow through this inside track. Hits it off the lip line and puts it away. How about the one behind him getting stuck is Rio Waida.
We just saw a little mini fist pump then from Sammy Pupo. So there's that emotion that you were talking about, Joe. He's starting to bring it. Starting to feel the energy, the buzz of the crowd, and that feeling that he's used to on the Gold Coast. And I echo your sentiments, Bugs. At the Challenger Series last year, he was in diamond form, man. And let's have a look at the replay here. So gets the tail slide. So a high-risk maneuver to start the wave off. The judges will love that. Some nice pivoting work through the inside. Comes through to this final couple of sections here. A tail blast straight into the transition and gets the closeout maneuver. So a couple of strong hits there.
Got to be like Bugs. Got to have that David Bowie flair, little Muhammad Ali bravado. That whole package. That's what you got to bring.
He certainly bought it that time, and where's he been all year? Look at the surfing. When I saw his name in the draw, I said he is going to be on fire at Burleigh Heads. I made a bit of a call.
I love when you do that, Bugs, and it makes total sense because of his relationship with the Goldie. Even though, he hasn't been on tour as long as his big brother, he kind of has been because he was shadowing him. He's always, we'd meet him in the competitors area, he'd be out in free surf, so he is really familiar with these waves.
Yeah, absolutely. Comfortable here, and I felt like at Bells he clicked into some form. Looked really good down there. The boards looked amazing. And, in this heat, so he's working with Jason Stevenson at JS Industries, and we've got Rio on the Sharp Eye team, and then Cole on the Lost program with Mayhem with Matt Biolis.
Nice start there. Tap, cool tempo from Haushi. Building up some speed and ends up just ejecting. You can tell he wanted to blow that tail towards the beach. Cole was a bit of an underdog, I guess you could say, growing up in San Clemente. There's just so much talent when he was younger. There was just all these big names getting celebrated around him, but it never put him off track to meet all of his goals. And he kind of emerged at the right time, kind of quiet in those amateur ranks and just was always there. And then went absolutely crazy with back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series. almost won Rookie of the Year, but his good friend Crosby got it by a spot after the season finale at Cloudbreak. Cole just said he had a little bit of hard time feeling the sense of urgency. He was like, hey, I remember the cut with 5, and that took me a little bit to go before his Bells win. He said now when it was 7 at the cut, he said finally in El Salvador, he was like, oh gosh, I better get going. Next year, it's going to be all about recreating that need to perform, you know, out of the gates at stop 1, which will be Bells next year, which is great for Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, that's, you know, a good way to start for Cole. Wherever you go and revisit a location where you've had success, where you've had the win, you always feel that energy. And then, you know, with that comes also a feeling of expectation sometimes that can overwhelm. So if you, as an athlete, you really need to control those thoughts. But Cole, you know, he's looking good. He looked good down at Bells too, and he's starting to really dig into this year.
Sammy Pupo has taken the lead off Cole Hauschman, and he's sitting out in front. Hauschie down to second. Rio Waida sitting with priority and plenty of time to open up this heat. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Always great to be back here on the Gold Coast of Australia. The water's warm, everyone's friendly, good places to eat, great places to surf. Our favorite part right here at Burleigh Heads, a right-hander that's provided some big moments here on opening day. It's a nice Saturday, so the crowd's gathered there. Ian Gentile in his post-heat interview. It's like, wow, we are so close to all the fans that are gathered on the grassy knoll at all of our sponsor activations. And we still have 13 minutes to go in Heat 10. Sammy Pupo leading, Cole Hauschman second, Rio Waida holding priority. Had a really interesting loss at Bells. Said he just wasn't feeling it. He had an awkward heat, which has been a part of his best start of his career. You know, finaling with Italo in Abu Dhabi, feeling the top 5 spots at moments this year, and then sort of sliding into an awkward rhythm at Bells. Rio Waida just wanted to kind of shake that off. You know, it's kind of an interesting thing in the ocean, which is unpredictable. Sometimes everything's going your way, and then there's one heat where it doesn't seem like he can do anything right. Rio trying to push off that feeling that he's just had at Bells Beach. This is Sammy Pupo. Just a little speed turn to get moving. Nice clean snap and flowing into a silky rotator. I love when air almost looks like an extension of a top turn, where there isn't a bunch of setup kind of wiggles where you're going, okay, here comes the air. It's almost like he could have gone a few different ways and you just go boing, like so clean and into that rotation ridge.
Yeah, really smooth air at the end of that wave for Sammy Pupo. And you'd have to say this is going to be the best number of the heat so far. And Sammy's coming alive at the perfect moment. Wants to secure his spot, move straight through without having to deal with that elimination round.
Proud to be on the surfboards from JS Industries. Bugs, Sammy Pupo, one of your picks. How'd he look here?
Yeah, well, now he's going to town. I mean, Sammy's just setting this wave up so beautifully. Beautiful snap there. And look at that, what is just a silky smooth, as you said. Full rotation. And I'm with Rich. I think it's going to be in his top 2 for sure. And he's just absolutely on fire out here. You know, going back to, you know, Rio, I thought that's an interesting observation you made, because I spoke to Reynolds Hayes earlier this morning. He said he has been in a tough place. He's just been in a rough place and he hasn't been able to kind of see his way out of it. As you said, like he was touching the top 5. He was right there. And he's just slid down to number 10. But Rio, you know, and look, as I said before, he's got a magic board under his feet. It looks everything's fine, but just not quite clicking.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to break down in sport. Just the mental space you have to compete at a high level when things don't feel right, to tell yourself that everything's okay, Rich.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing to do as an athlete, is to pull yourself out of a bit of a slump. And as we see Sammy up and riding again, just a quick one, and it's a real thing. You get caught in a rut and just trying to pull yourself out of it. It is all a head game. It's got nothing to do with talent. You know, you might not be feeling quite 100% on your equipment or whatever's happening, but I mean, at this level, mental aptitude has so much to do with it. And, you know, it can spiral. The losses, as they keep coming, another 17th, a 33rd, another 17th, and then all of a sudden, you know, you build this pressure. You put it on yourself, and you got to just, you almost need to do something drastic to click yourself out of it.
Well, you know, with 10 minutes to go, the drastic thing is just to quieten it down in there. You know.
Totally, yeah, a lot to take in. 9:30 to go. Alejo Muniz is standing by with Laura.
Bringing the energy this afternoon here at Burleigh Heads. You were just saying, you know, positioning was a bit tricky out there at the start. Just obviously trying to work out this wave, Burleigh Heads. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was really hard to find the right waves out there. I think I sat for like 15 minutes. I had a plan, but it went totally different, you know. But I have a really good board for this kind of condition, so I was just patient, waiting for my turn, and glad that I did 2 good scores when I needed. So yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, and talk us through that board. You know, you look so comfortable, and you know, how good does it feel to have a good board under your feet?
Yeah, I'm actually not very good on this kind of conditions when the weather are a little bit softer. But I found this board and it was magic. Actually, I had it since the first event at El Salvador, and I didn't use it. And Adriano was the other day at our garage, and he was like, "Why didn't you try this board before?" And I was like, "No, I think it's for another special occasion." And I put it like in the water one day before the comp, and it works. So I'm stoked. Yeah.
Absolutely. Put it on ice. Well, anything you'd like to say to your family at home? It's been a long leg. You must be missing them all very much.
Yeah, I am. Obrigado a todos que estão na torcida. Tintin, Amanda, amo vocês. Valeu.
Thanks, Alejo.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Alejo Muniz. Finding a magic board to fit these conditions, and he was going really fast. A crucial victory to move into the round of 32. He's had some close decisions not go his way, and still focused on making it past the cut. 7:42 on the clock. Sammy Pupo out in front. Hausman in second. Rio Waida holds priority, needing a 7.13. All three of these guys with great skill sets in waves of this size, but Sammy Pupo is the one that's found a nice magical rhythm from snaps to aerial combinations. Runner-up in a CT final in the past, won on the Challenger Series, in an emotional roller coaster of trying to understand what happens to your career when you get cut. You realize that it's just starting. He's grown since then, and doesn't feel like he's trying to have the pressure of the cut whatsoever to fuel his fire. He said he's focusing more on just the Dream Tour and trying to really enjoy every moment of this to try to channel some better results.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with that moment of, okay, what's going to change? What am I going to do here? I just got to let it go. I've got to stop thinking about points and ratings and actually just be right in that moment, right where you need to be, and surf every wave for what it's worth. And when you simplify it like that, things start to happen, and it sounds easy, but it's the hardest thing to do.
It really is. Another point being, with today's announcement, Joe, there is so much more at stake with the cut.
Wow.
There's 2026.
Enormous implications. Think about just making the year so you could try to compete for a world title at Cloud Break, but making the cut to be a part of next season.
Yes.
Bug's seen it all. That's why he finds those little details that are so important. Big news, if you haven't heard yet, starting at Bells next year, finishing at the Pipe Masters in 2026. Up and out is Sammy Pupo. Hausman further down the line. And getting stuck, going for a big backside hack. So Rio still sitting with priority. Chasing a 7.13. Here's the GWM recap.
Yeah, well, Cole Hausman, he surfed pretty much a 5-minute heat. Got things off, started nice and early on the backhand. Just repetitive power moves right in the power pocket and getting nice and vertical and keeping so much speed between the turns. And second half of the heat has been really Sammy Pupo. Just lightning fast. We're expecting to see these type of moves, just light, weightless, and really frisk off the top. Just putting together a couple of nice waves here, and he's way out in front now. Just blasting off the lip, get into that final finishing maneuver, starts to take to the high risk stuff, gets the rotation, and it's paid off.
And here he goes again, live action. Sammy Pupo tracking down the line, ton of speed, big section.
Ah, yes.
Absolutely crushes it. Lays back, holds the rail, and belts the finish. Now Rio, after sitting for a long time, is starting to light up a couple of sections here. Nice snap in the pocket, and finds a closer right there. So Rio looking to ditch a 4.10, fighting for Cole's spot in second. A lot of great flow out of Sammy Pupo, and Rio being really patient in this one. All of them with a lot of waves ridden. Now 6 waves total, hitting the 4-minute mark. Sammy's found his flow bugs. Looks like he's just pulling away every time he stands up on a wave.
He's growing in confidence with every wave here, and he's really feeling, he's going, okay, yes, Burleigh Heads, I'm here, and I'm flaring.
And it's like sometimes you got to surf your way into a rhythm at this spot. There's sometimes different places you could find that might be working on the bank at certain parts of the tide, passing the high tide at about 12:30 this afternoon. We saw Cole adapt and throw down a 6.83 on his opener.
Yeah, well, I really feel Cole, he's got such a big repertoire, but I really felt he saw those who he was against, and he wanted to get away to that early start. It was such a good move.
Really smart with these 2 fast regular footers that get to face the wave here at Burleigh Heads. 3 minutes to go. Expecting Sammy Pupo to put this one away once his last score is locked in. But rolling in under priority is Rio Waida. Quick connection there for Waida. Over the top of that section, forcing the punt. He will get the rotation.
It's just a wave quality thing for me at the moment, Joe, with Rio. It's lacking that open face. He's surfing good, really good. And we saw him get the air rotation on that final finishing turn. But if he can pick one of those set waves, a bigger wave, and do the type of brand of surfing that we're used to seeing from Rio, I think that's where he's going to start dropping those 7s and 8s.
So Rio trying to find his rhythm. He's still in the top 10, but he wants to go for more. Has big goals for himself this year. But the numbers in from Sammy Pupo's last, the best score of the heat so far, 7.67 to go with his 7.0.
Yeah, I like that finishing maneuver on Sammy's last wave better than his air, actually.
Yeah, so do I.
Super powerful, just connected the whole way around. It was as innovative, but a different style of innovation where it's connected to the face rather than above the lip.
I mean, this is how good he's going. The 6.4 and the 6.63 that don't count, they'd be winning the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check out the replay here. Just connects with every ounce of power that he has. This final turn, drops that hand, pivots around it, gets the tail slide, gets a bit of body torque through it as well.
A little voguing.
Yeah, bit of voguing for sure. This is the replay of another angle. Actually, this is a new wave, excuse me. Big roundhouse cutback as he keeps tagging these sections down the line. So Sammy's found something here.
He's on a heater right now. He feels that this is the kind of energy that Sammy Pupo can get into. And he could get on an absolute roll. This wave suits him to a T. He's having fun in this lineup. And he's building his score line way out front. The battle for second continues now, Bugs.
Well, that's right. Rio Wada, 6.23, that has got him in the frame. He now needs basically the same score to get through. And Cole, you know, as Rich said, he served a 5-minute heat. He's posted those 2 waves pretty early. And he's hanging in there with 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, he'll just block it out here with priority over Rio. We can see that wind really puffing up, huh? Coming out a lot more east in the wind, but I mean, look, it's still super contestable out here, and I think the scores are proof of that.
Yeah, because of this bank so far close into the rock break, the faces are still smooth. That east-southeast is going past on the outside, Joe, and that's all she wrote.
We're protected here at Burleigh Heads. Yeah, we've run out of time in Heat 10. One of the heats that Bugs picked out is a great heat to enjoy on opening day, and Sammy Pupo just owns it. A couple of big 7s, 7.67 to take that big win. Hauschman hangs on to second barely. And Rio Wida will try to regroup in the elimination round. And elimination round is looking pretty scary at the moment. Definitely don't want to leave the Gold Coast early. Absolute surfing paradise. Coming up next, Toledo takes on Griffin and Ian Govea. We'll see you then.
The opening round continues here at Burleigh Heads for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Felipe Toledo, two-time world champion, currently sitting in 11th position out there in the red. Griffin Colapinto, a contender who's making his charge back to the top end of the rankings. He's going to be out there in the blue, and Ian Gouveia, the Brazilian, he'll be out there in the white. And he actually already has a score on the board by the looks of things. Ian Gouveia, 4.83. Griffin conceding there. As we see Ian again just load up and get on the attack here with this backhand. Nice little kick on the tail a couple of times to finish that one off. Toledo on the outside, really love this heat. Great matchup on paper. Let's hope it delivers. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. Rick, we're just waiting for Felipe to ignite this year, and the Gold Coast is certainly a place you'd expect to see it.
Well, he's had a victory up here, so you know that Felipe is more than capable. Given the conditions, he'd be one of the favourites on paper, and he's had a bit of a tough run at it this year. You know, he's had moments, he's had a couple of slow heats where things just haven't gone his way, but the surfing's there. Let's have a look at the replay here of Ian Gouveia on the backhand. A snap to start things off, projection floater down the line. Gets a little more vertical on the third hit and a fourth one, so really winding up to a four-turn combination, and this is the opening ride for Felipe. Starts off with a ferocious snap, and again, so two, and then a third. So, wow, Felipe on fire, and then Griffin Colapinto. This is our first look at Griff. Just conceding priority there, so he must have stood up at some point. And Ian Gouveia says, no, I'll have this one. There's some opportunity there. So a couple of little repetitive backhand snaps, and again gets to that final finishing manoeuvre, but looking good. Looking nice and frisk and spicy.
He's looking spicy. Got a couple of mid-range fours there to hold the #1 position, but Felipe Toledo, just exactly what you'd expect to see here today. The 29-year-old just dropping a bomb to kick things off here, 7.83. I mean, when he's on, he's quite simply just absolutely phenomenal. His power output is just incredible to me. Broke through for his first ever CT victory on the Gold Coast back in 2015. And it was a massive performance in the event. I think the variation that he put on in that winning performance is what blew our minds, and he continues to bring that to competition on the forehand especially. But you know, he's gotten so strong, so powerful.
Yeah, he really dived into the training over the last 4 or 5 years. And thinking back to that event, you know, 10 years ago now, that was champagne Felipe Toledo at his absolute peak of his powers, but he's been able to maintain a really high level, but just looking to click back into that real primo form that we're used to seeing from him. And you know, look, he is still going to be a favourite. People are going to be slotting him into into their fantasy surfer teams because he is such a threat at these sort of locations. He's another surfer that has a speed to his approach where it gives him time to do these super powerful, explosive manoeuvres that don't look rushed. He never looks like he's pressed for time on these waves, and that's just why he's dropped such a big nugget in the first wave.
I like it. Yeah, it affords him the opportunity to commit. And he has certainly put himself in a good position here. Just under 23 minutes to go. Let's see what Vaughan Blakey's up to.
Whoa! Ew! Check it out. Here we go. The Burleigh Pavilion VIP deck. This is where the hobnobbing goes down. Dignitaries, special guests. It's the high rollers up here, mate. And there's Starkey. G'day, brother. There you go, mate.
Good, buddy. How are you?
Oh, so stoked to be here, man. And if you want to see just what it means to be a VIP, come and cop this view. Look at this. Yes. Go, Lobby!
Let's go! Up the lob.
That's the view. Straight down onto the contest site. Burleigh Heads in all its glory. Crew slurping on the stone and woods, eating the arancini balls. Burleigh Pav always turns it on.
Sure does, Vorno. Look forward to catching up with you at some point. Got to get him in here to call a couple of heats.
Definitely.
But certainly enjoying life down there. It's a great stage to watch the world's best go about their business. Still a lot of time to enjoy this clash unfold. One of my favourite heats on paper, Rich and Felipe Toledo. Just stomping a 7.83 to kick things off here. Has only made the quarters of one event this year. That was over in Portugal. But a string of nights has him sitting well poised to make a charge into the top 10 at this venue. As we see Griffin up. Another competitor with great memories competing here on the Gold Coast. In his first event as a rookie, the event got moved to Kira. He got a 10-point ride.
Oh, I remember that wave vividly. Just barrel after barrel. There was like 3 or 4 sections of that wave. It was solid, sort of 6 to 8 foot faces. Just time tunnels. And real kind of introduction to the Gold Coast for Griff. As we see his opening ride here. Nice, tidy 2-hit combination. Tail release there, did so well to get back up for the second manoeuvre. Watch how fast the transition is here. Re-engages straight onto the bottom turn, up into the lip again, and almost jumps out in the front of the wave. Just into that safety zone, onto the flats, as we like to call it.
Yeah, Griff had a really tricky start to the year. Found himself just way back in 27th position heading into stop number 5, but a 3rd place finish has seen him jump an incredible 12 places up to 14th, the surfer from San Clemente, and he's just got himself in this heat, and he's up again now. So quickly searches for the backup. Winds through the carve, loading up, has an unbelievable air game he can call on, but he's going to stick to power turns for the minute. Nice hit to finish that one off.
Yeah, not a bad option for Griff. I like it, just backing up the score again. As a competitor, as a surfer, it's always good to have 2 scores locked in, even if they aren't excellent scores. It's that foundation where you can really build from it, especially early in the heat. Still 19 minutes to go, so you can really work on those higher scores. Let's see what happened here. Gets that little tail slide. Little check turn, cut back, stays with the power source. And right here, Griff's gone, I don't have enough speed to go to the air, so I'm just going to lay onto it. Layback hack to finish off. Nice and functional. Great vision here, looking from behind. You can just see how much power when we look at the Bonsoy replay. That slow-mo action, just really able to break it down. Appreciate the angles and just how intense these turns are when you really slow these surfers down.
Love it. Love the Stone and Wood replays. The slow-mos especially, just you can really glimpse into the technique on show. Plenty of opportunity for our competitors out there today, hoping for taller walls as we move through the event window. That'll certainly increase the size of the turns, but they're bringing it. They're warmed up, the competitors, and they're loving their time back here on the Gold Coast. Last time we had a CT event here, Rich, you were competing at Burleigh.
Yes.
Had a healthy heat score total in the 3rd round, but and got the jump on Paul Canning. You remember that one?
I do, actually, yes.
And then round 4, overcame Kieran Perro.
Yep.
What happened in the quarters?
I can't remember. I must have lost, so I've blacked that one out, mate. Now, I can actually, now that you say it, I think I had Chris Ward, who was back at Snapper.
That was the 3.
Yes.
3, counting your top 3 ride era.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think Wardo went on to...
I was going to say, because that would have been a really impressive 2-wave heat score, 21 points.
Easy, buddy. Well, 3 7s of 21. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's solid. But yeah, it is great to be back here, isn't it?
Oh, it's so good. Like, when I made the tour, one of the events I was looking forward to was when it used to be the first event of the season was at Snapper Rocks, and it was just such a fun event to dig into. You know, it wasn't threatening. You knew you could put on all your performance surfing and really put that on display. It was a great event to kind of get into the tour, but I really like the prospect of, you know, 26, how we started Bells, go to Margie's, then we come to the Gold Coast, because it's utilising the swell windows a bit better, and giving us every chance that we're going to get the right swell window for each one of those locations.
That's right. It was Shea Lopez that beat you in the
Oh,
quarters.
was it? It was too.
Just letting you know.
No, Wardo beat me in another one as well, perhaps. And I think Kelly ended up winning that one. Anyway.
Well, just over 16 and a half minutes to go. We're getting excited about what we're seeing out here at the moment. Looks like Griffin Colapinto is going to kick out of this one, but Kipes, there's so many big individual turns laid down, and a great start for Felipe.
Oh, right. Wow, that's cool. I'm frothing. You caught me like resting from froth. I'm going to bring the froth back up. And also, we got thousands of people on the rocks. They're frothing too, so I'm not frothing alone. So many things to froth about. Just froth talk continues. What about the big news today? We're going to book in the 2026 Dreamy Tour on two of my favorite places, starting in Australia, finishing in Hawaii. That's enough to froth about. Frothy, froth, froth.
We love it. We love the froth from Kaipo, and we're loving the big news as well. Thank you, mate. We're also frothing on the performance of Toledo on his opening ride, 7.83. Now backed it up with a 4.87. Holds the lead here. Griffin Colapinto in second, looking for a 7.81. Ingave with a bit of work to do here to get into second. Griff's up at the moment, driving down the line, loading up for one of those lofty rotations, but can't find the section. And behind him, Toledo. Let's see what he can do. He's also going to run out of room here. Vaughn Blakey stepping into the booth for the call.
G'day, guys.
Mate, you're all over there. Burleigh Heads like a rash.
The vibe out there is festival. It's huge. Like, I just basically came from the Burleigh Pavilion VIP area. I don't know how I even got in there for a start, but started up there, wandered down past Yeti, past the Surfboard Empire. Like, everywhere you go, there's just people fizzing. I can't remember seeing a crowd this thick.
Awesome stuff, mate. You've done your 10,000 steps already.
Sorry, yeah, I'm all excited. I get easily ramped up, and the vibe of the hill is pumping me big time.
Keep the excitement going, Vaughn, because great heat on paper here. Second last hit of this opening round, Toledo. We've been talking about kind of his year by his standards, kind of stumbling his way through the first 5 events, but the Gold Coast, so many great memories for him competitively at the venue, and certainly one of the favourites to take this event out.
Yeah, I remember that win at Snapper. It looked like he was just going to be unbeatable there for a few years in a row. I think he had a little injury midway through a comp that sort of derailed him one year, maybe in that Wilco year that he won. But yeah, Philippe sort of been a little bit of a slow burn as he tries to find himself again, but general demeanour around the contest site and stuff has been real chirpy, like real happy. He seems like he's just finding his way back into it, and that one Bells heat where he went loony, you were going, whoa, here we go. Phil's back, and then he got derailed by a really dominant strategy heat by Jack Robbo down there. So
I want to get both your thoughts on this. I'll start with you, Vaughn, because we've seen it before. Surfers, world champions, taking sabbaticals from the tour and then coming back and just trying to tap back into the competitive formula and finding the winning motivation. Your observations on Felipe and how he's coping with it?
I think it's pretty typical. Like, you have a break off. I heard Rich talking about it earlier with Steph, you know, like you just wonder how sharp the sword is. Like, you get on a couple of different boards, you're just surfing without any pressure. You start to find an attitude in your surfing that isn't quite as pressure cooked. You know, it's not like that diamond out of coal stuff. It's just a more fun sort of thing. And then to go back into the furnace of elite level competition, it just takes a while. Like the most famous example I can think of is Slater coming back into the Andy Irons era and just, you know, having to fight tooth and nail to get into a world title race. His first year back was so-so. Then in that 2003 year, you get the two bulls ramming each other. But at the end of the day, you know, it was the guy who was the incumbent who got it done, and Kelly had to relearn how to win a whole different way.
Yeah, exactly. And Rich, even Gabriel Medina, you know, he still came back and was very dominant after taking a break from the tour, but the wins didn't come the same way, and almost his demeanour around the events seemed a little different as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Toledo, when he left the tour, he left the tour on top of the world.
Yeah.
He was the best. He came back to the tour, perhaps thought he was going to have it all his own way again, and it didn't happen. And we've actually seen a couple little cracks for him, and we've seen these emotional outputs from Felipe where he's clearly frustrated that he's not getting the wins that historically were coming, not easily, but they were going his way. So, you know, I love the fact that he's emotionally invested, because it shows that it means a lot to him, and he wants to be here. He wants to find his way back to the top. He's expecting to be back at the top. There's just a couple of screws loose, and we just need to tighten them up a bit, and then I think Felipe will come back into the zone. I said it this morning, he's had a couple of rough heats where he's been surfing good, but the wind didn't come. It's all there, ready to go.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. He has been switched on at different stages, but hasn't put it together through a whole event just yet. He could certainly do it here at stop number 6. 11 minutes to go here. And we have Felipe Toledo leading this one. Griffin Colapinto in second. Ian Gavea chasing a 4.68. Welcome back to the show. We've got Heat 11 of the opening round unfolding here, and one of our picks for a major threat to the event title here, Felipe Toledo, dropped a 7.83. Hasn't really backed it up just yet, though. And that means that the win is still anyone's. Ian Gavea after a 7.24. Griffin Colapinto with a bit of work to do now. Been pushed back into third position. He's after a 5.41. We're going to throw it down to Laura Enever, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Yes, I am, guys. Sammy Pupo coming off that 5th place at Bells. It must have felt so good, and then a very quick turnaround here. But wow, you brought the momentum here, and an amazing heat to kick off your campaign here.
Yes, yeah, it felt really nice to make some hits at Bells. Had a good heat against Griffin. Had like a strategy in mind, and then he just got like first waves of the set and was doing huge turns, and it was a sick heat. I feel like I really want to be in those heats, you know. Those are the really fun ones that we remember when the scores are higher, and you know, I got my 8 and then he got I think 17 points. So those are fun heats. Even better when you win those, but I wish I did. Now we start from 0. I really like being on Gold Coast and using boardies. Feels nice.
Amazing. Well, you look so comfortable here. You've had amazing memories, obviously up the road at Snapper Rocks, a 2nd place in the Challenger, and then a win as well the year before. You know, how much do you love these waves around here?
So much, yeah, so much. I competed at Snapper the first time in 2022, I think. And then I lost like first round, so I was like a shocker for me because I really like snappers. And then next 2 years I went back-to-back finals, won once and got 2nd against Mikey. But I just feel so relaxed here. Thanks to my brother, I think he's been bringing me since his first year on tour, so it feels like almost home to me. And I was growing up coming to Snapper every first event of the season. and just meeting all this, my idols, meeting Jordy, Julian, everyone on tour, Mick. So I was so close to everyone from such an early part of my life. So it feels really natural for me to be here, yeah.
Wow, looking calm, surfing amazing. Good luck in the next round. That was a great way to kick it off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And Sammy, he's not that little grom anymore, though. He's definitely marked himself as a threat in this contest when he's on. Well, here on the point breaks of the Gold Coast, he can really put some big numbers together.
Really nice to hear Sammy thank his older brother as well. I really enjoyed that, mate.
Haven't heard that.
Well, maybe if you get to your post on time, maybe you'll...
Public throwdown. Heavy.
Oh, no, Sammy Pupo surfing, though, looked electric in that last heat, Vaughan. It was a big win for little brothers the world over.
Stop it, you two. Stop.
Outside, Ronnie. Outside.
Ian Gavea here. And Ian Gavea, just one of those next generation representatives. Doing the Gavea name proud. His dad was just an absolute style icon.
A hero to us growing up. One of the first Brazilians to really sort of make a big name on the world tour. And he had wall space in my room, big time. Fabio and Flavio Padarats as well. But one thing, Ian, over that Challenger Series, just became a full crowd favourite. Like every single time he took off, you could see his pearly whites. He just seemed to do it with so much joy and excitement and gratitude. And he comes onto the CT, with everyone going, far out, I'm stoked this guy's here.
Yeah, we saw him throw down some of the wildest airs in that Challenger Series event. I want to see him tap back into that sort of form and really just let it all hang out, put it on the edge, and then he's going to see those bigger scores drop. It'll perpetuate, scores will come, he'll get the heat wins.
And he was surfing with so much sting last year. Like when you think back to the snapper comp, he went so mad.
Let's dive into the GWM heat recap here. Toledo dropping the 783.
It's undeniable, just the power and force that he puts into these combinations. Those two hammers at the start and the closeout finish, and then just a little back up here. Tiny little wave, but just absolutely ripping it to shreds. And then this was Griff. Up and riding, get the tail slide. Sorry, Borno, roundhouse cut back, and takes it all the way down the line. Gets that finishing turn. Watch this, the little layback huck, just to clean things up.
And Gavea on the backhand, throwing it upside down, pivoting, speed drive off the lip. And that's a little bit like what we saw at Snapper that year that he started his Challenger Series campaign. I love it when he's really in attack mode.
Just under 4 minutes to go. And Griffin is the surfer with work to do. We know that the elimination round is heavily stacked. The first heat, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be Jack Robinson, Julian Wilson, and Ryan Callanan. Have a look at this, though. The Stone & Wood slow-mo. Just the power output. Rich, you mentioned how quick he is off the bottom.
Just an absolute weapon. And this Stone & Wood slow-mo is just so good to break down form. Just on edge, really. And when tilting the surfboard, that's where we talk about power and we identify, what's happening with the surfer and the surfboard. Just, he gets that board leaning so much on its rail, and that's when you can really push hard against the water under the board. And Felipe just does it so well.
Yeah, saw it from him in the third round down on the Bells Bowl. Tricky conditions, bit of wind. He gets inverted on his approach through the opening stages of his front side calves. Really drives hard through that rail. But uncharacteristically, kind of failed to put his heat together to progress through to the quarterfinals down there. So he kind of has had it in moments throughout the season. But ultimately just looks a little rusty tactically. I think he'd admit that. But the good thing down at Bells is after he got his excellent ride, he came in, big smile on his face. You could tell he was kind of enjoying his time, and just following him through socials, it appears that he's really happy and engaged in the event here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely switched on. Just noticed that he's grabbing onto his shoulder there. And I noticed that at Bells too. So I don't know whether there's There's just a little niggling injury that he's carrying at the moment. Might try and dig into that later on. We don't want to speculate anything, of course, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe there's something there.
We were talking about Fabio Gouveia before, 4 CT wins. Having a look at the all-time event winners list, Felipe, he's equal 10th. So he is right up there. Just a couple of event wins off joining some new company on that ladder, but at the moment tied with 15 victories with the great Martin Potter, world champion. But he needs a couple more and he'll be equal to Gabriel Medina, the most winning surfer on the CT at the moment, Mark Richards and our mate Barton Lynch. So, you know, probably not a milestone that he's thinking about too much at the moment, just really focused on getting his year back on track, but he's certainly got more wins in him.
Oh, yeah, well, that's gets up into that esteemed company, and then I mean, he's already etched himself into the history books, but, you know, you can kind of, how far can you go in history?
Yeah, top 10 with only a couple of moments that really stand out from the year. Like, that's pretty dangerous, especially as he surfs himself back into form.
Well, just under a minute now, and the conversation has really been about Toledo and Ian Gouveia, who've had more moments in this heat so far, but Griffin's not out of it, needs a 5.41. And Griffin, much like Ian Gouveia, you know, counting a third as their best finishes this year, and then not a whole lot else to celebrate.
No, and the prospect of maybe facing another 33rd if he goes to the elimination round and somehow doesn't make his way through. So, you know, a critical 20 seconds left in this heat. Griffin with second priority. Here goes Felipe.
Toledo loading up. And he's going to swing the reverse. Unbelievable. Just milks everything out of that wave. It's a horrible looking wave, yeah. And he just surfed it up. I'm not sure it'll go into his top 2. As we see Colapinto there, hanging on for a finish.
Well, maybe the clutch moment that Griffin Colapinto needed to pull himself out of this heat.
Throwing some mud at the wall and seeing if he can't stick it. He does, but is it going to be enough to get him up into second place here?
Not sure. We don't know what he did at the start of that wave either. It is so dumpy, isn't it? Like, it's just really loading up onto that sand and given the surface just so few opportunities to open up. And really, all you can do is take to the air. So here's Griffin. Big projection.
Yeah, really whipped it out onto the flats on that Bonsoy replay.
This is a final moment for Felipe Toledo. Doubtful whether this will replace his 4.87. Might be right there, give or take a couple of half points, but I think the work's done. Felipe's going to move through. It'll come down to Griff, 5.41.
Got to love Burleigh too. It makes the world's best look like a couple of newcomers to the game. A delicate walk over the rocks.
Let's bring the best undone.
we're waiting on the numbers to roll through for Colapinto. Needs a 5.41. Toledo with another score on the way. Likely hang on for the win though with that big 7.83 opener. Great way to kick things off for him. Thanks for hanging out, Rich.
No problem, mate. Anytime. Love being in the booth with you guys as long as you don't fight, okay?
No worries, mate.
I mean, none of that. We've still got another big heat to get through to wrap things up for the opening round here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It's going to be Joel Vaughan, Jake Marshall, and Crosby Colapinto as the fans just relish the opportunity to get the signature of a two-time world champion down here. Griffin waiting for the update, the number yet to drop. Some comparisons probably being made by the panel.
His body language looks positive. You know, he thinks he's got it, I think.
Well, you saw him throw his head back then. He didn't get the score he needed, a 5.33 for Colapinto. Ian Gouveia is going to hang on for second position and avoid that elimination round. Toledo with a comfortable victory and a highlight moment for that impressive, almost excellent ride, a 7.83 there. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll let Rich step out of the booth. Vorno and I will keep the conversation rolling as we get set for the last heat of the opening round.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
Loving our time here at Burleigh Heads. We're about to wrap up the opening round for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Great matchup this one. Joel Vaughan, a rookie on the championship tour. Jake Marshall coming off the back of a strong performance down at Bells Beach. Out there in the blue, Crosby Colapinto, the Californian, will be out there in the white jersey. Looking forward to seeing what these three can bring to this lineup. Joel Vaughan, some massive airs that he can count on. Jake Marshall doing some of the best rail surfing. Well, definitely the best rail surfing we've seen from him, but probably the second best performer down there at Bells Beach on the scorecard. And Crosby just warming up, getting back to his best after breaking his elbow pretty badly before the first event kicked off this year.
This is such a good heat. It's a bit of a roll the dice scenario. You've got three surfers who are really keen to take it to each other. Jake Marshall, definitely in form. The surfing he was laying down at Bells was so impressive, and here he goes on his opening ride, which was a 6, and continuing on, snapping in perfect rhythm, finding the pocket, and again, that's a really good start. It's incredible when you find that momentum, isn't it? Out the back behind him, Crosby Colapinto gets busy. One thing with all these surfers, they have so much intent in their act right now. They're surfing with a lot of energy. They want it. There's not much fear here, Ron. It's all attack mode from these three. And Jolie Vaughan also pulled off. That's a cool little air rev to finish that one. And Jolie Vaughan's got one as well. And the Bonsoy replay, fangs down the line. Looking for a chance, but Joel had that really cool... Oh! Well, really cool clutch win down at Bells as well, with a nice big full rotation to get through a heat.
Yeah, he's had some great moments in the jersey, some highlight reel moments on the Challenger Series. Looking for a few more at the CT level. Big support for him. A lot of people would have made the charge up the coast, from the Central Coast here to southeast Queensland to get behind him and cheer him on. I saw his dad earlier. I guess the brothers are here as well.
NSB. They'd be at full voice right now.
Yeah, North Shelley board riders.
They've been seeing Ian around. Great to see him. Younger brother Huey watching on, no doubt.
But yeah, this is a good way to wrap things up here. You've got Jake trying to maintain his position at the top end of the ranks, and the other two fighting to get there.
Desperate end section hit as Joel tries to open up.
Nice swoop. Just setting up a nice hit on the bowl there. Doesn't get a big finish down the line, though.
That was sick. That was a really nice fin ditch. And Jake Marshall's just looking so sharp. Speedy down the line. It just seems like every time he comes off the bottom, that pocket is just sitting there for him to just tee off on. Doesn't really matter. He can go to just about any turn. He can rip through the nice slice, or he can bust the fins. He's got that beautiful sort of TB-inspired nose pick. We'll see a bit of everything here, but yeah, that's just a nice little speed jam. Cracks it. A bit of a desperate flyaway, but I know that turn well.
And then we had Joel too getting in on it.
Yeah, this turn on the inside, this is the one that will help him feel good. Time that one perfect. Such a cool fan to spray. The kid's absolutely frothing on this headland right now. Getting to see their favourite surfers up close. You're so close to the action. It's madness.
Yeah, it's a great energy out there here at Burleigh. I think different venue, a bit more space on the headland here than, say, down at Snapper, where you're kind of all compressed down onto the beach. But you can see it, like, great scenes, kind of, you know, bit of a throwback to some of the photos from the Stubbies, iconic images of the greats in their little shorts hammering down the line here at Burleigh.
2 days ago, I was staring at a photo of MP taken by Peter Crawford at the first Stubbies, a water shot. He's bottom turning, and you can see the entire headland covered in people. And I saw a little water clip this morning of Kanoa doing the exact same thing. And the only thing that was different, well, there's a few things different actually, but here goes Jake.
Jake getting a couple of turns done, looking for a big finish down the line, loads up, drifts that tail. Might have room to throw a little bit more at this ride too, starting to build some speed as it just reels off on the inside sandbar. And I like the mix up, nice little carve to finish. Didn't try and force anything out of the pocket.
Nah.
Clean rail work.
Nice. Feels good when you get to those little sections and you can just bury rail. But yeah, I was going to say one of the few different aspects was that Kanoa's moustache just wasn't quite as iconic as MP's moustache in that photo. Other than that, though, the vibe, the energy, everything was pretty similar. Jakey Marshall, not only is he surfing incredibly well, there's that board slide we were talking about, but he's just so busy. Seems like waves are finding him rather than the other way around. Banging through onto this inside and just putting the rail to work. Nice stuff.
Yeah, looking really comfortable. Just opening up through his turns a lot more this year, and you know, obviously doing a lot of work with Chris Gallagher on his road to the championship tour, and probably continues to lean into Chris's experience. But has spoken about it. The board's feeling really good underfoot. But yeah, I felt like at times he was almost like so hunched over that he couldn't really extend through those rail calves. And this year he's just opening the shoulders and just grinding through those clean rail turns. Really is sort of evolving nicely as a CT campaigner. And a big climb for him up the rankings after a quarterfinal finish. Yet to break into the semis of a CT event, but man, he's close. But up to 13th place, up 7 spots. Just at the right time to be moving when you come into the Aussie treble, because you don't want to be stressing when you get to stop 7, because so much can happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just the confidence that you take out of booking 2 9s in a heat score, you know, like that's something that really not many people get to do in their careers. So to have done it and find form as well, good timing.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of dig a little deeper into the history of, you know, what's unfolded since the cut had been introduced. But I'm going to say that nobody has put 2 9s together in a heat and then failed to miss the cut. So I like Jake's chances this year, the form that he's showing, and what he's doing in this heat as well. 5.33 on the last wave. Crosby Colapinto in second. No big number to speak of yet for Crosby or Joel. It's kind of a battle for second place, and that will remain the case until someone threatens Jake Marshall for the lead here. It's just interesting watching the surfers pivot. We've seen it a couple of times today. Someone else just catches fire in the start of the heat, and then the priority focus for the other 2 individuals. Just
such a classic stitch up when you are surfing even just in general, and someone's just getting the waves. They're just on that perfect rhythm. Jake Marshall's got it right now.
Yeah, I think it becomes a little more difficult when there's not big bombing sets. That priority can almost hold you back from taking some mediocre scoring opportunity that you might surf up. Ian Gentile, I think, manufactured his victory earlier on today without priority and put up some really solid scores. Here we go. On the outside, it's Crosby Colapinto. And he is going to string together a couple of nice turns here. Crosby working with Tom Whitaker, and Tommy lives in this region these days, from Bronte originally, but knows these point breaks really well. So, I mean, the game plan didn't work for Griffin in the previous heat, but we'll see if it plays out all right for Crosby here.
Yeah, being able to adapt is a huge part of these heats. You're sitting out there waiting for bombs. If it's not happening, you've got to get some surfing done. These little growers, sometimes they can double up, sometimes they'll run. We saw Felipe in the last seconds of that last heat just take off on a nothing-looking wave and still manage to get the karate chop full rotor. So there's points on the table there. Griff very nearly sneaking through as well.
This is just the 4th event for Crosby Colapinto this year. Been making a climb up the rankings on the back of a semi-final finish in El Salvador. As we have a look at the Bond University athlete health check, it was a broken elbow. His left elbow suffered a backdoor in January. He missed pipe Abu Dhabi. Returned for Portugal, got a 17th there. It was a pretty quick turnaround, really. Bad break. He was devastated because he loves that opening event.
Yeah, and I hear you say it all the time, Ron, that some surfers are just circling events and going, definitely going to get a result there. You just know that Cros is looking at the pipe event and just going, yes, I'm going quarters or better at this thing. Anything less than that is no good. And to miss that event, on the positive side, the healing and, all the recovery that he did was so on point. He was back in the water in no time. He's got a pretty solid scar down that elbow. And he came back in, and yeah, the 17th is probably not what he wanted, but since then he just went into attack mode, and it just looked like a guy who wanted to be surfing. It wasn't like stressing or going, oh no, they've got to start on me.
Here we go, movement on the outside. Jake Marshall trying to get rid of that 5.33. A lot of speed as he hammers through to the inside, swings the fins almost right around. Maintains control, gets the solid finish. Just on 16 minutes to go here. Impressive stuff from Marshall, constructing a healthy lead now.
Yeah, and just staying busy. He's got this one that's really fast across the inside. A couple of speedy little checks. Throws the fins. Pretty cool looking move. Probably might not trouble his score, but it was cool.
All right, let's check in with Felipe Toledo, the 2-time world champ, with Laura Hanover.
Yes, Felipe, we were just chatting about some memories here at Burleigh Heads. I mean, there's not many guys in the draw that were at the World Juniors back here. And what year was it?
I don't even remember.
But I mean, yeah, you just talk us through all that, and that you've actually had a good amount of training here at Burleigh.
Yeah. I actually had a few free surf sessions out here too, but I feel like the memory that stands out is the junior. I remember I got here and my boards didn't make it. I barely spoke English at the time, so I had to go surf shops and try to find a good board to surf the event. Ended up getting a DMS board. I don't know if it still shapes it or not, but remember it was a really good board, the board that I competed, and at the end of the day, that event, I actually had a Firewire contract, so for surfboards, and yeah, a lot happened in this event, and helped Kyle win his world title here. Had to be Garrett Parks in the quarters, I think, so they could have like a surf off, and then lost to Nathan Carvalho in the semis, and Wade ended up winning the whole event. Good memories. Love the wave, love the place, love the vibe. Yeah, good to be back.
So good, and you obviously, you know, these right-hand points suit your surfing so much. How are you feeling going into that heat? You know, got off to a quick start, but then went a bit slow.
Yeah. You know, that was one part of my strategy to start with a good wave right off the bat. You know, and but Griff on the heat and coming from a really good event at Bell's, good result. He was definitely on a roll, and I just wanted to, you know, try to control the heat a little bit and make sure I get the two best waves of the heat, and pretty much that's what happened, you know. And Ian got a good score at the end to turn the heat. But yeah, feel great, feel good. My boards are really good. We changed it up a little bit from Bell's to here. A little bit thinner boards, rails a little bit, you know, down a little bit more, and yeah, feel great. God's been giving me a lot of opportunities to surf and have fun with my friends, my team, so yeah.
Amazing, and obviously the missing piece of the puzzle at home is your family. Shout out to them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shout out to my family. Part of them in Brazil, part of them in California. Love you guys so much. Thank you so much for all your support. Love you guys and miss you guys.
Thanks, Felipe. See you soon.
Thank you, Laura. Oh, you love to see it. I like just that energy coming off Felipe is really positive. And I know at different stages he hasn't had that throughout this season, but that just feels like, I said it at Bell's after his, you know, impressive, excellent score that he dropped in a winning heat performance. I was like, he's just right there. Something's going to bite. He's going to tap back into the motivation and the reason for being here. And once he sets his sights on where he really wants to be, which is, you know, probably on top of the rankings, heading into the final five potentially, he'll be hard to stop. He's just a force once he gets going.
Simmering. Yeah, on the simmer, and looking good. You know, this leg, it plays well for him. This wave is custom built for his small wave mastery, and then heading over to WA, it's a wave where he loves to open up and get that sort of open ocean carve happening. Yeah, it's looking good.
Might be able to nab himself a tank with the GWM Aussie treble unfolding. Well, just on 12 minutes to go here, Jake Marshall holds the lead. Crosby Colapinto in second. Joel Vaughan needs a 4.81 to get into second.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've travelled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Welcome back to the show. The last heat of the opening round for the men unfolding here. 9.5 minutes remaining, and Jake Marshall continues to bring A1 form to the 2025 season. Strong result for him down at Bells Beach. A massive climb up the rankings and currently leading this one. But during the break, Joel Vaughan getting in on the scoring mix with a couple of big hits. And Joel Vaughan, we haven't seen him really put together a massive campaign through a CT event yet this year, but he's got to be one of the most exciting additions to the CT we've seen in some time.
Big punch on the inside from Joel Vaughan, uppercut. He bashed that section, and that's a 5.83. So he'll move up into second. And actually, Jake Marshall did better his score on that last one, so a 5.63. That was on a wave that, you know, he just looked like he was cruising on. So he's just in such a good space right now. But good to see Joel Vaughan finally get an opportunity to release a bit of energy. And he's got another one, Ron.
Yeah, trying to load up. He's trying to find a section out here because he's got some real fireworks he can bring out. Can't spark him on that occasion.
It's a tricky lineup at the moment. We're seeing the world's best really struggle to find that ramp on occasions.
Vaughan, you've called it much of his amateur career and watched him on the Challenger Series last year. You know the potential. There's been glimpses of it in individual moves, but it doesn't feel like he's settled in just yet, does it?
No, which... Yeah, on one hand, you're going, wow, this guy has so much firepower. He can bring something so exciting and vibrant to this tour. On the other hand, you're going, have we seen it yet? Not really, but he's not doing too poorly. Like, his rookie season has had some pretty decent results so far.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. He's coming into this one sitting just outside the top 10 at the moment. But there's a lot of people compress with similar results in the middle of the pack. So, like, maintaining your place just outside that top 10 is probably going to require a finals finish at some point, because this is where the switch up starts to happen.
And I wonder how far into your rookie season you start to feel, okay, yeah, I've surfed enough heats here now. I'm used to these areas, this atmosphere, sort of the level that's required, and you can start to really attack it a little bit more as if you belong, you know, like right now, that middle ground where everyone's hovering, it's only one or two events to watch you go up or down quite a long way.
Yeah, I think the other thing is sometimes it's not about where you finish in the event, but who you knock out on your way to that result. Like, you think about Al Cleland Jr. this year, he's had some of the biggest heat wins of his life in events where he hasn't gone on to get himself a massive result, but they're wins that he's never going to forget, and confidence fueling victories over bigger opponents. I think that's what Joel's looking for now, as we see Crosby looking to fight his way back into contention and get himself in the top 2. That's the goal for these competitors in the opening round. Avoid third place and being relegated to the elimination round. On the outside, Jake Marshall continues to flow here. Tricky wave to surf, still just getting some nice little kicks on the tail and making something of it.
And a clean finish. That was an awesome exchange. Crosby went mad on his wave. Big power turns, and he's chasing a 4.94. That was a really strong ride from Crosby Colapinto. This is exactly what we thought it would be, a real arm wrestle. It's three surfers who have a lot of the same weapons in their artillery. Joel Vaughan, he took off on that, but Crosby pulls that priority trigger, and this wave starts to stand up. Big, beefy power slide. Gets the body moving, throws buckets. And that was a cool finish, but he left points on the table there. There it is, out the back. Fanging down the line, just so much speed. What about that turn? Little bobble, but what's impressive here, just a little snap there. This looked like it was petering out, and he gets a clean finish.
Yeah, tied it up. Big combo on the outside, though. Should serve him well. Great variation. Had a couple of mistimed hits through the middle portion of the ride, but finished so strong that he kind of made up for it, leaving a nice taste probably in the eyes of the panel.
Little zest.
But waiting on scores to come through. Interesting where the numbers will fall here. Got a couple of competitors that have really, when you think about their best performances in CTs, they've relied on combinations and multiple moves to turn in good scores. And then you've got on who is a specialist when it comes to the big Hail Mary and making it stick. So I just, as Joel's not comboed, he's going to be a chance at turning this heat, even if he's after a 9.
Well, Jordy said at Bells, you know, I was terrified when the wind started puffing up the face because I had a helicopter boy in my heat.
I love that.
But that's, if you think about the highlights of Joel on the Challenger Series, it's big air revs, like it's huge punts, single wave moves. That really made him a standout.
Jordy, helicopter boy, great title, which might stick, coming from the veteran on the championship tour, the longest serving member of the CT, calling Joel Vaughan helicopter boy down there at Bells. I love it.
Yeah.
Probably because he doesn't know his name yet.
Well, they're on the same team.
He knows his name for sure.
They must.
So Crosby turned in a 4.73. As you said, Vaughan maybe left some points on that final move. Incomplete. That means the requirement's still a 4.94 to get ahead of Joel Vaughan. But Jake Marshall continues to build, and we're waiting on scores to come through for his last ride.
Oh, that's a real eye roller, I think, for the coaches and the team in the Colapinto corner, just because it was there. That last turn had a nice little flare to it. And as it does here, when it just punches down on that shallow sandbank, you kind of lose all the energy from the wave and couldn't get a clean exit. And all of a sudden, Jake Marshall drops in a 7.5. There was a real moment on that wave, wasn't there, that was the standout of the heat.
Yeah, impressive. You know, he manufactured his own speed or just chased down the open face and kind of had to link some tricky sections together, but really got the opportunity through those first couple of turns to unleash, and he didn't waste them. Just in an aggressive attacking mode, just running on pure confidence at the moment. The surfer from Encinitas. Let's have a look at the Bonsoy replay here. Vaughan just unleashed here.
We came into this wave, that turn there was far out, at least 6 of those points, I think. And then as he comes through, a couple of little bubbles, but sprinkles the cinnamon on the end section for that zesty little flavour that the judges were looking for, and good stuff from Jake Marshall, just putting the flex on Joel and Crosby here.
The IC 2-minute warning pops up, and it's going to be stressful times here for Crosby, who's trying to find some space. Joel Vaughan's got the priority though, and it looks like he'll use it here. Well, let's see if he can up the requirement. Well, he's going to kick out of this one and down the line. Crosby finds some space. Nice reverse there. Great control. Tommy Whitaker likes it, throws his hands together.
Big body jive from the big man on the inside. Didn't he throw everything at that section, and he had to.
Well, he is a big unit, Crosby. 6'0", lanky, kind of like Jordy Smith. There's a presence when he gets to his feet on a wave. He kind of monsters the wave. Oh, what happened there?
What happened?
Was there contact there?
That was a big turn.
I'm not sure. They'll review the footage, surely. 45 seconds to go. Didn't feel like he kicked it as hard as he possibly could have. Maybe sort of one of those situations where... Let's have a look.
Well, fins up and over. Crosby right there.
Oh, that's off-putting, but what else could he do?
There's only one section on that wave to hit, and that was it.
Interesting to note, there was a switch up in the order. Crosby got a 6.4 for his wave. You know, he really surfed those 2 sections well, and it looked like Joel had priority in that situation.
Well, this one's winding down. And first of all, the 6.4 from Cross was a really good score. Speedy, snap into the big rev. But this is an interesting scenario.
Yeah, well, Jake owned the heat. But often is the case in a heat where someone just runs away with it. The story becomes what's going to happen with the battle for second place. But Jake Marshall continues his form. You know, it's really been the flow from Jake through these past two events that's given him these big numbers, the combination of really clean turns, aggressive. If you're picking, like, highlight moments out of those rides, you kind of go, oh, that was, all really good, but it's the linking that he's doing. The linkage and the flow between his moves is what's impressive. So Joel Vaughan making his way in, waiting for scores to come through. A super close one. You know, an awkward section for Joel to have to try and hit, but at the same time.
Well, here it is. And he backs out of the turn.
The wave actually has a weird kink in it there anyway, and I think that's what Joel gets caught on at the top of the wave. Would have been off-putting in that situation, but you know, he was just sort of floating over the section. It wasn't like he fully, wholeheartedly committed to laying into that. So I don't think there's any issues there. No interference. Jake Marshall gets the victory. Crosby fights back to get second place and avoid the elimination round, and we'll see if Joel Vaughan can survive another tough elimination round heat. We're going to take a quick break here. We're moving into the opening round for the women next. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks, Nadia Eristabe will be in the lineup, and we'll have Joe, Flick and Laura in the booth.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Thanks for being with us. Opening round just getting started for the women. Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks, and Nadia Eristabe have Burleigh Heads all to themselves with a chance to skip straight to the round of 16 and avoid the elimination round. Top two can achieve that as we just finished the opening round for the men. Now some big heats to kick off stop number 6 of the season. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Laura Enever, 2 surfers that have ripped on the championship tour. As we focus in on Molly Picklum, feels like she's just overdue for a win coming into Burleigh Heads.
It does feel that way. I feel like she's been in great rhythm too. She's been surfing well. I think she's got a good team behind her as well. And yeah, it does feel like she's due. But I mean, she's got a tough heat right now. I mean, she's coming up against Erin and Nadia as well, who's really keen to probably get a good result as well.
Erin Brooks, already a CT winner at Cloudbreak last year as a wild card. One of the most exciting rookie names we've had as we go to the Bonsoy replay to see Erin's first wave, Laura.
Yeah, nice top turn here, just tagging it, unfortunately goes down, just catches that inside rail. So that was a missed opportunity by Erin, and you know, she's, like you said, Joey, that win that she had last year was just so spectacular, sensational, put everyone on call, and you know, she's had some incredible moments this year so far, but I know that she'd be, you know, stinging to really jump up and crack that first final. She had that third in Portugal, but yeah, she'd be ready to just get back to finals feeling, you know?
Well, I guess overall feeling you're getting from Erin Brooks this year, what have you been enjoying about her rookie season?
I mean, it's such a journey, your rookie season. You come in, especially already coming into a rookie season with a CT win. Like, that's pretty bloody rare. And, you know, it's like the likes of, you know, Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, and that have really done that. And so, yeah, I feel like she's probably not lived, in her eyes, living up to her expectations of, you know, thinking that she'd be top 5 at this point in the year, or, you know, just in that title race. But, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. She's in 10th now. She's got some work to do, and it'll just be all about how she can handle that pressure.
We also have Nadia Arostarbe out there. Great goofy footer, getting the call up as a WSL replacement surfer this season, who's been really enjoying just the year altogether. After a loss, she doesn't seem to carry it too much into her free surfs, but she's looking to make a statement here. I saw her in her warm-up yesterday, looked great. As they're trying to find the right waves to work with. Erin just the quick 2.17. Erin in the rookie class with Vahine Fierro and also Bella Kenworthy. Bella would be on her forehand in this setup here at Burleigh Heads, who's been really exciting. Probably her key heat was in the loss to Gabby Bryan at Punta Roca, where she really lit it up. Vahine's been just a little quiet warrior this year. We know if she gets on a roll here, she could really do some damage at Margaret River, expecting always more size that she would love to play with.
Yeah, Vahine, obviously, she's another one. Come in on her rookie year, and she's already got a win under the belt on the CT, which is pretty crazy, right? I think exactly what you said, Laura. These two girls, you know, Vahine, Erin, they're probably feeling like, oh, I deserve to be there. I'm just not really fulfilling this expectation. But as also what you said, Laura, it's a journey, and it sometimes just isn't the way the cookie crumbles.
I mean, the hardest thing for someone like Vahine would be, you know, she wants to make it to Tahiti.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she'd get a wild card if she didn't make the cut there. But you know, to be able to be there and make that top 10 and you know, be able to have those points go towards her year would be, yeah, pretty amazing. But yeah, just excited to see all these girls in the, you know, obviously here surfing and shredding, but in the back half and what's to come, and the big waves.
Big waves. Waves of consequence.
Yeah. Every time I see you two, I think of big waves. Enjoyed watching you both in the eddy to kick off 2025. That was really special.
Oh, I watched Erin Brooks get towed into the gnarliest wave in Tahiti, and I just watched her send herself over these crazy waves. Just like and I feel like she's, you know, she's grown and she's, you know, she's become a little lady now, and I just felt like she's always just had that courage and that fierceness in her eyes to just throw herself over the waves of consequence, which is so cool.
Well, waiting for waves out there, let's check in with Kaipo. Found himself in the Vissla Shaping Bay.
Yeah, it's the Vissla Shaping Space. And you know, Joe, I love surfboards. You love surfboards. We love surfboards. Donald Brink builds excellent boards. This is his brainchild. We're bringing in some shaping legends from all over the area. One of the legends right here, Tomo, Daniel Thompson. Thank you for joining me, but I just want you to talk to me a little bit about your unique designs and the hydrodynamic theory.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of exploring different hydrodynamic principles, bit of a mouthful, but yeah, I like to see how water operates and flows over objects and where lift and drag can be either enhanced or reduced, and just playing with unique shapes and outlines that can potentially give a surfer a bit more of a different experience than your traditional pointed nose surfboard.
Yeah, the godfather of the sci-fi. You've been doing some collaboration with Kelly Slater. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I've been ongoing working with Kelly for quite a number of years. Obviously, people are familiar with the sci-fi and cymatic designs. They've been quite a popular design and breaking the norm of aesthetics of what normal surfboards can look like. So yeah, we're working on some new stuff, again, trying to break the mold of traditional stuff and give people some new and exciting feelings.
Appreciate your work. Hand-shaped board here by Tomo. That's just one of the many boards that we're going to have. Stay tuned. We're going to give away some boards later on in the week. It's the Vizsla Shaping Space.
Thank you, Kaipo. As we see Aaron Brooks get a wave, Nadia Arostarbe getting in the mix as well. And now Molly Picklum laying down a carve to kick things off. Once Nadia duck dove, then she started racing down the line to tag it off the top again. So great start for Molly Picklum from the North Shelley Board Riders crew. She's got a lot of supporters here in Australia. Doesn't feel like she's feeling any weight of the world title race like she has in the past when she's come to Australia wearing the bright yellow jersey. Just waiting for a breakthrough win of 2025, runner-up to Katie Simmers in Abu Dhabi. As we now watch Nadia Arostarbe. Nice clean backhand snap. Controls it again, pushing a bit harder before it drops out. So well-paced backhand surfing from Nadia there, Flick.
Yeah, that was nice. It was a two-turn combo. Obviously going to be her strongest score. Probably going to feel good just to stick that one. But I think, you know, I just can't go past Molly's one. I think, you know, she's just... Goes back to what you were saying, Joe. It feels like she's due. She's surfing great. She looks connected. It's got to be the best wave of the heat so far. Let's break it down. What'd you see, Laura?
Oh yeah, Nadia's wave. It actually stood up really nice and gave her two, like, you know, this was a really nice section here and before it shut down. So two nice turns, a bigger wave, and then obviously Molly here, just nice carving slash to start, and then love the way she sort of read this here, just got all of her speed to just really blast this end turn and lay it all down there, kind of try to kick the tail out. So yeah, two sort of different types of wave there. You know, obviously Nadia gets that big end section turn, and then Erin on the inside. Small wave, but super, super whippy, and tight in the pocket there for Erin.
Ho ho.
Perfect.
Steph Gilmore, the greatest of all time. Wild card in this event, taking on Luana Silva and Katie Simmers.
Oh, this is stacked heat.
If you would like to use the Bonsoy caddies after your heat, they're down the station on the bench and they're under yellow tickets. They may want to carry your board up for you if you don't want to carry your board.
Great to see that heat checking in. Back to Erin Brooks as she has a big whip right off the top there. She's really trying to get more of a score. She's going so quickly, and she's working on making her turns look bigger. She is so strong and so technically sound. And with the pocket here at Burleigh, you feel like she's ready to freestyle. Wouldn't be surprised if she started risking it, going for some big airs, spending maybe more time than any other human in the world in wave pool systems, especially the one in Texas. What'd you see on this one, Laura?
Yeah, look at her wind up here. You know, her arm placement there to just wind up and just whip and just try to get as vertical as she can. I think she's been doing that since, you know, like you said, we've been seeing her in the wave pools, and, you know, she's just got that pocket surfing down pat. And I love what you're talking about there. And we see Erin and the training that she's doing. You know, she's jumping on you know, the what are they called? trampolines.
The board and the trampoline.
You know what I'm trying to
you
say.
train, Laura. You use all that stuff too.
I used to do gymnastics.
For all
so
those
I
airs
should
you
know
do.
what a trampoline is. But she's, you know, I love her training, and yeah, like you said, she's so small, but she's so strong, and I feel like we're just going to see her go from strength to strength. And you know, I know she wants to like get up and, like you said, make the turns bigger, blow the tail more, and get more above the lip. But her technique, wow, it's just she's got everything there.
Well, compared to your personal journeys to the tour, you know, from what we're watching with Erin Brooks, it seems like when she decided she liked surfing, the training was already there. So she not only loved to surf in the ocean, but she loved the CT type training and that headspace from day one.
Yeah.
Whereas some journey, it's like, okay, you rip, you enjoy the ocean, you're winning some heats in your board riders, and then you start thinking about everything else that comes with it, where I think Erin from day one was living the life of a CT surfer with where she was traveling, how she was preparing.
It was probably, it's where preparation meets opportunity. I mean, she had so many amazing opportunities from such a young age. It's actually incredible, right? And it's produced the surfer that we're seeing now, you know, one of the youngest to ever qualify, and, you know, to even win a CT the way she did in Fiji as a wild card. You know, it's produced an amazing surfer.
Rolling into this one, we've got Molly Picklum with some room on this open canvas. She'll hit it off the lip line. Clean bottom turn, beautiful snap. Pickles now hitting it off the lip again, finding her flow, and she shuts it down.
Wow, that was a really good wave. Amazing wave selection, and she just tagged that thing. You know, it looks like she's just trying to surf it, you know, that sort of 70% to just get the job done. She knew she was on an absolute screamer of a wave, and she's stoked with it, and just kept peeling down the line. You know, we haven't seen a lot of, you know, 4-turn combo waves, and this is going to be, I'd say, near excellent.
Molly with the most experience in the CT jersey in this heat. She's still so young, so much to accomplish in her career, but just looks like she has a nice, calm approach with picking her waves, picking her turns. Already has a 5.33. Where are we going with that one, Flip?
Yeah, I'd agree with Laura. It has to be up in the excellent range. It was a great wave, right? It's an A-grade wave, and when you take off on something like this, you're just thinking, if I just finish this, right, I'm definitely going to be getting an excellent score. The wave was asking for it. You look at all the turns she got here. There were big moments. There was some variety. Great placement of her turns.
So solid number coming in for Molly Picklum, an 8-point ride. Huge total out front. Excellence on that last read. That was beautiful. Let's now hear from the winner of the last heat for the men's, Jake Marshall, with a big win. He's with Von Blakey.
Let the good times roll, Jake. We saw you catch fire in Bells, and you've kept that rhythm and flow going right here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, feeling great. Nice to be in some board shorts, and yeah, I felt really good in that heat. It was definitely kind of a stacker for sure. I mean, Joel and Crosby have been shredding, so I knew I was going to have to bring it, but I mean, I was just fired up, and the waves looked fun, and yeah, I was stoked.
Sick, man. And we were just talking before, like your first time to Burleigh. What do you make of the headland?
It's great. It's definitely a little different than some of the other points around here. I really like all the trees, and like the backdrop here when you're out in the water is really cool. And obviously today the beach is completely packed, which is it's pretty rad surfing with the big crowd. So I'm digging it. It's fun. Like, just nice to be on a point break and in some warm water. Can't really complain.
That's awesome, mate. And yeah, it was a great heat. It was a stacked heat, but you really just ran away with it. It felt at times like you were just on your own program out there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been really trying to focus on, just sticking to myself and just really trying to just focus on myself. Everyone on the tour is so good. You know, you can't really get caught up with what other people are going to be doing. And yeah, I was a little bit like tripped out before the heat on my boards because I hadn't ridden this board in like since El Salvador, but the waves were kind of getting smaller and smaller all day, and I was like, oh, I think I got to jump down to this board. And then my first wave, it felt good, and I was like, okay, cool, like I made the right choice. So yeah, I was kind of sitting up here like debating which board to ride, and thanks to the boys at the board lab for fixing it. There was like a ding on the tail, so worked good, and yeah, I'm stoked.
It was a good call, mate. You were flaring out there. You really lit a fire. Well done, and I look forward to seeing you the next round.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Jake, for ripping. Man, he was in such a good rhythm with the ocean. 13.5 total, and still celebrating what he threw down at Bells. His best combined heat total of his career. Still feeling like he's ready to win his first event on tour. Could happen this year, Flick.
With the surfing we saw down at Bells, I mean, you think Ethan would have been the #1, you know, performer, and then it had to be Jake second. Just from seeing the turns he was stringing together, and there's something about that wave. Even the year before, I saw him on the bowl, and I was like, wow, you really have a good affinity with the wave, and he proved it once again, and obviously taking that confidence here to Burleigh, and he's looking good.
It's looking really good. Great boards from Sharp Eye Surfboards and great crew locally that could fix up boards for these guys. I mean, if you got a magic board, I think some people out there think pro surfers don't have ding repair done, but if it feels great, they'll patch it up, try to keep it intact for a whole season. Remember that board Wilco was winning on that one year when he was world #1? Thing was so bashed and beat up, and he was just so afraid of getting rid of it.
You always have that one board that gets put on ice, and Steph had one as well, the cash cow. I think we were trying to work out how much money that one board made her, and it was just, you know, it was that board that goes in the middle of the board cover. Like, just put everything else around it, and it's just put everything on top of it.
That's the secret to keep it alive, right? You don't want it on top of your board bag or at the bottom. Those are the most vulnerable.
Just wrap it in the towels, keep the leg ropes away from it. There's nothing worse than somehow a leg rope escaping and putting like a leg rope ding in the board. There's just
great tips.
Intricacies of board packing.
Smart tips from Laura Enever, as you guys should prepare well when you travel here to the Gold Coast. We're going to take a quick break here. In heat #1 of the opening round, it's Molly Picklum out in front with an 8 and a 5.33. Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. Great view here on the Gold Coast. Surfers Paradise in the distance. And this iconic right-hand point break at Burleigh Heads, hosting the world's best on day 1 of competition. Now here at stop number 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble. Be handing out a GWM Tank 300 at the final stop at Margaret River. It's also where the cut will happen. Then all roads lead to Cloudbreak for the Lexus WSL Finals. Lot to look forward to in pro surfing this year and next year. We had the big announcement this morning that the tour is changing. First event will be at Bells next year in April, and it all finishes up at the Pipe Masters.
Wow.
Feels good saying that name. That'll be at the end of the year, and the whole tour will be there. And that event is worth 1.5 times event points. So think of it as 15,000 points for an event win compared to 10,000. So there's a lot that could go down next year in the season finale, Laura.
Oh, wow, so exciting. I mean, obviously the extension of the number of girls on the tour, and then this new schedule and the women finishing at pipe. This is, it's all a bit much to take in. It's so exciting
Things were
for the
stressful,
women.
Laura, when you were on tour. Remember the first year you finished 10th in the world, and that was the cut, right? And then 10th again, and then 10th again.
Yeah, 10.
It was always coming down to this stressful moment.
I was on tour 7 years and I came 10th. No, 9 times, no, 6 times and then 8th once. But every year was like just riding the bubble, blowing the bubbles. It's just, you get used to it. It's so stressful, but I mean.
So the reaction of extending the tour must have felt good. It made a lot of sense for all the stress that you went through.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so many amazing women, you know, out there, and I just think, you know, there needs to be more on there. So it's just, I feel like it was, yeah, it's just so exciting that that everyone, that top 10's now going to be, what's going to be top 17 or at the cut, anyway.
As we look at Molly Picklum running after this lip line, little slide to finish. She has been in such great form as she will paddle back out and continue to own this lineup. Well, her low score is a 5.33. Erin Brooks a 4.43. Nadia a 4.33 as their high mark. So Molly with the best waves of this matchup, Flick.
Yeah, she's really nailed it. I think obviously that single best wave, that excellent score sitting there, that's doing her so many favours right now. I think the conditions have honestly deteriorated quite a bit, and so to find an 8 out there and identify that, she's done a really good job. You know, even if I think about the other 2 girls in the heat, Erin and Nadia, right? I mean, the difference for me, they're on their backhand. And Burleigh is already hard on your backhand because it's so fast, it's so down the line. But I think now with this sort of deterioration, I mean, you can see it now, that wind line out the back, the wind's picked up. It looks a bit more disjointed. It's not as sort of lined up as what we saw this morning. Maybe we're waiting for a little rain potential squall to come through and things might clean up again, but yeah, it is looking quite challenging out there on the backhand. Like, these girls at the moment have only managed to find space for 2-turn combos on each wave, so hopefully they get maybe a bigger set wave and sort of can open up a bit more.
Yeah, it actually feels like the temperature's dropped as well. There's a storm rolling through, so we will get a bit of weather, I think, this afternoon or tonight. But yeah, look at that score for Molly. She's just found her rhythm and her flow, and she's loving it out here.
7.6, 8.0, and a throwaway. That's higher than her opponents in a fine rhythm. But we know what Erin Brooks is capable of. Flashing back to the Challenger Series last year, it was kind of a where were you when Erin locked into this crazy 10-point ride behind the rocket snapper and got a perfect 10.
Oh, I was in the booth, Joey. I was watching it, and it was absolutely amazing. In my opinion, the best barrel in men or women during that whole event. It was insane, and she wasn't done yet. She kept cracking it another few times after that. It was incredible.
It was the sickest thing. I almost ripped my TV off my wall. It was so awesome. I just couldn't believe it, and just so much style and poise, and you know, you could just see she's just you know, when you lock into something like that, it's just all feeling, and that's what I love about Erin surfing. When she is in the zone, it's all feeling, and it's like she won't fall off her board. She's just looks like she's surfed for 80 years.
Oh, it's so true. What a moment. I was down the coast watching that, just down the road from Snapper, just fanning out. I couldn't believe it. A 10-point ride this year on tour, scores a Yeti 110 Tundra. But when you open that cooler, it's full of Yeti products and signature gear. Let's hope Erin gets similar type of conditions throughout this waiting period to do that again. Just so well-rounded. It's one thing to be a great barrel rider front side and be willing to charge, you know, kind of like what we see from her at Pipeline and taking out that event, and also in Cloudbreak as a wild card. But to be that good backside as well, it's just, she's so strong as a rookie on tour.
Totally, and it's so you know, it's so cool. Obviously, the evolution of surfing and female surfing, and that's where I think, you know, the wave pools, like learning your pig dog and how to barrel ride on your backhand from a young age, and then, you know, bringing that over to the ocean. And that's, you know, we saw Erin when she was so little do that, and then just to see, you know, between her and you know, Sierra and all those girls that are amazing at barrel riding now, they just, and Katie obviously, and Molly, and yeah, it's just really, really cool.
I think it's a direct, yeah, it's like you said, Laura, it's that direct reflection of the time spent in the pool. Looks like Molly's having another crack here.
Fun little racetrack for Molly Picklum, playing with the lip real quick. And Nice clean two-turn combo, just showing that she's still in control. Getting some great boards from Darren Hanley, who's a Gold Coaster.
I think that's the coolest thing, you know, when we went to Cloud Break for the first time with the women, like so many of us were riding backhand barrels for the first time ever. And, you know, we didn't have events at barreling waves, so I guess you would just kind of train for the waves that you had to compete in. And, you know, now the women are competing in heavy waves of consequence, and you've got to be able to barrel ride on your backhand and your forehand. So you step it up, and that's where the evolution is just, yeah, everything about women surfing now just excites me.
Well, the incentive's there, right? Like, you've got these events on tour now, you know, that Erin was looking up to before she qualified. Like, okay, well, Pipe's on tour, better get good at barrel riding. And also just that direct exposure, but, you know, going to the Mentawai Islands for, you know, 3 months a year, spending time there all over the world, these different waves pools. And I think, you know, she was looking up to the women on tour competing at Pipe, being like, right, okay, well, once I get there, I'm going to need to know how to do that. So that incentive is directly there, and you give these women the opportunity, and, you know, we get performances like the heat that we saw with Katie and Molly.
As we enjoy this GWM recap, kicking off the round in a great way, especially if you're Molly Picklum, a 15.6 combined total out front, Laura.
Oh, wow, yeah, she's just having an absolute ball out here this afternoon and putting on a show for everyone. And, you know, I think coming off that loss at Bell's, you know, that would have sort of cut deep, and she just looks like she's got her fire well and truly back. Those blowtails, I like what I'm seeing from Molly. She's back.
I think this might be her event to go all the way as we look at Nadia Arostarbe, small inside corner to play with. And she'll step off. She's just chasing a 3.61 for second because both of them are comboed for the win. Brooks with priority and second over Nadia. She's going to play some defense to shut it down, and Nadia might be looking at the elimination round.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I'm assuming, you know, if a set comes through, I mean, Erin actually right now, I mean, there's 15 seconds on the clock. I don't know if will be another opportunity. It doesn't seem like it.
What a great heat for Molly Picklum. Absolutely ripping. I know this is the first heat of a big round, but I definitely feel like this is Molly's event. I think it's her time. She's been kind of just quietly in the shadows this year. I'm talking about an event win. She's been ripping in the top 5. Just feel like this is the time to get that breakthrough win for 2025 and keep the theme alive of a different winner at every stop of the season so far. Molly takes that win, moves on to the round of 16 with Erin Brooks, and Nadia Arostarbe will go to the elimination round. That won't happen today. That'll be on another day of competition. Up next, oh my goodness, Steph Gilmore is back in a CT jersey, taking on Lulu and Katie Simmers.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. such a luscious rainforest so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
Welcome back to the Hydrolite Heat to Watch. Stephanie Gilmore is back as a wild card to battle the best in the world at Burleigh Heads on her home in the Gold Coast of Australia, taking on Katie Simmers, last year's world champion, breaking the record as the youngest in history, and also Luana Silva turning in her best result to date in her career, finaling at Bells Beach. Easy call. Hydrolite Heat to Watch. Joe Treble with Flick and Laura Eniver. Bonsoy replay. Already got things started with the 8-time world champion.
Oh, she's just absolutely smashing this one. Found a little runner. Manages to bank 4 really well-timed turns.
Wow.
Here we go. And then getting things started as well, Katie Simmers, Laura.
Yeah, wow, nice. Different types of surfing, different types of waves, and both of them just tagging you. But here's Steph again.
Beautiful arc, one of the best styles in surfing history, and slides out on the layback and recovers. She is putting everything into this wild card effort.
Oh, look at her go.
She's fired up.
She's fired up. She is, you know why? Because if she, 20 years ago was when she won this event at Snapper as a wild card. And so she knows that too.
Ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
That's radical.
That's crazy.
That's radical.
You just brought us there, Laura. 20 years ago. She's been ripping this hard for a long time.
Like, I feel like she's only 20.
Yeah.
That's right. 2005, her first ever career win at her home break at Snapper Rocks. Wild card. She's still in high school. Beat everybody. Was untouchable. As we now see Luana Silva stepping off. Short ride there, and she will give up priority. So she just probably wanted to get in the mix real quick. Let's see what happened first on Stephanie Gilmore's replay.
Yeah, well, she opened up with a 617, a nice hook to start here, then goes the tail blow layback, and she stands up, but I will not say I don't think she was ridden out of that, but so cool to just see the progression and obviously the style and flow, and she must have been doing some planks.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to be deemed complete, but it was pretty bloody good effort.
It's a crowd pleaser.
It was a good, wasn't it?
We were entertained, yeah, but it's incomplete for sure. But she pulled, she like stood up to sell it a bit, be like, hey, I got this one, but you got to ride out in front. She knows the rules.
She knows
I
the
think
rules.
she was having fun though. She could get her crowd to get behind her easily. Like that, the crowd ate that up just like we did.
Yeah.
But the judges will give it a 2. Steph Gilmore, 617 start. Where do you even begin with this story? I mean, I guess let's just get caught up quickly. She has her spot on tour, but she's been just extending her hiatus, you know, for now 2 consecutive seasons. That's why this wild card means so much to us, to see her put the jersey on again.
Yeah, it's really special, right? I mean, I guess everyone's sort of asking that question, what is Steph's plans? And I mean, obviously she's with Rip Curl, and she's been doing, you know, the search trips with Mason and traveling all over the world and, you know, probably doing the things that she probably hasn't had time to do because she's been chasing the tour for so many years. So, I mean, either way she goes, well, I'm happy for it, you know. She's given her life to the sport and starting to have some fun.
There we go, just a pick up, and Lulu kicks out. So she is just trying to find a little bit of flow. It's been about Steph Gilmore and her 617. Katie Simmers, though, got the best number, a 683. You know, Katie would just be thrilled to be with one of her heroes in the water right now. What a treat in the opening round of competition to be with the all-time great. This era with Steph kicked off in 07 as we see Lulu getting a snap off the lip, nice bowling section. And without priority, she just probably wanted to complete a couple of turns. But yeah, for Steph, it's been, gosh, like Laura just reminded us, 20 years of glory with the jersey on, 8 world titles, which broke the record that Lane Beachley had for a long time, with 7 33 career CT event wins. Her first as that wild card we're just talking about on the Gold Coast in high school. Her more recent one was in El Salvador, which brought her to a 5th position for the finals to win that 8th world title. 2007 Rookie of the Year world title. It's never been done again. It's the only time we've ever seen a rookie own the world. 2007 feels like yesterday, but geez, what was that, 18 years ago?
I just got goosebumps thinking about all those stats.
Oh.
It's pretty crazy.
And also, like, there's some wild numerology going on in there. You know, she's number 88 when she was on tour. Oh, she's got a number there. And then she's won 8 world titles, 33 CT wins. It's just like...
double numbers.
I don't know. It's just something's going on there. She's an icon of the sport. She's connected to, I don't know, the ocean. And, man, she's just done so much for the sport.
Play team
Still
manager
does.
for Steph, Laura. What do you want her to do? What waves do you want to see her surf, you know?
Oh, I just
Want her to be a rock star?
I want to see her on, yeah, I mean, she's going to be a rock star tomorrow night. She's playing with Spiderbait again down here at the comp site. And then, I mean, nothing better than watching Steph just shred long right-hand point breaks. It's just her, it's like an art form, you know? And, yeah, just I want to see her, obviously, pursue free surfing. She still surfs every day. She loves the sport, and she always is taking out new boards. And if the waves are, you know, crap, she's taking out a soft top, and she's just having so much fun with it. And yeah, I think she just loves it.
6 of her 33 wins have been on the Gold Coast. Loves being home. And rare for her to drive 20 minutes from her house to come surf, so it's great to see her at Burleigh. Obviously surfed her quite a bit over her lifetime, growing up with one of the top talents from Australia. And it is not too far away, so when Burleigh lights up, Steph was here through her junior life, getting into some early events and understanding the different playing field that it is from her home break, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, they're very different waves, but you know, I saw her say in one of the press releases, it's a right-hand point break, and she loves right-hand point breaks. It suits her style, it suits her surfing, and she just picks her own lines, and she surfs so unique, and it's her power, and it's what really differentiates her from, I think, the pack. And so I think she will have confidence, and she's obviously been surfing a lot. She looks strong, and she's competitive. She's going to be here to win this thing.
What a moment for Gabby Bryan, putting on the yellow jersey for the very first time.
That's got to feel good, right?
Wow.
It's so cool.
The first time, I hope it's been heated up or something. Been sitting in the sun, It's like a nice warm hug.
Wow, that was huge. She's got Bella Kenworthy. Sophie McCullough came out of the trials yesterday, and she is deadly. That'll be a great heat. Gabby Bryan, though, is having a lot of fun, wearing bright yellow for the first time. Showing a lot of power. Loves a right, just like these three. And with 19:45 to go, Lulu turned in a 3.5 for that 2-turn combo. Katie, 6.83 in the mix. And rare that you get to see this generational spread of talent in the heat together. For Katie Simmers, she lost the yellow jersey, you know, to Gabby Bryan. So she's definitely got a lot of intent to get it right back.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, she's the reigning world champ at the moment. She's going to want to be wearing that yellow jersey. Looks like Lulu might be having another look here.
Luana Silva, just up and out. She's had a few of those. There's no wave max like there used to be back in the day. Used to be kind of waved in by your coach or support crew if you've maxed out your waves. Sometimes it was 15 waves, sometimes it was 10. I've even seen some heats with 20 wave max. I didn't even really understand that, but
it's 1 a minute almost.
Yeah, these days it's just, hey, whatever works, but you're only keeping your best 2. So Lulu could keep on checking waves if she's trying to get comfortable with this lineup.
I mean, it'd be, you know, so cool for Lulu coming off Bells, her first final of her career. It's such a huge moment. I saw her the other day at the beach. Everyone was sort of training at D-Bar when it was really small up here, and I think it was probably only 2 days after the final, and I was like, have you had a nap? How are you feeling? You know, it's just that adrenaline and like that feeling of making it that far for the first time and on the world stage, and then, you know, sometimes you crash after, but she seemed pretty good. She had a good sleep.
Yeah, she's pretty level-headed, Lulu. I think she's got a good head on her shoulders and a couple of good naps, Laura, and she'll be right.
Yeah, did great. Here we go, Steph Gilmore. blast in that section. What a read. Driving through the hollow part of the wave. Easy float for the goat. And now the reigning world champ, Katie Simmers, is answering. She wants to battle with the all-time great, and she's given us a great show as well. The teenager responding.
Two of the best female surfers of all time right there.
It's like, wait, is
9
this
world
like
titles.
an expression session, a celebratory heat? This is in the main event.
It feels strange, and especially because we're seeing them, we'll get back, Lulu just up and down, but we're seeing them go 1-2. You know, Steph will take off and Katie right behind, or Katie then Steph, and it's cool to draw comparisons and like look at the similarities there, because I would say that Katie has drawn a lot of inspiration from Steph. I know that one of Katie's inspirations has been Steph. She's been pretty open about that, and to see them in the same heat together with the same similar approach and demeanor as well, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think they just have this way with their footwork, you know, the way that they transition their body weight from turn to turn. And, you know, Steph's over the board before surfing, and then, you know, like you said, echoing what you said, Flick, Katie, there's so much similarity and so much like inspiration. They just have that beautiful flow, and they're obviously Katie her own spice, and yeah, it's just very beautiful to watch.
Yeah, when will you get these opportunities? He was on his way out. Every rookie was like, I want to get Kelly. And even the start of this year when Kelly was at Pipe, I talked to a lot of the rookies on tour before it started. They all kept saying, I want to heat with Kelly. I want to heat with Kelly. They know how important it is to the legacy. What an honor it would be to feel the water with the greatest of all time. You know, right now, Katie and Lulu are getting that experience, and they're definitely taking advantage of it.
I mean, yeah, I think even back to Lulu at Bells, you know, just surfing, her surfing just felt connected. You know, she was having, you know, getting these waves and just putting power to power, and doing the surfing that I know, you know, we see her do when she's free surfing and, you know, over in Hawaii. So it was just amazing for her to get that confidence, you know.
Oh, she has that belief. She knows she's belonged. She's been knocked off twice at the cut, but she's been lucky enough for Steph to extend her hiatus. She was the reason she got another full lap on tour this year. So yeah, Lulu going through the drama of the cut, the Challenger Series being tough, but she's thrilled to come off a final to enter this matchup with Katie and Steph Gilmore. 15:15 on the clock here in heat number 2 as world number 1, Gabby Bryan, is coming up next. We'll be right back.
A 6.53.
Well, here we are at Yeti HQ with Ash. How you going, Ash?
Hi, Bono. Good. How are you, mate?
Very good, very good. And tell us, what have you got in store down here at the Yeti HQ?
So down here at the Burleigh Pro, we have a range of different drinkware. We've got the Gold Coast Pro specific stuff, few different sizes. Then we've got some cool event graphics as well. So paddle battles, surf dragon, bin chicken, a few coffee cups, beer coasters, and we've even got a few copies of the John Florence Wave book as well, presented by Yeti.
That sounds really cool. And once you get your Rambler, you can fill it up, over here at the cold water station.
That's it. Cold, filtered water. So stay hydrated, guys. It's a hot day out here.
And one other really cool thing is that when you make a purchase, there are proceeds going to the Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary Threatened Species Program.
That's correct, yeah. So a contribution of the proceeds over the course of the event period will all go back to protecting the local wildlife throughout here. There's a lot of koalas throughout the Currumbin and Gold Coast region, so we're here to give back and make sure that we're looking after the wild.
That's so cool. Yeti, big partners here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Back to you.
Well done, Vano. Always great hanging out with Ash and Greg over at the Yeti station. They are so cool. They're here every year through the Aussie leg. Absolute legends. Really cool.
Hey, you can get a bin chicken on there. Bin chicken, the ibis.
That's right.
Interesting. What about the bush turkey?
Oh,
Should
yeah.
have a bush turkey on there too.
Yeah,
the real local of Burleigh Headland.
You know how much I
Early
love these
bush
Aussieisms.
turkeys.
Yeah, the bin chicken. That's a nickname.
The bin chicken.
Or the ibis.
Yes.
The long
Yeah.
beak.
Donk.
That's right.
They're always hanging around those bins, Joey.
I wonder if they like being called a bin chicken. That's not...
I know.
Yeah.
Those poor little guys. Little ibis. The
I
ibis.
feel like they've been kind of picked on, you know,
Yeah.
misunderstood.
Oh. Ibis, guys. It's the ibis, all right?
It's such a beautiful spot. A lot of cool birds in Australia. There's a really rad walk you could do at Burleigh Heads. There's all these rad little trails. You think you won't get lost, but I almost did yesterday. It gets a little bit tangled up. You have a lot of choices, and I just wasn't paying attention. Ended up way out the back over by the river mouth and had a long walk home, but it is beautiful.
Did you see a few lizards?
I didn't actually, and I was looking for them. Yeah.
You know that's one of the smallest national parks in Australia.
Right there.
Yep.
Burleigh.
Right there on our doorstep.
Wow.
I love it.
Yep.
It's worth a look if you haven't done it yet, if you're here on hand or if you come here in the future. Beautiful part of the world here on the Gold Coast. As we have this hydrolite heat to watch still with 10:40 on the clock. Katie Simmers is out in front of the GOAT, 6.83 and a 6.4. I think Steph actually prefers boat, maybe, right? Best of all time. But she needs a 6.71 for the lead. And Lulu needs a 9.2, but she's got some time with priority. It's fun when you break down two surfers from different generations. Katie just getting started with her titles. Steph coming back as a wild card. And their numbers are really hard to separate for the judges. They're both ripping, and they're at the same scale, same level. You know, even with Steph, haven't putting a jersey on for a very long time. Lulu wants to get into the mix here. Little carve. Goes down a nice little fading turn. It's got an end section, building up some speed for her.
That was nice.
Nice clean finish. Her best score so far, Laura.
Yeah, that was a nice way from Lulu. She'll be stoked, the best from her in this heat right now. And just love the chip in as well. Can't wait to see the replay because it felt like she just got this sort of wide chip and then weaved on through and then waited for it to stand up and then got to work.
Nice read, and also solid for Lulu not to get carried away with the energy from the crowd, seeing Steph back in the water. She knows she's got some crucial points on the line.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, she's had 5 cracks at it already, and none of them have come through with a score. I think this is going to feel really positive for her. She just wants to make one, finish one. She's going to take a bit of confidence from that, break down that requirement. You know, at the moment, just the single wave, she's searching for a 9.2. This is going to make that job that bit easier.
Beautiful rainbow. See that big setup right here at the beach. The Burleigh Pavilion, which just goes off, especially through the weekends. A lot of influencers like to hang out there, take photos, selfies. Algorithms are going crazy at the moment.
It's the place to be, Joey.
You might find Shimmy Disco down there.
Yeah.
A couple of nights a week.
Oh, I love that. Dimity Stoyle had some great reps on tour. Still rips, still one of my favorites. And now a great DJ. 8:20 to go in this one. And Lulu here in the sound of a 4.83, looking at her Apple Watch. She sees that score come through. So now not chasing a 9. chasing a 7.87. And the sound of a 7 isn't as daunting as it used to be because she got several of those at Bells Beach, so it's feeling pretty normal now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a sliding doors moment for her. I think she was searching for that sort of confidence, right? She knows the feeling of being cut. And that final, like getting into the final, she's going to take all that confidence. And although I don't think she's still up within the cut range, I think she's still below it, one spot short, right? But it's just, it's going to be doing like amazing things for her confidence. She's going to be taking that through, knowing that I can crack a finals day. I mean, once she cracked it past the quarterfinals, I think that was a big hurdle for her because she hadn't made it past the quarters up until that moment. She cracked it to the semis, and then she was like, oh, I feel like I can shake it off. I've finally done it, you know? It's just one of those things. So now, even though this is a daunting heat, I feel like she's got the confidence.
Doing well, Luana Silva, a lot of flashes of Malia Manuel and her surfing as we look at the GWM recap, the Hydrolite heat to watch. The Queen is back in the jersey and she looks great.
Oh, the energy. She is taking to these waves and serving so well, and same with Katie Simmers, world champ. World number 2 right now, but yeah, just finding these pockets, and they do some incredible surfing here. What do you think, Flick?
Oh, it's to say what you were saying, Joey, it's very hard to split these two at the moment. You look at the scores that the judges have thrown for both women, and it's very similar, right? Obviously, Katie just getting that little bit of edge right now over Steph. Interesting to note, Katie's, when they've been sitting out the back, with Katie and Steph, Katie's always had priority over Steph. Like, Steph's kind of had to have the second bite of the cherry. So even now, I mean, we're looking at it too. So Katie's doing a really good job at managing priority right now and always making sure that she gets to select the best wave that she wants.
Wasn't always easy for Steph on the Gold Coast. Lost in the quarterfinals to Laura Enever in 2011.
Got her.
Oh, got her.
And then you guys had a rematch the next year, but it was in the final. What a good back-to-back that you got to enjoy with Steph Gilmore on her home break.
Yeah, she never really let that one slide, and then I think she went on to wallop me just the rest of my career. Got her on my first ever heat, and then I think the stats just went whoop the other way. It's like, that's the first and last times, Missy. But no, so incredible. That's obviously still the highlight of my career on tour. One of them to surf the final with Steph out here, out at Snapper, and being my first final, second year on tour, it was so awesome.
What a great time. Lulu starting to track down the line, has the speed, feels it off the top. Little double up, she digs in, beautiful open face hook. Nice snap to follow for Lulu. Right back in this heat.
Yeah, that was nice wave selection by Lulu. Just that one just really ran along the bank and gave her that nice section to work with, and just, love to see her attack those sections as well.
So Lulu making her way back out. Let's see what she did here, Flick.
Yeah, so you can see she has this double up running section which she goes down into, slingshots down there, chooses the right maneuver, just transitions through this bit, but really gets to open up through that second carve, and just like a really tight angled snap for the finish. So I'd say this is probably going to be her best score, and she's going to continue to break down that big number that she needs to get.
Gosh, that looked great. Getting a lot done in that end section wall where that sand comes up quickly. 5.53, Lulu heading the right direction. Trying to surfing her way into rhythm with these world champs in the water with her, and she's just sticking to her guns and building. Needs a 7.17 now to take Steph down to third with 4:10 on the clock. Katie Simmers with the lead and priority. Current world number 2, looking for a jump straight into the round of 16. Steph winning her 8th world title, taking now 2 years off from full-time competition, enjoying some surf trips, has still been enjoying time in Hawaii and secret spots all over the world, filming with the search crew. But getting offered a chance to surf on the Goldie, she absolutely loved it. You always wonder what's going to go into it. Will there be nerves? Will there be expectations? I mean, we saw that with Mick Fanning and those wild card moments he got after retiring. You could tell it was emotional. You're returning to the tour where you've given so much.
Totally.
I think for Steph, she's stepping right into stride.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think she originally was meant to be in the trials, and then, obviously with Tati, taking a bit of a break, I think she got her spot. So straight into the event as an event wildcard, and I think that's also the other thing we'll see when we get to extend the ladies on tour. We're going to see more of these injury wildcards and event wildcards for the women. And then obviously we have the trials winner, Sophie McCulloch, out there as well, who is coming up next. So, yeah, so cool to see her in the event.
Yeah, so moving to top 24 next year. Top 10's always been the cut at the CT. Now that'll go to top 14, which is great. So there will be a few surfers on the CT this year that just will get a longer off season. They won't be competing for a world title. Talking like 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th after the cut at Margaret River. But pretty cool. Yeah, it's about time. There's so much talent out there. Happy to see the tour grow. Now Katie Simmers holds her lead. Steph with second priority as we've hit the IC 2-minute warning. Gabby Bryan, world number 1, taking on Bella Kenworthy and Sophie McCulloch in the next matchup. Sophie with CT experience. Another great story is a wild card that deserves to be here, and just heartbroken with not just one injury, but multiple injuries that have really made it tough the year she had her spot full-time on tour.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate, right? Because she surfs so good, and she's had, I think it was, so she had the injury at the bottom. I think before that it was the ankle, right? And it was I think really bad ankle break, and then she had to have surgery. Came back from that, and then was free surfing during the Margaret River Pro. Went over to the box and suffered a really bad injury over there. So then had to come back from that, and they're two really big injuries. And as an athlete, you know what it's like, just the comeback, the mental sort of resilience that takes, and one after another. You're thinking, oh man, like, you just feel like really unlucky. Like, what am I doing to deserve this? And it feels like things aren't going your way. But this is going her way. She's won the trials. She's in the event. She's back competing in a CT event. And you'd have to say that her forehand is her strength, right? She just grew up, a few hours up the road on the Sunshine Coast, and no stranger to right-hand point breaks as well. So I think she'll be wanting to put on a good performance.
That's right. Sophie up next against Bella Kenworthy, Gabby Bryan. Sophie winning the trials on her boyfriend's birthday, local boy Liam O'Brien, who looked great out there today. 25 seconds to go. Katie is in red. She's right next to Lulu. Steph Gilmore always likes to throw it down at the buzzer. Let's see if she could get a final wave to try to turn this heat over the reigning world champion. Locking in, it's Lulu, but Steph wants it. Nothing happening there. We will close this one out. What a classic to watch. Katie Simmers is able to enjoy a CT heat with Steph Gilmore. Gilmore with the wild card performance that looked really incredible. 12.7 total in that second place finish, as they'll be reseeded into the round of 16, and Lulu will have to recover in the elimination round. She kind of surfed her way into a nice flow and form, but she'll have to try to avoid that elimination round loss to keep her run alive, as Katie's hoping to get closer to yellow once again. Job well done from the world champs. Gabby Bryan, Bella Kenworthy, Sophie McCulloch taking on opening round heat number 3 right after this.
I'm so proud to represent Hawaii and Kauai around the world on the tour.
Gabrielle O'Brien is
kind of in a shadow.
Representing the island of Kauai. There's been so many huge names come out of that amazing island. You talk to locals on the island of Kauai and they're like, oh, she puts in the work.
I think one of the biggest challenges I've faced, which has honestly worked in my favor in a way, is always being the underdog.
Rolling into this one is Gabrielle O'Brien. Late for the climb, but gets up there and pulls it off. She wins her first ever championship tour event, and it's the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Man, when I won that event, getting teared up the beach and then with the trophy over my head, it was an incredible feeling. It was just like, wow, all the hard work has paid off.
You love to see it. A surfer realising their dream, ascending to the top of the rankings. Gabrielle O'Brien will be surfing her first heat in the yellow jersey. Tough draw. She's got the rookie Bella Kenworthy out there in the blue. And Sophie McCulloch, a former CT surfer, winning her way through the trials into the main event. She spends a lot of time in this lineup. She'll be no easy beat, Bugs. This is going to be a lot of fun to see how Gabrielle O'Brien deals with the spotlight. It's going to burn bright.
Well, she started out pretty good with that 6.83, Ronnie, and it's a great heat because Sophie McCulloch yesterday was getting like 7.8s and 8-point rides, so it's a really great heat.
Gabrielle O'Brien's just been in magnificent form through the last two events, Bugs. El Salvador breaking through for a second victory, and here's the replay of her opening ride. This one during the break, 6.83 here.
Yeah, it was really solid surfing. She really connected all the way through from the outside section. These little double ups, the wave just kept giving for her.
And she's already found a backup number 2, 4.67. So a really quick start for Gabrielle O'Brien, the world number 1.
This is the beauty of the outgoing tide. There's multiple takeoff zones. You can get a wave paddling out. That's a wide one, and she just did that so well. That 4.67. Not a bad backup.
22 years of age and really just starting to find her place on this tour. The signs were good, the free surfing on the North Shore this winter. The clips were amazing, dropping from her coach, Richard Dogmarsh, who's always really believed in her power, which has been her weapon to victory a couple of times now. But she's also lent into her friendship from one of the most competitive, successful competitors we've ever had on the tour, one of the greats of the sport, Carissa Moore, who'd no doubt be tuned in watching the event unfold today.
Well, I know Carissa is tuned in because she sent me a note before, and I was saying, well, the tour misses you, Carissa. But she'll be tuning in to watch Gabriella. So proud to see another Hawaiian surfer wearing that special jersey.
That's right. So a quick start. Bella Kenworthy, a throwaway 0.5. She's been impressive as a rookie, Bella. You know, some people, they join the championship tour ranks, Bugs, and, you know, they kind of clamp up and the pressure of the moment gets to them, but not Bella. So strong, the 18-year-old, and really impressive just how consistent she was through Abu Dhabi, Portugal and El Salvador, quarterfinal finishes at those 3 events.
Yeah, it was back-to-back-to-back quarterfinal finishes, which was a cool statement.
Yeah, really big statement. Sophie McCulloch, we're yet to see her take a wave out there. Priority in this lineup that she'll look to use to good effect with a great understanding of Burleigh Heads. We've seen some magic performances so far. And we've seen some of the top seeds really step up. Molly Picklum, impressive in the opening heat, and she's with Vaughan.
Molly, there's no better way to rinse off the disappointment from Bells than to go out here and just put on a full-blown clinic of through-the-lip detonation.
For sure, you nailed it, exactly right. Absolute devastation. There's actually a really pretty rainbow going on over there. Burleigh's providing you guys, just like down there, yeah. Anyways, no, it's really sick though. I was like devastated, like round 16. It's obviously not what you want coming back from overseas and then coming home. I obviously love to do well, and yeah, so happy to have gotten some waves and put on the performance and ultimately just do the surfing that I feel like I'm doing and bring that in the jersey.
This year you look really on. I think last year you had such a blinding start, like, you know, pinch yourself dream stuff, and then things sort of settled down. This year you look really committed and on. Even Bells, though you lost early, there was still that one wave that was just full attack mode. Where are you at and what have you changed compared to last year?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. And I think it's just like the experience on tour and starting to put the pieces together and just realize like what you really want and how much you want it. And I think this year for me it was really important to just keep that front of mind and not get distracted by all the fun things around. And yeah, ultimately just trying to keep it balanced. It's a long year, and I think I really now understand that it's a marathon, not a sprint. When I was young, I felt like I just wanted everything tomorrow or right now, and now I'm happy for the journey to take place and just be on the front foot and get after it.
Love that. And tell us the big announcement today. I know that you don't want to look too far ahead of this year, but, you know, the women's world title will be decided possibly at Pipeline for the first time ever. That must make you pretty excited.
Oh, for sure. It's actually a funny one getting announced kind of still early on in the 2025 season, but 2026, it's shaping up to be such an epic year already, and I think every single surf fan's excited. All of us surfers have so much energy, and are really looking forward to it. And then, of course, personally for me, Pipeline, I've had a lot of success there and have a special connection with that wave, and for world titles to go down there, it's really exciting.
Unreal, but let's just focus on this event. Doing so great. Can't wait to see you in the next round. All this whole crowd on the hill is right behind you as well.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to everyone who's supporting me. I had like a chant going on when I came in. It was pretty crazy, but yeah, thanks and all to everyone who's love and support. I feel it all, and I'm really grateful to be here on home turf and do us all proud.
Go the pickle.
Yay!
Thank you, Vaughn. Molly Picklum, and a strong opening round performance at Burleigh Heads. Clearly disappointed after Bells Beach, but you know, we're getting to that point in the season, Bugs, where those surfers who have had that great consistency through the opening stages of the tour, they're going to be tested by some really desperate individuals dying to get themselves above that cut line.
There's no better statement than after a disappointing result at an event that you really have high expectations of, than to go out and put a performance in like Molly did.
Here goes Sophie McCulloch, has a fantastic forehand, a lot of flair, a chunky section standing up. She stays on her feet. This is a surfer whose career has just been handbraked by horrific injuries. Has qualified for the championship tour a couple of times, and you know, had to really fight her way back to peak performance. An ankle injury, high ankle sprain in her rookie year 2023, stalled her momentum, and after being cut last year, she broke her back. So great to see her in her CT jersey again.
Yeah, she's been thwarted several times, but this wave putting it together. A true wild card.
Yeah, really solid as we see the Bonsoy replay here. The final turn, I mean, even in transition, giving it a little bit more, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a critical turn. She handles it so well.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of people tripped up on those closeout sections too. So much water draws off that little sandbar on the inside. It seems like you're almost landing on an uphill transition at times as the water draws off that sandbar. She does well to stay on her feet, and we're waiting on that score to come through. But decent numbers for her opponents already. 6.83 for Gabrielle O'Brien, a 6.17 for Bella Kenworthy. And we'll see where Sophie's number falls, but yeah, big road back to this point. Yeah, suffered just the emotional terrors getting cut from the tour, and was washing it off with a free surfing escapade over the channel there at Margaret's to the box. Wiped out, had a compression fracture to her T12 vertebra and hairline fractures to her L1 and L2. So long road back. Great to see her here. Gabrielle O'Brien trying to improve on a 4.67 here. Building down the line. Nice hit to finish. Traveling with her mum. Just a joy around the contest site to run into. And they're always having a good time. And it's made even better when the results are going your way and you've got a yellow jersey on.
that's the special one. It's a great place to be going into this event. There's obviously only one more event before the cut, and you know, obviously that is not an issue for Gabriella, but solidifying the journey to the top 5, that's what it's all about.
Well, this one there isn't going to factor in, Bugs. It came through at a 3.
Yeah, it was a surprising wave choice, really, because she had to wrestle with this wave. The sections weren't lining up. Right here, she gets caught again. It loses the speed, and then it doesn't quite finish, doesn't surf out of that last manoeuvre. So it's a throwaway.
Bugs, talk to us just a little bit about the kind of pressure and just sort of feelings you have when you reach the top of the rankings for the first time in your career.
It's a roller coaster for sure. I mean, you know, you've got to kind of hold it all together, but, you know, keep your composure, but also keep moving forward and learning and being ready. And there's a lot in it because it's all between the ears. It's such a mental game of being number 1 in the world. And you know, there's, you know, several times along the different tours I was on, I held that number 1 ranking, and it's, you know, it is a great place to be. You sort of go, right, I'm on the top of the heap here, but then it's a little bit like sometimes in the Nemo movie when the fish escape from the pool and they're in the bags and they go, what do we do now? You know, it's sort of uncharted waters.
Yeah, and we're going to see how Gabriella Bryan deals with it. At the moment, dealing with it pretty well. Leading this heat, kicked off her campaign here in the yellow jersey with a 6.83. So positive signs so far, and also positive signs and a memorable heat win for Caitlin Simmers in that last clash, getting the jump on Stephanie Gilmore. Katie's with Vaughan.
Katie, the junior world champ, the 8-time world champ and the current world champ. You looked like you were really ripping into that heat. Looked like you were up for it.
Yeah, I was a champion heat. Yeah, I mean, it was just fun to surf again. Like, surfing's fun.
It is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was just blue and there was a rainbow out there, and it was just like, got to surf with my favorite surfer. And
tell us a little bit about that surfing with Steph. She was there on the rocks at Trestles last year to celebrate that world title win with you, and now she's pulling on the Rashi. What was it like to paddle out against Steph again?
It was just, I've had a couple heats with her, but it's like funny just because she's had a year off, and so she was just like, I don't know, I knew after she got her, I knew she was nervous, but after she got her first wave, I was like, oh, she's probably not nervous anymore because she got like a good first wave. So I was like, oh, she's probably going to drop a couple big scores. And so I was trying pretty hard out there, I just was trying to find a good way, just doing my routine, this little surf routine, but it happened for me. I guess I just got higher 6s than her, and it was fun.
I'm so glad you said that, because this year, when I've watched you surfing, you have just looked so free. Everything's looked so fun, and you're really surfing like someone who has earned a world title, which you have. But there was definitely a difference then, and I could see that. How was the banter between you and Steph? Was there any communication at all?
Yeah, she told me that the first wave I got barreled in the beginning. So I was kind of bummed because I was like, dang it, I should have just got barreled. But I guess it's just fun. I don't know. I was definitely a little more tense than I feel like I have been in my first heats lately, just because I was so excited and nervous and scared and all those feelings. But yeah, I mean, I just keep going. And yeah, I wish I don't know if me and Steph be in a final together? Or? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
That would be wonderful, but
we'll look into that for you.
We'll probably have another heat, so that'll be fun.
That would be cool. And just tell us, here on the Gold Coast, you were saying you haven't surfed Burleigh much, but what have you made of this experience, this giant crowd, these fun little rides, and just being here?
This is the 3rd time I've surfed here, so it's interesting because usually you get more time to kind of understand a wave because it takes a lot. I mean, I feel like from the broadcast you can't really see how different each wave is, but every wave is so different, and just you kind of have to learn about it. And when you don't get that much time to learn about it, you're kind of learning every heat. So I guess it's kind of that for this event. But this is a fun wave, and I hope we get it like good. So.
Well, we'll be really looking forward to seeing you surfing again, and congratulations on a great win, and good on you for ripping into it.
Yes, sir.
Good on you, Vaughan. Katie Simmons there, and just letting us know that she was feeling it coming up against Steph Gilmore. We like that, and we do look forward to seeing those, you know, big names flash at the different stages throughout the event.
We'll be right back at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
Welcome back to Burleigh Heads. This is stop number 6, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We got through the opening round for the men. We're into the third heat for the women, and we got the winner of the trials, Sophie McCulloch, holding the lead over the current world number 1, Gabriella Bryan, out there at the moment. Sophie's had a 6.4, a 5.6. Bryan hanging on to second place, and Bella Kenworthy after a 5.34 to get up into that second position. Got Wayne Bartholomew here in the booth for the call. We've been talking about the pressures that come with reaching that number 1 position, Bugs. And really just that my observation is that, you know, you're dealing with a whole lot more media attention and other people's expectation that you've got to manage.
The whole deal about being number 1 or holding the number 1 ranking in a World Tour race is that you've got to be ready to walk in the shoes of a world champion. That's the deal. If you're ready to walk in those shoes, then it's not a problem.
I notice you've kicked your shoes off for the call. Well, comfort.
Well, they're big gum boots, actually.
But it's an interesting point. How did you go the first time you got to that number 1 position? Do you remember where you were when you ascended to the top of the rankings, and who did you overtake to get there?
Yeah. I was in South Africa. I won a tournament, and I got to the lead. I just got in front of Sean Thompson, and then we had a seesaw battle for the rest of the year, and then he won the final event at Haleiwa, and I got third, and he won the world title.
Wow.
But it was a great race. But, you know, that year, for me, my mindset was that coming second to a great champion made me the #1 contender, and that's the mindset I went to the next year with.
And went on to win the world title. But what did you learn from that experience in those seesawing moments, holding down that #1 position?
Oh, just, you know, like your health, you've just got to be so on, not get too far ahead of yourself, just really take care of those little 1%ers.
And probably a big one is with those expectations, you know, can probably come pretty big disappointments too. And you know, I think we maybe saw that from Gabriella down at Bells. Her performance in the opening stages of the event had us saying, this is the surfer to beat. This is your new #1. And then she kind of had almost an uncharacteristic performance that saw her fall out of the event with a 5th place finish. I wonder if she's sort of reviewed that and prepared herself a little more completely for this event.
Well, one thing she would have learned is to start blocking a few things out. You know, you can't take it all too seriously. You can't listen to all, you know, gosh, I mean, nowadays with the social media, you've got to kind of just get in the zone and block a few things out. Just have a few really tight counsel from wise people.
Yeah, well, we've seen some amazing performances on the Gold Coast before for surfers, obviously early in the season when it was the opening event, take that #1 position, and really that's where the party started and sometimes didn't finish. Bo Emerton, for example. He got to #1 and he went, that'll do me. Well, he had a long and very successful career. I'm obviously joking, but...
Well, that was the last event I was a contest director, you know, before I took on the job with ASP. Bo Emerton won the Billabong Pro down at Cabarita against Nathan Webster. It was all time, and it was a great day at a place that would, you know, unlikely to have a World Championship event. And Bo was on fire. He definitely was that was his day.
On your naughty. Just under 6 minutes to go here, and Bella Kenworthy, the impressive rookie who's still got that knee braced, but has blown us away with her commitment to her turns, to heavy sections, down at Bells even. I can recall one big finishing turn. It's been impressive from the 18-year-old.
This heat's really poised though, Ronnie, because Bella's she's got that 617 there. She doesn't need, you know, she needs a good score, but it's not a monster score required because Gabriella, she's holding down that 467 as a backup. Sophie's got 2 good scores. And this wave here, she's looking really fresh in her surfing and just squeezes that last turn in. I think the second last turn was the money one.
Yeah, Carissa Moore being invested in this heat for a couple of reasons. Gabriella Bryan and her in the off-season spent a lot of time together, but she was also a mentor for Bella Kenworthy and would stay with the Kenworthy family when she'd visit San Clemente. So, you know, it's a big one. She's probably hoping that they go 1 and 2. At the moment, though, Sophie McCulloch's holding it down.
Yeah, well, Sophie, it was around this time yesterday afternoon that Sophie won the trials. You know, she got a couple of big scores, so she's done a lot of surfing at Burleigh, with a lot of club surfing. So she's a dangerous customer, but Bella still in 3rd place at 487. She just needed one more quality turn on that wave.
Yeah, Bella too, you know, she had that, you know, the heartbreak of having such a solid run of quarterfinal finishes, but a 9th at Bells and a big push from some surfers outside the top 10. Saw her slip 3 places on the rankings outside the top 10, and just psychologically at this point in the season, you know, that's going to do some damage.
Definite pressure applied there. Dropping 3 spots, you know, on the women's tour at this time of the year is, you know, you're in the danger zone.
Well, just under 4 minutes remaining here. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. Sophie McCulloch launching herself into the lead, but Gabriella Bryan still with the best single ride of the heat, a 6.83.
Yeah, it was a great start by Gabriella, showing that she deserved to have that singlet on. Solid surfing all the way. This wave just kept giving a bit more, connecting sections down the line again. She goes over yet another double up. 3 double ups on that wave. And Bella, this is her 617. She opened up here looking really fresh on this board.
Oh, this is Sophie McCulloch,
that's
6'4".
Sophie, yeah, that's at 6'4". Here's Bella now. So this wave here, just a huge turn. She got good points for that one. This one here, boy, another wave, solid surfing. And this heat is well and truly alive now. So Sophie McCulloch in the lead. Gabriella Bryan, she needs a 5.17 to go to first. Bella only needs a 5.34 to go to second. So it's wide open. 2.5 minutes remaining, Ronnie.
What a great heat. You know, you've got all three surfers hanging on to a 6-point ride. It's really anyone's at the moment. A big exchange, a good set wave with 3 opportunities for these 3 competitors could determine the outcome here.
And it's going to be tricky because Gabriella's got priority. Sophie was second priority, so Bella sitting down there in third place, also in third priority. She's going to have to do. She's going to have to pull an ace out of from her sleeve on this one, because Gabriella, who is sitting in second, has just got her eye on her opponent right now.
Oh, doesn't she what? Yeah, like a second shadow. Yeah, this for me too, the performance has gone up a notch from Gabriella Bryan, but starting to compete a lot smarter. It's, you know, I think all the work that she's done with Richard Dogmarsh really paying off. Making smarter decisions, just moving a little deeper at the moment. And she's going to let that one pass by. She did put some separation there. I'm not sure how psyched Dogmarsh would be on that.
This one looks like it's a wide one.
Oh, she's got to be careful here. Bella Kenworthy on the inside.
And she doesn't go. So this wave was just too walled out. Only a minute to go. Now, definitely not enough time for all 3 surfers to get a wave.
I would almost guarantee that Richard Dogmarsh is barking from the beach at the moment.
Yeah.
Because Gabriella Bryan was kind of making a move up the point and getting too far away from her opponent. You don't want to leave that space. Not when you got control.
You saw Gabriella having a look in right there to the beach, and she sees something that, and she has priority. There's 28 seconds remaining. Kind of a weird looking wave though. It's sort of it lifted up and backed off, and this is what it's like, that storm bank on the outside. It lifts waves up, backs them off, sends them into different areas.
Yeah, it's just playing games with the competitors out here at the moment. But Gabriella Bryan still hanging on to that second position. As they count this one down, it is going to be the winner of the trial, Sophie McCulloch, getting a heat win in the opening round here. A big smile on the face. Bella Kenworthy, she'll have to try and fight her way out of the elimination round. But that's a big buzz for the Queensland crowd here. And I'll be right behind Sophie, who hails from the Sunshine Coast. A very composed performance, getting the edge over the current #1. That's huge.
It's a huge confidence booster. That's 2 days in a row she's come out #1.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Big finishing turn here. We got more great heats to look forward to from the opening round for the women. Isabella Nichols, Lakey Peterson and Sally Fitzgibbons are up next.
shall we?
Great to have your company. Don't forget to lock in your fantasy team for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Moving through the opening round for the women, and we've got the Bells champ, Isabella Nichols, out there in the red jersey up against Lakey Peterson. Representing the USA, she'll be in the blue, and Sally Fitzgibbons, the longest serving member on the championship tour. She is going to be out there in the white. This will be Sal's 12th Gold Coast CT event. And she's been super consistent in her performances here in the past. She's got to make up some ground on the field when you look at her place on the rankings. But she's a seasoned campaigner. She won't buckle under the pressure, Bugs.
Well, Sally got a bit of momentum going down at Bells. She was just on fire. There's a couple of heats at Winky Pop and then through to the quarterfinals. That's a good result, and that'll give her just that spark required to go on with it.
And here she is on the Bonsoy replay, this one during the break. Couple of rips in the face of this one. Behind her, we had Isabella Nichols up. Let's see what Isabella's got to offer here on this right.
Yeah, well, Isabella, she's certainly the form surfer going into Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Finishes that wave. Just a nice solid opener, a smaller wave, well surfed.
Massive achievement, Bugs. I know your history at Bells. Difficult event, huge for Isabella to overcome a field with, obviously she's got a strong forehand, but there's, some incredible competitors in the women's field. To stand on top of the podium at the end of it all at top 5 was huge.
Well, she peaked in the final, and an absolutely classic final. What a performance. She sort of snuck through the semi-final, but in the final, Isabella, that was a peak performance, one for the ages.
Yeah, her second CT win, also had a victory over at Margaret River. She'd love one on the Gold Coast just to solidify a place up in the top 5 picture. And also just keep that lead on the GWM Aussie treble ratings.
Yeah, the Australian leg has been kind to Isabella, well earned. Like she said that when she won Margaret River, she thought she'd never get that feeling again. But then, suddenly the Rip Curl Pro at Bells, biggest title of her life.
Yeah, massive. And, a relatively short celebration. Got to quickly pivot, get up here to the point breaks and get accustomed to a more, high performance. Shorter wall in height, but it gives you a different kind of speed and the opportunity to do a different brand of surfing too.
Well, Isabella spent a lot of time on the point breaks up here, particularly down the southern end of the Gold Coast, but she's well attuned to the kind of waves we get here. And we just had a little bit of a rain squall go through, so hopefully we'll get a bit of a glass off after this.
Oh, we love the glass off. But yeah, magic back-to-back events for Isabella. Runner-up finish in El Salvador, first place. She's just gone charging up the ratings. Into 4th now, up 3 positions after Bells. Just an amazing turnaround, really. She had a couple of dud events. Abu Dhabi and Portugal weren't too kind to her.
Well, Isabella was well and truly outside the top 10 going into El Salvador, and then suddenly a second and a first. 2 finals back-to-back with a big win. That is a mighty performance. Just goes to show what confidence does.
Yeah, huge. Looking super focused out there at the moment. 5.17 on her opening ride. Sally Fitzgibbons, quick start for her. Couple of rides already, 4.5, 4.97. No, even though Isabella got the win, Lakey and Sally had some of their better heats down there at top 5. So we'll see if they've, tapped into a new level of performance coming into top 6.
Well, you have to say they're both, veterans of the World Tour. And so much experience, many wins under their belt. They know how to get the job done. Lakey, has always been one of my favourite surfers to watch. Beautiful surfer.
Yeah, and 6 championship tour wins for Lakey. all coming on the forehand, including a victory here on the Gold Coast. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the most winning surfers ever on the CT, 12 career victories. Hasn't had a win since 2021 though. 22 and a half minutes to go here, and priority is with Lakey Peterson currently. Hasn't got a score on the board just yet. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey guys, I'm here with the artist Dion Parker, and he's got this incredible work called The Office. Dion, tell me a little bit about this art.
It's produced with Swell Sculpture Festival and WSL and Destination Gold Coast. And when we met with Steve and the crew, they really wanted something, you know, like a cool photo op. And they got the idea from Jack Johnson's pipeline wave made out of the recycled ropes. And so I kind of just put my spin on it. I was like, yeah, I can make the wave, but I wanted to do something that was a little bit me as well. And I thought the photos were a fun idea because it's like a collage of heaps of different people from the event over the years. There's locals like Steph, Joel, Mick, Dean. There's so many people on there. And then the style of the wave is kind of like influenced by surf mags I used to read as a kid, like probably Grub by Ben Brown. That's probably the most. But yeah, I just used to love, that was one of my favourite parts of the surf mags, was flicking through and finding the comics. So
Sick, Dion. Hey, Dion, you mind if I go get barreled right now?
Go for it.
Okay. Bringing back laybacks. Yeah, boys, check out this. The Office, right here, one of the many activations.
Oh, I love it, mate. Almost as much as Luke Egan.
Yeah.
Who loves a layback. He usually throws a front arm on the outside rail, though, Luke, when he goes for his laybacks. But plenty happening down here around the event site, so we encourage everyone, if they can, to get along, for those of you that can't. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We've got a Bonsoy replay here of Lakey Peterson's opening right, Bugs.
Yeah, Lakey goes to town on this wave, Ronnie. She keeps so busy. Nice snap there, gets around the section. Beautiful hook. She just loses her composure a little bit, but a beautiful recovery. I don't think she'll lose any points there. The quantity of manoeuvres on this wave was outstanding, and there's a couple of quality ones in amongst it all. Sally. This wave here, just a small float there. Oh. Little roundhouse, and she gets well behind the section, comes around it, and snaps it. And she tries to get the last one in. She pulls through, so she didn't feel there was any value in that. Two interesting waves there on that exchange.
A roundhouse can be such a breath of fresh air on a day where you see people almost telegraphing that front side air, the rotation that you see a lot of. If someone's got a lot of speed and they can rip that carve and get back onto the rebound, and as you said, find the open face again, it sort of stands out, it shines.
Yeah, she went deep on that one. Sally came so far back. She just knew that she had a good sense that wave was going to back off enough for her to get back around the white water onto the open face.
Sometimes you see a ride and you don't see a big number to come with it, but you can still sit back and appreciate what you're watching unfold. So that one didn't go into Sally's top two, but we've seen Lakey come to life now, using her priority wisely, dropping a 5.6. That's the best number of the heat so far. And she's standing on a glass floor with a couple of cracks on it at the moment, Bug. She's on top of the pack here at the moment, but there's every chance she'll be overtaken because the requirements for Isabella holding onto a 5.17 and Lakey the 5.6 are small.
You know, Lakey Peterson, no one has worked harder for a 5.6 than that wave. She got so many manoeuvres. Probably just lacked that one, the absolute, like, signature move that she's got, that big slashing cutback on the open face to get up in that 6.5 range, but still the high mark of the heat.
Stephanie Gilmore surviving the opening round, Bugs, moving through behind Caitlin Simmers in second place. Still holds the record for the most CT victories, 33 Championship Tour wins. Carissa Moore, 28, just behind her. Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll touch on her record in a second as she takes to the sky. Always working on her airs. That one didn't go to plan, but I mentioned before 12 CT wins for Sal. That's got to equal 12th with the great Margot Oberg.
Margot Oberg, one of my favourite surfers and contemporaries. Absolute unbelievable surfer for the day.
And iconic performances on the North Shore.
She was so good at Haleiwa, Sunset Beach, and all the Hawaiian Islands, but also as the tour went around the world, she was just so good in quality waves.
So if Sal was able to nab herself victory number 13, she'd jump up and join Jodie Cooper and Courtney Conlog with 13 wins. Shout out to Courtney.
Definitely.
What a force she was on the CT.
Gosh, I remember a couple of performances at Bell's that were just the best you could ever see. Comebacks, from comboed situations to comboing her opponent and winning in the last minute of semi-finals and finals.
So just over 16 and a half minutes to go. Sal still holding on to the lead at the moment. Priorities with Isabella Nichols, who went straight to work with Darren Hanley in replicating the magic board that's helped her claim a couple of big results. Steph Gilmore had the money maker, and Isabella just had to rip off the title and apply it to her craft. So busy between events. As we see Sally up, there's a great opening move. Just keeping a lot of speed for a finish on the inside. Feeling it as she exits that final move.
She liked that one.
And Lakey behind now. Going after the lead. That wave's not going to do it. She's out of there. But a clean combination of 3 turns there for Sally.
Yeah, that was clean as the word. She was just so on point with that wave, and she hit every point that she could. And here she goes. Sally Fitzgibbon snaps at the roundhouse. No, she just sets it up for this one final big clean move. So she loves that ride. Now, what's it going to do? Is she going to break through the barrier and get above that 5-point range? I feel she will.
So it's amazing to me to think about the women's field bugs. You've only got 4 surfers that haven't won a championship tour event on the women's tour, but a couple of the competitors without a win have cracked CT finals. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, she's had a runner-up, and Sawyer Lindblad as well, but Luana Silva, Bella Kenworthy, they're chasing their first final appearance. But just goes to show that, anyone can get it done on the women's CT.
Now here's a wave by Isabella. It's a small wave, but it's got a little bit of line to it, Ronnie.
Yeah, you could see it coming together on the outside, and Isabella identifying some scoring opportunity and pushing hard on that final turn, realising she was running out of room there. And that was a missed opportunity to bank a pretty decent number. On the outside, Lakey, a nice flow. Just banking and biding a time, waiting for this wave to steepen. There's a nice hit and a solid combo to finish the wave off.
Yeah, Isabella would have been paddling out going, should have waited for the next one. That was a superior wave by Lakey Peterson. And Isabella, she really paddled hard for that wave. She wanted it, and I looked at it and it just had a weird little warble on it.
Lakey's got that, high torque, front side carve, trademark carve that she goes to, and just here the wave just kind of split on her and she didn't quite get to lay into the turn the way she would have liked, but made up for it down the line.
Yeah, the last 2 turns were solid. You're right, she just missed a mark on a few, and the wave itself, it had 2 sections to it. It broke up, it split, and it's hard when you're on the roll with your repertoire and the wave does that to you.
It should still be enough to get Lakey off the bottom of the order here and back into that qualifying position.
Well, Sally's got a 6 now.
Oh, that hurts for her competitors. She found that wave under priority. Did very well. A 6 for Sally, has her out in front. Lakey's just dropped a 4.73 to get herself back up in a second. And the champ at Bells finds herself in 3rd place, looking for a 5.17.
Yeah, well, she used priority on that wave she went for, and I think it was a mistake.
Well, Let's hear from the winner of the trials, who's also just taken the opening round heat over the current number 1, Sophie McCulloch with Vaughan.
Soph, what is going on with you and Burleigh? Because you won a Kiwi here, you won the ABB finals here with North Shore, you won the trials, and you just took out the world number 1. You are on a bit of a tear with this joint.
I think I'm just enjoy surfing it with no one out because I can never get waves off the locals in a free surf.
Fair enough, fair enough. That was a great performance. Back on the CT at last. So nice to see you here. It's been a long journey, but obviously your surfing over that time has kept up to date, if not, you know, I mean, you just took out the world number 1.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty stoked. Gabby's a good mate, and before I won the trials, I told her I was coming for her, so I'm happy I stayed true to my word, but I think the ocean played into my hands a little bit at the end then. But yeah, definitely a long journey, and I'm happy to be back.
That's awesome. And tell us, what are your plans? Well, I mean, how's the experience surfing in front of this giant crowd, even after all the success you've had here?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely took a bit of a toll on me this morning, to be honest. Like, I thought coming into this I wouldn't feel much pressure or anything, like being a wild card and the cut's not looming, but it caught me a bit by surprise this morning. Like, the whole atmosphere and everything's incredible, so had to sort of try and, you know, take it back a notch, and the nerves definitely trickled into my surfing a little bit, but I'm happy my experience at this wave helped me out a lot today.
Well, a great performance. Congratulations. We love seeing you in the CT. Can't wait to see you back here full time.
Thanks so much. Can't wait to be back.
Sophie McCulloch getting the win over the world number 1 and Bella Kenworthy in the opening round. Avoids that elimination round right now. We've got Sally Fitz out in front, just under 11 minutes to go. We'll take a quick break and see what unfolds on the other side.
Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie Treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River, in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
The quest for the GWM tank is on as we move into the second stage of the GWM Aussie Treble. Let's have a look at the rankings. We know there's only been that one comp, so Isabella Nichols out in front with the victory. Luana Silva well poised in second position. Love this, Bugs. Great little addition to the tour.
Yeah, we used to have this many, decades and decades ago, was the Australasian champion over the Australian leg, because the Aussie leg's always been a big one. You know, it's not just one event, it's usually 3 or 4 events. So this is awesome. The treble, the Aussie treble is back, and it'll be hard for it. I mean, Isabella Nichols sitting out there at 10,000 points, but she's sitting in 3rd place in this heat. The full rotation has happened. She's back to having priority. Let's see how she uses it this time.
They're awesome for any foreign competitor to win. Your hire car's sorted for next year. Don't even have to think about it. Just need a garage to park it in. I've got my hand up. Happily look after it for any of the competitors.
Oh, so generous.
Yeah.
The kids.
Hey.
For your road trips.
Oh, yeah, well.
A bit of camping.
Mickey's a couple of years off getting his licence yet, but it'll be a good place to start. Here we go. We've got live action now. Just over 7 minutes to go. As Lakey Peterson looks to replace a 4.73 and up this requirement for Isabella Nichols, who's had the form, had the momentum, but will be tested here in this the final stages here.
Yeah, you really get a sense that Sally and Lakey are surfing with a lot of intent. They are really on, and they are aggressive in their approach on the wave itself. They're trying to just, milk every point out of, every decimal point out of every ride. And there's a lot of feeling in this heat.
They're trying to just reignite the small amount of momentum that they tapped into down at stop number 5. Isabella Nichols is trying to just maintain her focus and, not lose the magic that saw her claim that Bell's title. But Lakey looking sharp here, hammering down the line. Big speed float bugs.
Then she goes into a snap repertoire, a 1-2 finish, similar to a last wave. It's the final 2 manoeuvres that got her the points. Now, she got a 4.73 last time. That seemed just a little crisper.
Sally, though, just continues to build. She's had a couple of 6-point rides now.
Yeah, and that was the best scoring ride of the heat, a 6.83. That has really thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, because Sally now is in second place, but the requirement for Isabella has gone from a 5.17 to a 7.1.
Yeah, it's solid. Sally asking questions of Isabella too, just stalking the lineup without priority out there and trying to sell her on a dud.
Yeah, well, Isabella, she's going for another small wave here, but look, it's got a bit of a hollow section.
Oh, she almost could have got barreled through that section, but out on the open face now. Nice carving hit and gets a finish there. That wave was just bowled out beautifully from the start.
That hit the bank unbelievably, like a little Burleigh barrel wave, and it was a difficult wave to surf, and she really held it together. That last turn was critical.
Needs the best number of the heat to get herself up in a second spot here, a 7.1.
With five minutes to go, would it be worthy of it just to even get a 6 and up the ante a bit to lessen the requirement?
Let's see what Sally can do here. Big trademark carve to get started. Out onto the open face, slashing this time. Good variation and a solid finish once again. And Sal's body language has just been super confident. Feeling it at the moment, has a bit of rhythm, been the busiest surfer in the lineup, and has generated some scores without priority. Given the opportunity on the outside, taps into a bigger set, and let's go with 3 great turns.
3 great turns. The big question is, will she better a 6-point ride? And that will increase the requirement. This is an interesting ride, but one of the hollowest waves of the heat so far, of the whole tournament. This great snap here, under pressure. The 1-2 finish at the end. She had to get over that double up. That wave just bottomed out, Ronnie.
Yeah, got the hits in at the end, which might help her convert that into a bigger number as we see Sally going to work here.
Yeah, and these fantastic late afternoon conditions. The squall came through before. Now that the glass off, conditions are just primo.
Just love what Sal's bringing to a competition, her ability to articulate what her goals are and talk about the challenges of being a veteran on this tour. When through the early stages of a career, you could have almost just written Sally's name into the quarter. You could have seeded her into the quarterfinals. She consistently got there so often. But these days, those quarters have been hard to break into. Just one quarterfinal finish at the last event this season. Didn't really see her make a monumental climb up the rankings.
This score for Isabella is so critical. The wave itself was amazing, an immaculate looking wave. Her finish was scintillating. I felt the degree of difficulty over the last 2 manoeuvres was right up there, and she's going to get rewarded.
Yeah, she did well. She saved the ride by being aggressive in the last couple of turns, and reflecting on the wave, you know, it probably had 8 points or more in it. So it wasn't like she surfed it perfectly, but she did get the aggressive hits in to earn herself a 7-6 and momentarily jump up into second place. And then Sally Fitzgibbons turned in a 7-1-3. She got herself back into the lead, and now Lakey Peterson has work to do.
That is unbelievable, because Sally and Isabella both in the high, you know, getting up in the 7s. Lakey looked completely at home. She looked in first place, sweet as. There's 2 minutes remaining. Priority now with Lakey Peterson. The last use of priority has been brilliant. Sally getting the 7-1-3 under priority, and she's having another look at that one. That one's a dud.
Yeah, just the way you said it, that Isabella's wave lined up on the sandbar, the water that was drawing off, it almost had a double up in it. It wasn't a tall set wave, and as a result it was a super cupped out, difficult wave to surf.
Exactly.
But it was the release of the fins just pushing it. You know, almost lost it there. She was right on edge.
Yeah, and this wave just gets so top to bottom at this point. Again, there's a critical ride. She nearly could have got a barrel this turn here. Here's the money turn. Full commitment, just completely on a rail, and then this, she has to come out of the top here, just slides the tail out, and then just handles that double up section.
You could see her just expelling her air as she unloaded on those last couple of turns as Sally Fitzgibbons comes roaring through to the inside. Throws everything she's got into that carve, kind of gets a little bogged down, but has a 7-1-3 and a 6-2-7. 1 minute remaining here. Lakey Peterson, you know, it's not a huge number Lakey's chasing. 5.95 to get ahead of Isabella.
Yeah, well, it's under what everyone else has been scoring the last few exchanges.
What a great heat.
Yeah, this has been just a classic heat. The lead has gone back and forth. It looked like Isabella Nichols was gone for all money.
There's Isabella's mum on screen. Nervous times for her.
It'd be very unlikely for Isabella to go from first to third at this point. I mean, well, actually from second to third. But Lakey is...
Oh, look, that just looks...
Look at the scores. 13.4, 12.77, 12.43.
And unfortunately for Lakey, that's as flat as I've seen the ocean all day.
Yeah, well, there was a 5 minute period there it pumped, and she didn't really get one.
Sally Fitzgibbons. 10 waves in that heat, Bugs. Throwing away a 6 point ride as well. And getting a very important confidence building heat win. Sally, you know, every heat win is crucial at the moment. That's a big one for her. Trying to get above the cut line here. At stop number 6, Isabella Nichols fighting hard to get second position, the highest single ride of that heat, and avoid the elimination round. We'll have to see if Lakey Peterson can rebound. Heat 5 just around the corner, with a multiple world champion Tyler Wright hitting the lineup, along with Brisa Hennessy, Vahine Fierro. I'm going to bring in Joe and Felicity for the call.
We're down here on the Gold Coast Burleigh Heads for One Ways Fluoro Friday. We've got the Gold Coast Pro kicking off tomorrow, and today's all about bringing colour to mental health. Super stoked to partner with the World Surf League and Hydrolite. We've been running Free the Funk programs at the local schools and a salty session at the local beach.
You've got mental health and real conversations, which is so important. You've got dressing in colour. It instantly makes you feel alive and brings that stoke factor up. You've got community, which is such an important value to a lot of people, and having those people to have conversations with. And then the last part is the saltwater therapy.
Turn into a mate when you're out the back, and just having a chat about life is something that we all hold really dear to our hearts as surfers. And this ocean for us has really been a best friend, and in many ways the most brilliant therapist.
Today's all about bringing more colour to mental health through surfing. The community's behind me, and sometimes one way is what it takes to free the funk, and that's what One Way's all about.
Really enjoyed that yesterday. Hydrolite One Wave Fluoro Friday happened yesterday right here at Burleigh Heads. What a great message for mental health as we look at heat number 5 of the opening round. It features a 2-time world champion, Tyler Wright, who always has excelled competing on the Gold Coast of Australia. She takes on Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy, and representing France and French Polynesia, Vahine Fierro and Joe Treble with Felicity Palmatier here for the call in the last couple of heats to finish up a gigantic Saturday here at this event at Burleigh Heads. Pretty exciting to see quite a battle in the last heat. Sally Fitzgibbons getting a really crucial heat win. Let's see how this one got started during the break. Bonsoy replay of the rookie Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, wow, off to such a good start. She cracks it out of the lip 2 times. Looks like she's going to get this one connected all the way through. Just nice placement of these turns on the backhand. Series of manoeuvres. Definitely going to be locking in a good score, and looks like on the way back out.
Yeah, just got this one. Finding the lip line, Vahine Fierro just trying to stay really active. This one bottoms out, and she matches it with a solid finish. You can see how that wave changes down the stretch, huh, Flick? Like even that end section where it gets dumpy on that sandbank. They're making it look easy, but it can surprise you and take you down. I think Vahine did a really good job to finish. Look at that, first wave, 7.17, off to a great start.
It's such a good start. You know, you even just reflect on the scores in the last heat and what was getting through, and, you know, all girls, you know, having, you know, 7s in their scoreline or 6 7s, and it's a great start. I know within 5 minutes of this heat, Vahine's got heat control. She's locked in a 7 and backed it up with a 4-1-7. So really, really strong start, really applying the pressure to Tyler and Brisa, and really confident for the rookie. And it's going to be feeling good because I feel like Vahine has sort of been like, you know, she's obviously learning a lot. There's a lot of locations she hasn't been to and experienced yet on tour as a rookie, but she's going to be liking the start to this heat.
Vahine's little sisters absolutely rip. They're kind of split up around the world these days. One sister competing in the European QS system, one sister competing in the Tahiti, Hawaii region as well. So now her parents are empty nesters over there on that beautiful island in French Polynesia. All doing a great job ripping and getting themselves some good waves, as Vahine is representing the family really well. Vahine's dad's from San Diego, California. Was part of the Del Mar Board Riders Club. Went on a surf trip and decided to stay. Fell in love with Vahine's mom, and she was like, well, I'm not moving to San Diego. And he's like, yeah, no worries. I'll stay in paradise and surf perfect waves.
Oh, as if you're not going to want to stay. Anyone that goes to these islands in Tahiti, especially the one where Vahine is from, you're just like, I've found heaven. Here it is. It is right here. And yeah, such a beautiful part of the world, and it's made Vahine into the surfer she is today.
It was more important to have a boat than a car when you grow up on an island paradise. And the waves are all reef breaks, so you got to be able to have a boat, drop anchor. It's pretty common for her and her little sisters to be the only ones out and just laughing all day long in paradise. She likes that kind of simple living, you know, just cooking food, taking everything slow, loves reading books, reads about 40 books a year. Saw her yesterday. She was talking about the new book she was reading. It's like there's 6 volumes of the story that she was really invested in. So she's got a great balance on tour. You do have a lot of downtime. She loves getting her practices in, having some quiet moments. Already an 11.34 total. Looks like she's surfing by herself out there. Here goes Vahine. Just really looking smooth with her backhand decisions here. And now just trying to force a finish. A little bit of groveling there for Vahine. That was a little version of what people call a little beach break version of Burleigh Heads at times. Wave just split a little bit and she found a way to finish. But one thing we know, she's on an absolute roll. Not worried about what Tyler or Brisa are doing at the moment.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, such different approaches, obviously, Tyler and Brisa. Wasn't sure where Vahine was when she took off on that 7, where she was positioned, but Tyler and Brisa are really playing the patient game right now. And I think once you hear that, you know, Vahine's dropped a 7, you're thinking, okay, like, I kind of need to match this if I'm going to think about getting through this heat, which means I'm going to need a good wave. Let's have a look at this last one from Vahine. So it's gone into her top 2, replaced that 4.17 with a 5.17. So she's improving. She's absolutely running away with this thing. And I like the intent just to stay here and sort of milk it for everything it had. Just get that little tap on the inside. But she's reading it really well because it's definitely changing this afternoon, that tide, and just the way it is. It's sort of, there's a lot of side-winding waves coming through, and it sort of is very bowly and very, I feel like it's quite tricky on the backhand. So she's got a good read right now.
Love that term, sidewinder. Oh, yeah. The late Chris Brown said that to us when we were surfing Rincon back in the day. He's like, ooh, sidewinder. It's like a word that all of our friends still say today. Chris Brown, what a legend. Always thinking about him. He was a sparring partner with Kelly for many years. Last wave for Vahine, 5.17, so building. And Tyler and Brisa just drop an anchor. They still haven't established priority between the two of them, so they can still try to outposition each other. At the moment, it's signaling that Tyler is going deepest up the point, but she's out of position for this wave, so Brisa will take an extra look and ends up holding back as well.
Definitely looks like there's a couple of sets on the way, so it's just interesting what you were saying. You know, obviously they haven't established priority, so they're still sort of playing that cat and mouse game of yet. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they pushed up that point a little bit further, you know. Sort of looks like Brisa's moved down and Tyler's having a go now.
Tyler Wright, 2-time world champion.
Oof.
Oh, and just an awkward little read there. Obviously not her fault, just a section that just doubled up and then clamped on that sandbank. And Katie Simmers kind of spoke to this earlier with Vaughn Blakey of just what it really might look like on screen compared to what it feels like in the water. Or every wave is a little bit different. It's not just a real easy read to get the money sections. You've got to really adapt on the fly, and after a long wait for a veteran like Tyler to kick out or start off this heat with a 1.5, you could tell it's hard to pick the right ones at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think even just at the moment, but in general, Burleigh, you know, when you compare it to Snapper, it's such a different way. There's a lot of intricacies. There's a lot of different takeoff spots. You know, you're obviously around the corner, you've got the cove, you've got that little rock-off place, and you've got kind of funny, this like funny little dead zone, right, where you kind of, if you're sitting there not really in the right position, you move down the point a bit more, which is where these girls are sitting now. And there's just a lot to figure out. Then you've got the tide as well, that plays a big factor into it. And then you've also got the opportunity of sneaking off down the line, more so into that beach break section and finding scores down there. I mean, we saw it in the very first heat of the morning. Marco Mignot took off on basically what was essentially a closeout, did one big forehand rotation and got a great score. So it's so different to your traditional point break. You know, there's so much room for opportunity, and it isn't perfectly groomed. There's sections, and like Katie said, you've really got to read it and, yeah, find that groove.
Vahine's been in the groove so far. Tyler Wright, 1.5, so now Brisa Hennessy has priority. And she can read the ocean, wait for waves, doesn't have to worry about being hassled. As soon as she turns and goes, everyone's got to bail, get out of her way. Let's now catch up with Kaipo, see where he is.
FATBOY, Fat Boy Bikes, you know about it. Full suspension, plenty of juice. The fat tires can go over everything. You need one. They're electric, they're economical, they're exciting. You come here, you scan the QR code, and you can win an epic scrambler from Fat Boy Bikes. Remember, whether it's the road or the dirt or the sand, Fat Boy eats it up.
Every time, guys. Keep it coming. I love that. I love it.
So good. Yeah, Kaipo, thanks for that. Fat Boy on hand, getting you around this big playing field to check out all the different activations on site and all the different sections of this wave. I've met a couple people watching, and they've been actually moving up and down the point just to get a different perspective for the heats that they want to watch. Angles are everything. Judges always have the right angle to score it properly. The fans also want new perspectives. They'll go all the way up to the takeoff spot up here, and you could pretty much talk to your favorite surfer. It's like remembering those years Paul Fisher would be on the rocks at Snapper and he'd tell Kelly Slater to go left.
Yeah. Oh, he's so funny, man. He's such a character.
But yeah, this is another one of those setups where you can holler loud enough and they can hear you. Not every event's like that. You know, you think of obviously like the Huntington Pier, events like that where you could shout down to the competitors. Steamer Lane was like that, the Coldwater Classic, where even a quiet conversation just would bounce off the ocean surface and could either get in the headspace of the pros or actually fuel them to put up big performances. As we get caught up here, Brisa Hennessy getting the start.
Yeah, so Brisa's opening wave here. Let's see what she got done. So nice radical snap there, just releases the fins. And is that all she wrote? So wow, okay. One turn, and she's dropped a really nice number for that.
4.60 for Brisa on just one major turn. Coming off an event where she got a 9.4 at Bells Beach for multiple turns, but it was a huge one because it was on her mom's birthday. Well done, Brees. So she's coming off some momentum of just being scored well for her commitment and the power that she puts into all of her turns.
Yeah, she surfs so well down at Bells. It was the semi-final finish, right, with Luana, who's her sparring partner there. They're both coached by Leandro Dora, and so that was a pretty cool moment for those girls to share that heat, and Luana obviously going through to the final. But yeah, I think Brisa is going to be taking a lot of confidence from that. Anytime I mean, 8s are great, right? You're scoring an excellent ride, but anytime you click up above that and into the 9 category, you're feeling pretty good.
Brisa now into her second scoring ride. Well-timed finish, but just ran out of transition. That's where that end section can really surprise you. You think you're riding out, and then it'll just go square underneath your feet. Really hard not to poke on that one. So that turns into a 2.83. And she'll work her way back out, representing Costa Rica, but a citizen of the world. Has been competing in the world title race a couple of times at the WSL Final 5 scenario. And the whole topic with her is to make it to Cloud Break this year, because that's just one of her home breaks. How cool is that? She's got more than one home break.
Oh, it's so cool. I think if she was to make WSL finals, it'd be pretty amazing, because I feel like she's really put the time in out there when it starts to get bigger now. And we saw her last year when the tour was at Chopes, and she really pushed it, and it was cool to see. And she was drawing on those experiences at talking to Cloud Break, and when she had those times when she was able to do step offs on the ski and just feel the power and like really just commit to big sections. And even I listened to Gabby talk about it, and what it would mean for her to be able to go and compete there is that's a wave that she doesn't feel comfortable with. And I think, for a lot of these girls, they're just really wanting to push themselves and, inspired by the performances of their peers on tour who are pushing in these type of conditions. So it's just interesting to hear, it might not necessarily have that experience there, but she's so ready to win at a wave that is going to challenge her so much.
There's something about doing it with your peers, right? The best in the world, having a super session where you're just going wave for wave, seeing what's possible on the day, and you're so familiar with that with the big wave community. I was going, maybe I wouldn't have taken that wave unless so-and-so was there. They were pushing you, or you're in the eddy, you know, just inspired by so many reasons to put your head down and go.
Yeah, completely. I think there's this sort of camaraderie that comes with when you push the limits, right? And I think it's because it's serious. Like, you know, you can get seriously injured, and it's life and death. And I think when you put in those sort of scenarios, your best judgment comes forward, and you support each other, and you really push each other, and you look out for each other. And we've seen some amazing performances from the women in the last sort of year on tour. You know, Pyatt, Chopes, it's been incredible to watch.
And a great performance from Vahine Fierro so far in this heat. Just took control at the get-go and is still holding a solid total out front with a 12.34 two-wave total. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, come back to heat 5 after this.
Gonna go surf out there? I'll come out. I'll come surf. Hey.
Let's go here. There's a super fun little waves over there.
It's always huge in Australia. Our culture's so strong. Everyone loves surfing and froths on our sport.
This is the biggest rising tides turnout we've ever had. It's raining, it's cold, but they're frothing.
Oh, you're fun.
So Rising Tides initiative is really just to incorporate meeting up with young girls. You don't need to be a competitive surfer. It could be a complete beginner.
Yeah, just chat and push them in the waves and hang out. The girls are frothing and everyone charges.
Oh, this is incredible just to watch. You can see the investment that's gone into the women of today so that the next generation are ready to go. I think it's from grassroots to the CT level, you're really starting to see it, and it's so exciting.
What a great addition. One of the best ever for WSL Rising Tides, presented by Body Glove. Tyler Wright just came off a finishing move, but she was on hand to watch the next generation of Burleigh Heads. One of the young grommets wearing a 4-3. Makes sense, they're tiny.
So little.
They gotta stay warm. But you see Sierra Kerr in the mix, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. They all got to participate in the program, and it's not long before they enter the main event as we check out the Bonsoy replay of last of Tyler Wright.
Wow, okay, 2 dynamic turns, looking solid. It's gonna come through probably a pretty good number, I say. It's gonna be putting her right back in the mix. It was just, she was met with so much aggression, you know, that she only had 2 sections and she really gave it everything she had. So she's gonna be right back in the mix now and in the game.
Yeah, she's in the game all right. She got a big win to kick off the season at Pipeline, her 17th career CT win. She's on page 1 of the all-time win list, tied with Frida Zambo with 17 wins. Next one ahead of them is Pauline Menser, who has 20 CT wins. So Tyler needs a few more to equal Pauline. Tyler with 2 world titles, 2 event wins on the Gold Coast. And when you're winning on the Gold Coast back when Tyler was, that was meaning you were kicking off #1 in the world. That second victory she had out here was on her way to her very first world title. It was a very dominant performance from Tyler Wright, winning 5 events that season, finishing well before the season finale at Honolulu Bay. Wrapped it up early in France, took off switchfoot in celebration, and then ended up coming back the next year and going back-to-back.
It's pretty cool, right? I mean, we talk about that era of surfing, and with Steph, with Carissa and Tyler, and Steph and Carissa. I mean, Tyler won 2 world titles, but in the era of Steph and Carissa, which they were just so dominating. And, you know, I mean, she's taking down those sort of names when she's winning on the Gold Coast. And she's just really impressed me, you know, and I think it's cool to see the evolution of her career over the time. It looks like we might have a paddle here.
Yeah, quick look at that one. But yeah, like you're mentioning, Tyler's wins on the Goldie. He's basically trading off with Steph and Carissa through those years. Carissa winning multiple times as well. 2011, 2015. Kick off with the yellow jersey. Steph 6 times to own the season opener on her home court. Caroline Marks won the first on the Goldie, which had equal prize money, which was huge.
It's a big paycheck for such a young girl at that age. It was so cool, you know. I mean, to watch that go down, and obviously WSL announced equal prize money for the men and women on the tour. I mean, it was such a cool moment, and for Caroline to be so young and to get that event win was pretty major, you know. And it's like, can she really, I mean, obviously, you know, she's been a pro surfer and she's getting help financially, but it's like, wow, this is a big payday, and how cool is it? And the moment and what it means for women in sport, and so what it means for surfing to sort of start paving that way for other sports too is cool.
And the way she did it, beating Carissa and Steph on the day, as we enjoy this GWM recap. The rookie just identified a certain part of the bank to get a quick start. She just kept on drilling these sections. 717 on her opener. Got about 4 waves before Brisa or Tyler even got started.
Yeah, she's just really commanded this heat, and wow, as an athlete, it's kind of like the dream start. Within the first 30 seconds, you take off, you drop a 7, and then you back it up straight away, and basically the 2 other surfers in the heat haven't really even started. I mean, Tyler gets going. This is her 5.9, and this wave only offered these 2 sections, but she belts it really hard. I mean, she knows that last turn, really well done. And Tyler, though, you know, she has got the 5.9, but she's only chasing small score right now just to jump up into that second place. So it's going to be nervous times for Brisa. So you got to be thinking 4:40 on the clock. Tyler's probably going to be trying to get, you know, it's a stand up and do 1 turn, if that.
Yeah, it's like, do you start just playing defense now? Probably. 4:30, you've got someone as decorated as Tyler Wright in her career. You could just shadow her for a few minutes and try to just get into her space a bit. 153, like you mentioned, isn't much. Brisa finding her consistency with major events, especially last year, this year. Struggled with results, but her surfing's been there, then exploded at Bells Beach. Big part of finals day. And just like Tyler Wright showed up there on the other side of the draw. So they're finding their momentum in a good position in the GWM Aussie Treble as well, as this is stop 2. Got a tank 300 on the line. Will be handed off to the winner. At the moment, it's Isabella Nichols, the #1 spot with that Bells victory. Paddling for this one, and Brisa not playing any defense. Tyler just trying to get the score. Tiny little wave, but she's shredding it. Wow. Brilliant.
That was really well done. Such great small wave surfing. And Look, I kind of understand the theory of Brisa because she's like, well, I kind of need to improve on my situation too, you know? I mean, yeah, she could have blocked, and it's just one of those things at this point in the heat. It's shoulda, coulda, woulda, and you actually don't know. And sometimes when you're playing with the ocean, it's random. Tyler's obviously, here we go. I mean, she's got the score.
3.67.
Yeah, so Tyler dropping the score here. I mean, Brisa could have improved on her situation here, but she obviously just thought, oh, no, this wave's too small. But Tyler just belted that thing for such a small wave. I mean, she's got the score now. Pressure's back on Brisa. And I'd say Tyler's probably not feeling totally confident with that 3.67 either. You know, like, she's probably going to feel like, oh, no, I need to improve on this. Like, Brisa's so confident. She's only chasing a 4.98. That's basic. I mean, and she got the 4.6 for one turn. So, you know, Brisa's also thinking, hey, I could do this in one turn. So it's nervous times for both Tyler and Brisa. No one's probably going to feel too confident right now.
Well, it's a good breakdown, Flick, because Brisa's never going to take that wave off Tyler. That's a little one-footer. But with Tyler's ability, she surfed that score up and got a 3.67 out of it. It's fun when you see a world champ like Tyler on a small wave where she's going rail to rail. You know, most surfers around the world are hopping, trying to find speed. And with rail transitions like Tyler, sometimes those little one-footers really show off a ton of talent with how much speed they gathered. Here comes a little section to hack for Vahine Fierro. Back to the lip again. Wow, great pace and timing on this wave. It's hollowing out to the finish. She got there early, just really had no landing.
That was a really tricky section to deal with. Just not much water on top of that sand, just really cupped out. And but I mean, her precision's on point. The timing is there. She's looking so dynamic on the backhand. So, I mean, yeah, she's definitely run away with this one. The interesting thing for me now is a minute on the clock and sort of what's going to go down between Tyler and Brisa right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're sitting pretty close to each other. So Tyler, obviously.
Yeah, Tyler in the second spot. That's the spot that Brisa wants. Only needs a 4.98. Got a 4.6 on one major turn. But she is against the clock now. Hennessy out there in the blue jersey, deepest on the point. Tyler sitting below her. Just saw Lakey Peterson get sent to the elimination round in the previous heat. That's her sparring partner with Leandro Dora. Brisa doesn't want to join a matchup with Lakey or Lulu. As we count this one out, 2 seconds. Brisa trying to get up in time. She's going to surf it like it's enough. Throws down a big snap and goes for the second effort. Falls on the finish. Good for one move. And it looks like she got up in time. So that second finishing move would have been very important for the score.
Wow. I mean, if she has got up in time, I feel like that was it. It was pretty radical. And in the context of the heat, you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They're thinking about it, so.
Take it back. Up after. Score didn't count. Close one there for Brisa at the buzzer. But she ends up staying in third, running out of time on that last wave. It will be Tyler Wright and Vahine Fierro taking the top 2 spots into the round of 16. Great job for the rookie. There's incentive by winning heats, being the lower seed. Did a great job to get that really quick start. Finding the right waves at the right pace to get the job done. Coming up next, it'll be the last heat of the day. World champ named Caroline Marks takes on Sawyer Lindblad and Betty Lou. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We are into the last heat of the day. Starting off with a beautiful sunrise. Now the sun's setting here on the Gold Coast. Caroline Marks, Sawyer Lindblad represent the goofy footers in this one. And Betty Lou Sakura Johnson representing the North Shore of Oahu. And the regular footers as we see a quick blitz and quickly off the top again from Sawyer Lindblad.
How's that transition straight out of that one turn? That was psycho. So fast.
So fast, so quick on her feet, representing the hotbed of talent that is San Clemente, California. Famous for lower trestles, but there's a lot of beach breaks as well. T Street is where she'd grow up surfing in between lower sessions. How's that little low road double up?
Yeah, I love that. I love the read. And I love the intention just to go for it. Like, I mean, she probably could have maybe timed it, just got the one hit, but it's cool to see. I mean, the intention's there, and she's surfing really fast. She looks connected, and looking at her first score.
Yeah, just quickly to a 3.5 now. Betty Lou has a glassy one. Throws down the wrap. Trying to read where it's going to bottom out. Gets to the lip section early for a clean little snap to slide. And now Caralupo setting up a backhand. How quick was that for Marks? Tags off the top end section. She rides away. Representing Melbourne Beach, Florida, living in San Clemente with Sawyer for about a decade now. And she's had a big reputation for ripping 2-foot rights her whole life, coming from Florida. She's very quick, spontaneous. As we've got some surfing to watch here. Betty Lou first.
Yeah, so nice wrap here. 2-turn combo, right? And I know it's a different heat, but I think back to the previous and, you know, what those 2-turn combos were fetching. I think back to Tyler, I think back to Brisa, and then behind her, I mean, Caroline just goes to town. Great timing. And for me, that's Caroline's strength, right? For me, that's what got her a world title. She is so powerful on the backhand.
So quick. Let's catch up with one of the Australian greats. Sally Fitzgibbons is with Laura.
Guys, we're just having catch-ups because we've been hanging out for so long here. But Sal, you know, ending the afternoon, what a great day one of the event. And, you know, so many people down here just supporting you. And you just give so much to the crowd. You give so much back to the sport. And you just said, you know, you love it. You're never going to stop doing this. You just love it.
Oh, that's right, Lawsy. Like, after Bells, it's funny. You have to put so much energy and, like, mental capacity towards, like, hoping for something. And sometimes it diminishes when you don't get the result you need, and you can get pretty flat these days. You just want it so bad still. And like, I think coming back to the Gold Coast, I was like, doesn't matter even if I have like this much energy left, like I'm getting out of bed. It's like the only thing I want to do is come and put this jersey on. And so yeah, you strap your bag of concrete on, which is your story of 20 years that you have to carry around with you, and just kind of go for it. And that's what I want to do. Like I want to be in this group of girls because I want to push my surfing and evolve. So if I'm around them long enough, yeah, I can start to move the needle on my surfing.
Oh, well, your story is well and truly not finished yet. We love seeing you out there. You have just done so much for the sport. And I guess with today's announcement, you know, extending the amount of women on tour, how are you taking that in today?
I'd like to say I had the brain capacity for it, but to go all out in the last, how many events have we had? 6, and done 2 laps of the world and got very minimal points. Like right now, my focus is any score I can get in any wave. Like I'm just going all in and all out, and I want to cross the finish line no matter what happens. I just want to cross it with pride and keep my head up and do the surfing I want to do. And yeah, it's a cool announcement, and I guess that just keeps the incentive of the dream to keep trying. So that'll be cool, but right now I don't have the brain capacity to think about that.
Well, 5th at Bells, you know, you're bringing that energy and that momentum right back up here, and What are you looking forward to for the rest of the event?
I think if I go long enough in the draw, I was hoping to inspire her for a comeback. So Lawsy needs to put the jersey back on. She's pretty keen now. I heard she's running even and training hard. So that's my inspo to get my generation back on tour.
Oh, yeah, maybe the comeback.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's happening.
We're backing it. Great call.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Sally. You're the boss.
Thanks, Sal. So Sal's pushing Laura to make a comeback, so then Flick, you got to go with her.
Oh, dream on is what I'll say. Dream on. I hung up the boots a long time ago. Big wave only. Searching for the 100-footer.
There we go. But we'll support Laura and her run back on tour.
Yeah, I will. What event are we going to give her a wild card?
You know, to be
into?
honest, she did bring it up earlier today. She was like, God, you see the schedule?
I know, she did. She's like, whoa, that got me excited.
Just signed with Paisel. Everything's kind of going the right direction for Laz.
Wouldn't mind seeing Laura. I mean, Cloudy, Fiji, Chopes.
Kidding me?
Anywhere where she can really send it. Backdoor.
Yeah. Okay. There's
Hey,
something
Laura.
going there.
Laura, you're up.
Start the campaign. Here we go. Betty Luke. Quick chip there, but she doesn't have priority. Priority's with Sawyer. Nice snap. Hitting it well to ride away super clean. She had kind of the dumpy section where she kicked off the heat with that 3.5. That one, real clean reads off the lip for Sawyer's Lindblad. For her backhand, Betty Lou had the 4.5 start. Caroline Marks opened with the 6.83. Huge start, big number for Caralupo.
Yeah, massive number. And with the conditions right now, you think about the context of, you know, the last heat and what's getting through and just how it looks tricky out there. Looks very tricky to find the sort of the longer down the line waves, and I think Caroline's just absolutely nailed it. I did think that the judging spot on, you know, the 4-5 for Betty Lou's 2 turns. Let's have a look what happened here. So Betty takes off. Sawyer's like, no, thank you. I'll utilise priority there. And just goes to work on her backhand. 2 nice, well-timed turns. Got to be like, you know, I go 2 turns. You got to be thinking around that similar sort of score to Betty Lou.
Such a nice thing. One of the great things that you deserve when you qualify for the biggest stage in the sport is having priority on the waves. You dream of surfing. You know, even Sophie McCulloch after a win, she was just like, wow, it's so cool to get waves out there when it's absolutely packed with the locals. It's hard to get the waves that you want.
Fully.
And I remember Joel Parkinson, when his retirement was happening, you were like, what are you gonna miss the most? And he was like, having priority. When I know it's my turn on these world-class waves on tour, he's like, I'm gonna miss that deeply.
Well, you know, yesterday, yeah, he jumped on the Swellians podcast, and the boys were asking him some pretty funny questions, and they had the expression session playing in the background behind him, and the boys were asking questions about that, and oh, do you miss it? And he's like, the expression session. He's like, mate, I would never go anywhere near that. He said, you know, we would have a couple of those when we competed at lowers, and he's like, it's just crazy, the intensity in the water, you know, like between these amazing men and women is next level. And like, you're trying to figure out a spot that you only just rocked up to. Some of these guys and women have probably never surfed here before, and the lead up to this contest, you know, is quite small, so it just would have been hard work. And I can relate. That's one thing I just definitely do not miss is the warm-up surfs, the free surfs. Yeah, they're hard work.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're surfing with the best surfers in the world. Everyone needs to prepare with their careers on the line. Talk about a dogfight to get a wave. Here's Sawyer Lindblad, really quickly gets to those 2 points. Wow, that is one of the quickest transitions that we have on tour. Travis Logie was like that. You could just take off on a closeout and get 3 turns in a space where people are barely getting to their feet. Sawyer's got that quick reaction time. Caroline Marks, a little more time on this wave. Throws the carve, start moving down the points. There's that easy rhythm that she has on her backhand. It's into a double up. She'll try to get there early. Good read from Caroline Marks. 6.83, another massive score, surfing like a world champ.
She's running away with this one right now. It's going to be another great score. Potentially could be higher than the last. I think just that smoother wave face had a little bit more, very similar maybe. I think it was just great surfing and really commanding lead. Let's have a look. So nice placement of the first one. Wave starts to steepen up here a bit. She just gets real snappy with it. Up into the lip, finishes. She even gets this little bonus track down the inside. Throws it up for one more little foam climb. So she's doing so good on her backhand out here. I just mentioned it's really tricky, you know, it runs so fast. So exactly what you said, Joey. Surfing like a world champ.
Youngest to ever qualify for the tour. Caroline Marks even had a wild card at lowers when she was 13. That's how good she was as a grommet, winning all the divisions up, international titles. She was already ready for the world. Jessie Miley-Dyer saw her talent, was like, yep, go ahead, Grom, take on the best at lower trestles, and then she qualified at 15. And is already a world champion. Winning that at lowers in her new home break. Came very close to going back-to-back, didn't she, this last year? Pushed to a third deciding title match with Katie Simmers and finished runner-up in the world.
You think, like, just the last couple of years that she's had, right? 3 years. It's a lot, right? You throw in the Olympic gold medal as well. It's just pretty radical to think about the projection of her career, where she's gone with it at such a young age. And I'm not surprised that, you know, she did amazing to even back it up with a runner-up finish, really. With all the pressure, all the expectation, the reigning world champ, and then to get the gold medal and then to go back to your home break at lowers and get the runner-up. It's asking a lot of the athlete and the body and the mind and everything, really. So
yeah,
she'll be pretty happy with herself.
A lot. 7.27 on that last wave for Caroline Marks. Sawyer Lindblad crushing that section. Last year's Rookie of the Year, winding up and putting together a beauty. And that one, she got in a bit of a flow state. She's been hammering sections in a short space where she really got to enter that flow part of the criteria with speed and hitting the sections so clean. Wow, 6.10 was her wave before. Where are we going with this?
We're going big. I want to say potentially even the biggest score of the heat so far. Just great placement, real good projection, and this last turn for me, it started off strong and it finishes strong. I feel like it just leaves a really positive. The whip she gets out of the top is so impressive. Comes around here, gets that foam climb, sets her up perfectly for this inside track, and she just nails it. The timing, I want to say it's probably going to be the best wave of the heat. And the wave selection was on point. And then we have Betty Lou just jabbing it up at the pocket, slices through the lip again there. Oh, wow. Okay, we've got a serious heat on our hands now. So Betty Lou just clicking off 3 turns.
That was really well done. What a heat. Total battle. Caroline had the 2 big scores that put her out in front, but Sawyer's heating up. Betty Lou's getting her best score of the heat so far. Last heat of the day, Stone and Wood post show to break down all the action of opening day here. Back at Burleigh, it's been years, since 2002, since we've seen the CT here, but we've seen a lot of great surfing, single fin competitions, board riders battles, World Junior Championships that Felicity Palmatier was a part of, with some great memories from back in the day.
Yeah, some really good memories. Very good memories. It's just World Juniors. I think the year that I competed here was the year that Garrett and Kaio had the surf off.
That's right.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I remember that going down, and yeah, I think the waves were pumping too. So yeah, great memories.
Last heat won by the rookie from French Polynesia, Vahine Fierro, is with Laura.
Yes, guys. Vahine, well, you made it to the Gold Coast, and we're just talking about how good it feels to skip that elimination round after, obviously, what happened at Bells. Talk us through it and how you've, sort of come up here and just wiped that one away.
Yeah, honestly, it was a good change from the bush to like the city, and then the wave here is my first time, so it's a fun wave, and I'm trying to just keep it really simple and try to express myself as much as I can.
Amazing. And obviously changing up any equipment coming up here. How have you been preparing?
Well, honestly, my boards are like every stop that I've been to, it's like new waves for me. And every time my boards were great, like with Britt and Brent, we've been working really hard on hitting the right models, the right sizes, and the right step-ups. And I feel like I'm very confident on my boards, and that's such a relief, you know, when you know that you have good boards, your body's feeling strong, and to just keep going.
Amazing. And yeah, keep going. I saw you posted on social media after Bells, and you know, just you know, remembering to know that you are enough no matter your results. Can you talk us through your mindset?
Yeah, it's been, I've been having a couple bumps on the road, and life sometimes just throws you under the bus, I would say, and you kind of have to like keep your head up. And I've been surrounded by, you know, people that love me and that have been supporting me, and to do something even when you're scared, or you know, to do something that feels that you're courageous, and to keep going, and and all of that.
Amazing mindset, an amazing start to the event, and must get your confidence real boosted.
Yeah, the waves are really fun, and it looks like the girls out right now are having a blast too. So
amazing. See you in the next round.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Vahine. Wise words there. She's learning a lot in a short period of time in her rookie season, and she's absolutely right. This heat is going to town. Everyone's got something in the 7 range now. Lindblad 7.37. Betty Lou, best score of the heat so far, 7.57, but Betty Lou's in 3rd. Let's see if she can make it out of this heat and move into the top 2. Be right back to wrap up the last heat of the day right after this. It's time to get you caught up on opening day highlights from the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Some big rides here from Kanoa Igarashi. 7-point ride. First heat of the day looked so in rhythm with Burleigh Heads on the point. Ian Gentile went to the sky, got a 7.17. And a solid heat victory as he punched that into the flats. Judges rewarding that air game from Ian Gentile as he got a crucial opening round win. Exciting times. If your name is Sammy Pupo, always loves competing on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's got fond memories here, and he just looked like he was back in rhythm, throwing big punts like that, and it's going to feel good for his confidence.
And how about the local support for Liam O'Brien?
This heat was next level, right? The surf really turned on. It was a fantastic matchup. Finding shade, of course the local boy does. Lobby, the whole hill was absolutely cheering, and gave Italo a real run for his money.
Yeah, that's right. Big floats, classic read. Yeah, he did get second moving through and lost to this guy, world #1. Treated it like it was his home break.
This was epic to see, you know, especially on the backhand. I mean, Italo's so energized. It's like he surfs him fast forward. It was just beautiful surfing on the backhand and demonstrating why he's wearing that yellow jersey and just continuing this momentum. I feel like Bells felt a little bit sticky for him here, but he looks like he's back into rhythm, and really great progression as well. And I mean, he looks like he's in rhythm here. Hard thing to do on the backhand.
16.03 total for Italo. And how about Molly Picklum? Looking so solid in her opening heat, an 8 and a 7.6.
Yeah, this was really well served. Conditions changed. It got really hard to read. Molly picked the eyes out of it, found the 8-point ride, the excellent score, and Katie Simmers too. I mean, she matched up with the GOAT. She had Steph Gilmore in the heat, and it was very close, but Katie got the jump on her, and it was this heat that we're all rubbing our hands together watching because that new gen taking on the GOAT.
That's right, and also wild card heroes, Caltex getting a big win, and Sophie McCulloch kept that theme alive.
Yeah, this was really cool. The wild cards just going to town. Obviously, Callum Robson, he's had success here on the Gold Coast in the past, and I know he's been training hard, and Sophie McCulloch, so cool to see her back in fine form after a couple of injuries and really, you know, back on the CT, surfing in that jersey and putting together a really solid performance and advancing through.
Great hug there from her boyfriend, Liam O'Brien. Proud of that performance from Sophie. 7 minutes to go here in opening round heat 6. What a successful day on the first day of the waiting period to complete both opening rounds before it gets dark on us here. A lot of great music, people, activations happening, watching pro surfing throughout the day here at Burleigh Heads. Caroline still out in front of this one, but things got pretty exciting when everyone got into the 7 range, Flick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, wow. We kind of knew it, right? Before we went to break and before we went through that last little segment, I think, you know, Betty Lou, she clocked off those 3 turns. We were thinking, where's this score going to go? Because they were 3 big belts. She's dropped the 7.57. Sawyer, I was like, okay, wow, this was, in my opinion, I really love that wave, you know, and there's a few judges there that also agreed with that it was, you know, the 7.5. I really loved her surfing and just how dynamic she was on the back end. And obviously Caroline sitting there. So it's become very close in this heat, right at the last minute. So 6 minutes on the clock, and really still anyone's. And once you have that feel for the 7 and you've found that connection, I feel like it doesn't seem so daunting to do it again. You're like, yep, I found this. I know the feeling. Caroline obviously sitting out there in that first place, but I know Betty Lou, she's not going to want to be going through to that elimination right now.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, she's going to be fired up, especially finding the best single score of the matchup. Tough part for Betty Lou is she doesn't have priority, and she's sitting right with the pack. We'll see if someone's got to make a decision with a higher priority. Caroline's got second priority over Betty Lou, and Sawyer's got first priority. When you approach the 5-minute mark, they're already starting to see about defense. They've got all the numbers on their Apple Watch, so they know what their opponents have. They know how much time's left. And now you've got to manage priority for Sawyer. She's going, okay, I'm not making a move unless I see a wave that Betty Lou could potentially take my second spot. Or she's like, I know I can improve on my low score. Sawyer's understanding that system really well. Still a teenager.
When you're working with someone, you know, her coach, Jake Patterson, I feel like she's probably got this situation pretty dialed. He is the master of strategy, and like, you know, we're talking about it being a sort of a chess game. Like, you move here, I go here. You do this, I do this. As we see coaches on hand there. Just nervous times for Tommy Witts and Jake Pato right now.
Best of friends, 2 of the best coaches in the game. Tommy with Betty Lou. Snake with Sawyer Lindblad. You can see him just talking, chirping the whole time. They love it.
They love it, and it's funny, you know. They'd be just, the banter would be unreal right now if you could be a fly on the wall, just listening in on that conversation. But you know, even on the other hand, you know, talking about Sawyer managing the priority. I mean, Betty Lou right now, she's trying to do her best job at sort of selling a wave. Like, hey, you know, I'm looking at this one. Like, you're going to use your priority, but it's a hard game to do when everyone's so skilled and knows what they're looking for.
3:40 on the clock, last heat of the day. Here's the GWM recap. Caroline Marks being the most efficient with wave selection. Was right into gear, 6.83, then improved to a 7.23.
Yeah, to me, it looked like she had identified the wave she wanted. And she's taken off on minimal waves. Yeah, she's got the .43 sitting there, but just the 2 big bangers. And then we've got Sawyer, who I personally really loved this wave. For me, it was one of my favourites. Just the way she finished it too, just so dynamic. I really love that. And then obviously Betty Lou got on the mix. She got this, dropped the 7.57, right? Which got her right back in the game. It was kind of like Caroline and Sawyer were running away with it. But she's found this wave. She's still in third though, and she's chasing that 5.9. She's got third priority, so well, she might have just taken off on a wave actually, it looks like. So, yep. We'll have to get caught up with that.
So Betty Lou, third priority, but trying to find a way to get the second spot off of Sawyer Lindblad. This is what she saw, Flick.
Yeah, so she's found some, wow, okay, she's found space. She's searching for a 5.9. Big crack up into the lip, and you're thinking, hang on a second, why did Sawyer let her go?
How did she find that wave?
That's interesting, right? That is very interesting. It's hard, though, when you saw it. Yeah, there was 2 opportunities on that wave, but I'm assuming that Sawyer didn't think she could get the score on that. But when you watch what Betty Lou got done on such a short, compressed wave, and just, for me, it looked very good.
What a sharp competitor.
Wow, this is incredible, right? This last wave's locked in.
6.53 from third priority. In third position to first for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Oh my goodness.
Wow, big mistake for Sawyer right now, and hats off to Betty Lou for finding this space, for really giving it everything she got on this wave. I mean, we both looked at each other and, like, you know, eyebrows were raised because we're thinking, okay, this was surfed really well, and that's a master. Oh no. That is what I love to see. That is so good, isn't it?
Stone and Wood slow-mo of Tommy Whitaker just rubbing it in Snake's face. 2 best friends, 2 great coaches. You can tell the look on Snake's face. That one stung.
Hey, that's going to feel so good right now for Betty Lou. I mean, that's just a masterstroke, really. Find the space, get the score under priority, shoot up into the lead. Sawyer right now is scratching her head thinking, hang on a second, where did it all go wrong?
That was clutch. Just reading the ocean so well, identifying her opportunities, not identifying what she doesn't have. She could have been down in that moment, third priority, everything happening too late, and she just adjusted, adapt. Like Betty Lou, and you take the lead from third priority. Wow. Sawyer Lindblad is just starting to stress out a bit after what was a great heat. Well, really for all 3 players here. Giant totals from first to third. Sawyer trying to change the outlook of the debrief from her coach. She'll miss that wave with priority, and now we're down to 5 seconds.
Wow.
Betty Lou's got higher priority now to play defense. Wow, what a turnaround for the surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. Getting this wave in time, not just a victory lap, but she will actually try to put that one into her top 2. Oh my goodness, that was exciting right before the sun went down.
Holy, hats off to Betty Lou. That was amazing, really. What a comeback. It just... she would have been feeling that, right? The pressure. She would have been scooting around trying to find some... Oh, Sawyer, man. I mean, the other side of the coin is just absolute disappointment, because you know you made that mistake and you haven't got anyone else to blame but yourself in that situation, unfortunately.
Sawyer Lindblad drops to third, so she will be in the elimination round, even though she had a 7.37 and a 6.10, one of the toughest heats of the day. Caroline Mark stays in second, and Betty Lou takes a huge victory. Already chatting with Caroline Marks about what happened there. Caroline's probably like, what did you do with third priority?
Yeah.
Goodness.
She really up-surfed that wave, though, let's be real. I mean, the wave wasn't the best quality. It was the surfing that got done that really amplified that score. And, yeah, it's just going to feel so good for Betty Lou right now.
What a great way to wrap up the first day of competition here at Burleigh Heads. And just an absolute screamer to finish off. 14 plus totals were the recipe to move on straight to the round of 16. Caroline Marks, always dangerous here on the Goldie. She's never lost before the quarters in her 2 previous starts. The last time she got to compete out here at a CT level, she got a major win in 2019. But what a complete day. A lot of great moments from what we saw from the men to kick things off, and a lot of great celebrations of some of our heroes coming back, from huge names like Julian Wilson. That was insane to see him back in the CT jersey, even though he's in the elimination round. Man, he looks like he's in form. And then Steph Gilmore,
that was
after
cool.
a couple of years off of full-time competition, it's right back at home here.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. I think that was probably one of my favourite heats of the day. I mean, we love Steph, and obviously she's the GOAT, but yeah, it was just good to see, you know, the new gen taking on Steph. And oh.
Betty Lou loves the Rising Tides program. She was a part of it on the Gold Coast in the first ever edition of it. She's got all the time in the world for these Groms. Always gives back to the Manahuni contest at Haleiwa, where she had the first heat of her life. Well, now she's into the round of 16 and one of the top performers of the day. Up next, it's the Stone and Wood post show to break down all the action. We'll bring in the Blakey brothers and Richie Lovett. We'll see you then.
welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. Great to have your company on what's been a big opening day of competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Burleigh Heads coming to life. The crowd turning up in big numbers, and the surfers also giving us brilliant performances. And we're going to have a look at some of those highlights, identify the big stories here on the Stone and Wood Post Show. Ronnie Blakey joined by the great Richie Lovett, who was a winner, undefeated here at Burleigh Heads, because the comp moved to Snapper, and that's where you lost in the quarterfinals to Shay Lopez all those years ago, Rick, but congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Been great being back at Burleigh Heads, seeing the CT back at Queensland. Loved it.
Now, before you were cruelly robbed of your CT career too by cancer, you did re-qualify.
I did, yeah.
You ever thought about going for the injury wildcard, Rich? Because I'd back it. I'd back it big time. I'd love to see you back in a jersey next year. The schedule's looking fantastic.
Well, now that it's gone back to the old tour, maybe there's a shot. No, I'm happy right here, you know, calling the action with you guys.
And you'd be the first CT campaigner riding a mid-length too through the schedule, which would be a lot of fun. Vaughan Blakey also with us. Vaughan, great day. You're a busy man on the hill.
Yeah. Got to quite a few activations. Had a really good time down there in the Stone and Wood Bar in particular, the unofficial beer of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and it was exciting down there. The whole headland was throbbing. It was packed with people. Every single place that you sat had a perfect view of the surf. It was really special.
Mate.
Yeah, good stuff.
And they were loving the big heats. And on the women's side, none bigger than Katie Simmons and Steph Gilmore meeting for the first time this year. They've had some heats together in the past, but you just felt the motivation levels going up for Katie Simmons in particular. We knew Steph was going to give it her all coming as a wild card, but it was a great heat to watch, and Luana Silva also in the mix.
It's classic. I've been on a few search trips with Steph, and she absolutely teed off in this heat. It's almost like the Rashi brought out her best, but Katie Simmons said in that post-heat interview, you know, I tried really hard in this heat, and it was obvious.
Yeah. Wasn't it funny, Rich, in the post-heat interview, Katie kind of wrestling with just how she felt in that heat? You could tell she was super competitive, but she was kind of playing it off, just sort of saying, it was great to be out there with Steph. It was like, you were so motivated. Come on.
She was just so inspired and motivated to get one up on, Steph, the legend, the GOAT. And, maybe a little sign of things to come, but Steph was looking really good too. Very impressive.
And Luana Silva kind of turned around a bit of a bad start in that heat to put together some decent rides. She'll still be, I think, a threat for some heats later in the contest, Luana Silva. But Steph Gilmore, Katie Simmons, the big story in this one. We did hear from Katie, and Vaughan caught up with Stephanie Gilmore as well.
Steph, that was a really cool heat. So great to see you back in the Rashi in front of a home crowd. How did you go out there?
It was really fun. I was actually incredibly nervous, and I don't know. It felt like super scary. And then as soon as I got out there, it just felt great. Like all those feelings of competition and the nerves and the excitement and looking back at the beach and seeing so many people on the headland, I was like, yes, I love this feeling. So it was really fun to battle with Katie and Luana. It was a tough one. Katie's so good. Like, she just answers back every time, and that's why she's the current world champ. And yeah, it was great to battle with her. So I wish we had a few more waves, and hopefully maybe we'll get another shot at another heat against each other. But that was a nice start. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I made it, so that's good. That's a good start.
Oh, you look great out there. I thought your surfing was just super energetic, super on, like just really pinpoint. And you'll be thrilled to know that Katie was like, I was a bit nervous, more nervous than I've been for a while. And she goes, I really tried hard out there. So you lifted her game. You brought out her best.
Yeah, I think, I'd love to surf a heat against Katie where we've got some really nice hollow waves and we can get barreled and just have a good time. But, I don't know, all those feelings of competing are rushing back to me. And it's crazy how, like, as soon as the heat starts, I feel comfortable and it's all familiar. And, I just love it. It's so much fun.
Sounds like you miss it.
Yeah, I know, it does, right? It's not lose and then I'll be devoted. No, I won't again.
That's right. We woke up this morning, huge announcements with, the 2026 WCT. For the first time ever, the women are going to finish at Pipeline. Tell us what your thoughts are on that.
yeah, that's insane. I think it's, you know, women's surfing has been pushed into a whole new realm these last few years, and you know, I've been watching from afar a lot of it because I took some time off, and I think it's just mind-blowing. You know, I don't know if I'll really be able to win another title, but we'll see. It's kind of, Pipeline's one of those places where it's such a historical wave, and to win an event and to win a world title there would just be mind-bending. So would obviously love to do it, and to see the tour is now being reshaped into a mix of the old and the new, and yeah, it's pretty cool. So excited, but we'll see what happens. I think to crown a female world champion at Pipeline would be just, yeah, the coolest thing ever.
And will you be there?
Well, there's a lot of events to get through before you get to that point, so I'd love to, but yeah, that's a hell of a long way away. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, looking forward to testing myself and seeing what the following future years may bring.
We love seeing you back in the racy, Steph. It's a wonderful thing, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the run here with Gold Coast Pro.
Appreciate it, guys. Woo.
Great job, Vaughn.
Excellent.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
No, both the interviews, but I love the fact that, you know, there's two surfers there that really respect one another, and Steph's a huge fan of Katie's. You mentioned that she was there for Katie's world title win at Trestles, but, you know, Katie obviously idolises Steph. It's her favourite surfer as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the big question now, which Steph has actually been copping since she took that sabbatical, is like, are you coming back? And I just feel like this new format that we're going to see, that Back to the Future format, you know, might just get her interested.
Yeah, I like Steph's summary too of the changes. It's a mix of the older and the kind of the new. It is a great hybrid, and looking forward to talking with you guys more about that as we roll through this event. But we're going to catch up now with the winner of the last heat of the day, Betty Lucicarese with Laura.
Guys, it is almost dark down here, but Betty, what a way to end the day. What a heat. You know, all three of you girls had 7.5s. I don't know, over 7s. You had a 7.5, the highest of the heat, but you're in third place, in third priority with about a minute to go. Talk us through what happened next.
Yeah, totally. Getting that higher 7 and then being a third priority when the clock is just ticking is like kind of the worst feeling ever. But I knew with the point break I could just separate myself a little bit, and there's a few points on the sandbank where you could be a little too deep, and I was very fortunate enough to get that one under those girls and change the heat.
Absolutely amazing. We love a good old buzzer beater, but must have felt amazing to jump from third to first and up here on the podium with me.
I know, I'm with Laura. No, so stoked to make that heat, and just to find that positivity to come back and just not give up and find myself opportunities. Of course, I made a few mistakes at the beginning of the heat, so there's things to learn from for sure. But yeah, super happy just to climb my way back up.
Amazing. And overall, just excited to be here in Burleigh. I know you, in a Instagram post you put up the other day, you said you're feeling confident in your surfing and you just know that good things are coming.
Yes, yeah, super happy to be back here on the Goldie and just in Burleigh. This is my first time down this side on the East Coast, and yeah, just learning it and feeling all the good vibes, good people, good energy here, and yeah, I just want to get my surfing out there and give it my best shot.
Amazing. Well, that was a great way to start. We'll let you get to bed because it's dinner time.
Long day.
Good on you, Laura, and well done to Betty Lou there, saving herself with some last-second heroics under priority, finding the space, getting the number she needed, and giving us one of the most thrilling finishes to a heat today in the opening round for the women. But we did have some amazing clashes in the men's opening round, but it's time to check out the Boost Mobile heat of the day, heat number 6. What a lineup it was. We had Italo, Liam O'Brien, the local boy, and the return of Julian Wilson.
This was such a sick heat on paper, and it didn't disappoint either. Italo, as expected, just went on hammer time on the backhand. Just that fast pace, energetic surfing that we're so used to seeing. And he was the first surfer of the day to drop excellent points. And he didn't stop there, he just kept dropping them. But the local lad was a little more patient at the start of this heat, waited for an absolute gem, tagged it all the way down the line, and the whole point erupted, went absolutely mad to get behind their boy. But, mate, you could not stop the man in the yellow jersey. He just went absolutely berserk. Took to the air, but mate, how good was it to see Jules come back put the jersey on, first CT heat in years, and, well, gave us a little treat, you know, really took it to these guys and laid down some great surfing.
It's like you see footage of Italo pumping iron, lifting weights. Julian's been doing the Rambo. He's been in the snow, punching cow carcasses. He just looks so buffed up and ready to go. But, you know, a great performance from Liam. And Julian's going to have to fight his way out of the elimination round, so it's going to be huge. But Italo, the fire went out for a moment at Bells, but it was flaming hot today.
Yeah, I saw him slurping on a can of Red Bull before his heat. He got out there, you could just see it just fizzing him up, and it gave him wings. He did a couple of monstro full rotors into the flats and just did not even look like his cartilage was in any trouble at all.
Healthy scoreline across the board for all three surfers in this heat. You know, that is really signs of things to come.
Yeah, and even though it's a bit of a stumbling block for Julian in this return to the CT jersey, confidence will be taken from the 14.07 heat score total.
Probably would have won any other heat. There was probably so few other heats where people weren't getting through with that combination.
Yeah,
we know that there is a big prize on the cards for the competitors too, for the big power turn of the event, courtesy of Mophie. We've got a contender, gentlemen. Molly Picklum laying down a big hit today. We're going to be really looking to identify these turns as we move through the rounds.
Oh, Molly just zigzagging for speed, bust through the lip, blowtail as it's called numerous times. And Molly just really digging in deep on that bottom turn and just power hacking through those frontside rail turns are just so pretty to watch. And, you know, if it's a Mophie, you know, prize here, we're looking for power.
Yeah.
It's got to be just anchored in power.
Yeah. Well, we love our Mophie prize ourselves. We get a little gift bag at each event.
We love you.
Thank you to all the partners, but the Mophie one is sought after. And, yeah, it keeps you going when you're on the road, Vorno.
Love it, yeah. Went down there, saw Brickers and the crew today. Got charged up and ready to go, all fizzed, 100%, loaded on the Mophie.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast now, what's coming our way for the rest of the window. Today was beautiful, nice and clean conditions, some of the most crisp conditions we've had all year. But this is what we can look forward to.
Yeah, we've had this southeastern flow of energy just marching up the east coast, and it sort of arrived this morning. And it was a beautiful morning. We had offshore conditions and that new fresh swell. It had tracked around to the east just enough to come around the corner up at Snapper Rocks, and it made its way down to Burleigh in a great way. So from tomorrow onwards, it's sort of Groundhog Day for the next couple of days. I think this swell's going to hang around. We're going to have waves in that head-high range, maybe a couple of bigger sets, and you know, the wind's going to be offshore in the morning and then track around side shore, which is absolutely fine. You know, if we get a little bit of east in the wind, there's still really smooth faces. So we'll check it out in the morning. Super contestable waves expected, and we might be off and running again.
We've got some big heats to look forward to on the men's side. The elimination round shaping up beautifully. Julian Wilson, he featured in that highlight package before, but he is going to be meeting Jack Robinson and Ryan Callanan in the first heat of the elimination round. That's our Hydrolite heat to watch for the men. Unbelievable. Ryan and Julian have so much head-to-head history, but throw Jack Robinson in the mix, who was down here actually watching Julian surf his way through the trials, and you got a real heat on your hands.
That is a ripper of a heat, and well, Arkell just became a father overnight, right? So he's probably going to be deprived a little bit of sleep, and a great friendship between those two guys as well. And then obviously Jack coming off the win, but have a look at this heat on the women's side. Amazing.
Yeah, the Hydrolite heat to watch for the women is heat number 2, Brisa Hennessy, so strong in recent years. Lakey Peterson, a veteran who's had a victory here on the Gold Coast before, and the rookie Bella Kenworthy, who's been ultra consistent throughout the season. That's set to be a great showdown for a spot in that third round.
Good signs from all those women at Bells. So they obviously are in good form. Finding themselves in this heat's just one of those things that can happen out of here, but you know, they're going to bring fire tomorrow. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, there was a couple of the favourites that actually found themselves, you know. Griffin as well is going to be in the elimination round for the men, so it didn't go all the high seeds way today.
No, it didn't. We had a lot of great performances throughout the day, and it's now time to have a look at them in the BioGlan Daily Dose. Our top 5 moments. Let's get stuck in. Kanoa Igarashi finding incredible form, dropping a couple of good scores to get the jump on Marco, who took to the air early.
Yeah, Marco kind of got things off to a flyer, literally. He had a full rotor expression, but Kanoa just stuck to his guns, engaged the rail, started busting the tail. There's that turn. I mean, that is bread and butter all day long for Kanoa, and the big hack on the inside. How good was that turn?
Oh, that was beautiful.
He was saying that he was loving how scooped out the face was, and that he could push his turns all the way.
Yeah, and Ryan Callanan didn't make that heat. So it was interesting seeing a two-man battle, but Kanoa spoke about just how inspired he was. Coming in at number 4, Sammy Pupo impresses. He's had success on the Gold Coast before, Rich. He could get it again.
Yeah, sure has, and he brings this sort of Felipe-esque style of surfing. It's fast, it's frenetic, it's really light, and he gets a lot of flair off the top. You can see there, not scared to take to the air as well. And Sammy, you know, he was producing some good surfing down at Bells, and you feel like he's starting to really tap into some good form.
Yeah, rare moment with big brother celebrating little brother's win there. Coming in at number 3, Molly Picklum Magic. Molly, a disappointing result for her at Bells Beach. Bounced back beautifully today in the opening round.
So good to see her just rinse off that disappointment and get straight back onto the front foot. And wow, well, front foot, back foot, every foot. She was just smashing this heap to bits. And she was feeling really confident and happy where she's at this year.
Yeah, the crowd right behind her too. A lot of support here for Molly Picklum, but probably you got to say most of the crowd support went the way of the local boy, Liam O'Brien, tapping into Burleigh, picked off the best waves, even got himself barreled, Rich.
Yeah, he could have easily been rattled in this heat up against Italo and the pressure of the crowd. Watch this, perfect read on this little Burleigh cylinder. It's a cute little one, but he just read it so well. Got down the line, the big extended floater moment, and this just brought the hill. They erupted on this one. And you know, I'm going to say that Liam O'Brien, I feel like gets a little bit underscored. He does some of the greatest surfing.
Controversy on the set.
Yep, but this man here, it was hard to stop.
Unbelievable. Italo, just excellence.
Yeah, point to prove after an early exit at Bells. Fully tees off deluxe in this heat. It had a bit of everything. And yeah, Lobby was right to be nervous. He said he was feeling really edgy before this heat. And he could only just sit there and watch and go, wow, that was pretty incredible what Italo did out there.
Yeah, there's a reason why Italo's in that yellow jersey. Before Bells, he was almost a whole second place ahead of the pack.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's been reeled in a little bit, but he is just in rare form this year and looking like the man to beat.
Yeah, totally. He just looks so connected at the moment, and he never disconnects from his board. He's like a cat. He always just lands on the thing and rides out. Very rarely falls. His 2 backup scores would have won a lot of heats today as well, so that's how on fire he was.
Gentlemen, we had a look at the Surfline forecast before. Rich, you probably had a closer look at it. Vaughan and I tend to check out. You're our go-to for the conditions.
Wow.
What do you think we're going to be faced with tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a little more of the same. It might trend down just a fraction, but I feel like there's been enough wind and enough energy that it's going to hang around. The tail of this swell is going to hang around a bit. I'm confident we're going to get heats going tomorrow.
Oh, I like it. All right. Okay, we better take it easy. This is as close to a 6-pack as I think I'm ever going to get. Couple of Stone and Woods, looking forward to it. Great day in the bag, gentlemen. Day 2 looks promising as well. There'll be a 7:15 a.m. call, possible 7:30 start. Right now, we'll leave you with highlights. Have a great night. See you tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.